It's me, Bussy King, and welcome back to Hot or Rat. And today we'll be reviewing the promo looks and reveal looks from Drag Race Season 14. And the themes for these two looks were Candyland, both in reference to the OG board game that we all played as kids, and the relaunch of Rupaul's Chocolate Bar, of course. And Arcade, which had a kind of 80s and 90s twist to it. And as we do with every new cast, we'll be breaking down both of their looks and taking a deep dive into their Instagrams to see what they're hiding. Now let's see which of our queens gave us something sweet to eat. First up, Alyssa Hunter. This is a queen I was super excited for immediately because she is from Puerto Rico, and I feel like it's been a while since we've had a Puerto Rican queen on the show, aside of course from seeing Yara on the last season of All Stars again. And on first look, we see her promo look is absolutely stunning. She's giving me intergalactic Wonder Woman. Like maybe she just got back from Chromatica and now she's here to slay the runway. I love all the dramatic pieces on this look, the straps, the headpiece, and cape. My only question I had when looking at this look was like, how is this Candyland? Which is actually a question I kind of had on a lot of the queens looks, which made me wonder if the queens were even briefed that they were supposed to dress like Candyland the board game. But that's not necessarily Alyssa or any of the queens' fault that their looks didn't match the promo as much as they could have. And theme aside, I think this look is as Mars. Her reveal look, I'm also going to give a 2. She looks like she literally just stepped out of the inside of an arcade machine, which I think was a really creative take, and she took this category a lot further than a lot of the other queens did, who kind of mostly just wore streetwear. And on Instagram, we see her lust for style and drag and her unique fashion run through all of her looks. Like girl, she's got the range. Look at this crazy coral reef look, and then this like sexy Billy the Puppet look. Oh my God. And when you go over to her website, you actually see that she's talking about how she's won 4 of the most, quote, important Puerto Rican pageant titles. And she's got a hot twin. Dang. Now that's what I call a TP. Next up, you can call her Angie. It's Angeria Paris VanMichaels. The pageant queens always kill me with how long their names are. She says in her little interview that she wants to show that she's the pageant girl with personality. I got really wholesome vibes from her, and I kind of think that she's going to be the foil of Alyssa a little bit, where Alyssa is that super fierce, aggressive competitor, and Angeria is just sort of like, hey, I'm here and I'm beautiful. Angeria is wearing this gorgeous red sequence gown with these fish fins coming out the side of her butt. I really love this look, especially with that dramatic collar around her neck, and the way the red and the yellow plays together I think is a really beautiful combination of color. Definitely red hot. And her reveal look I think is her attempting to show people how versatile she actually can be. The hair looks like it's giving me a little bit of a reference to Sindel from Mortal Kombat, which I really appreciated. And there are elements of this look that I like, such as that dramatic cape with those pointy shoulders, an excellent silhouette for her. But I don't really understand where the camo bodysuit came into play. I feel like she should have done that piece in all black or maybe white to complement the white hair she was wearing and really go for that like aggressive video game character vibe. So this look is kind of a half rot, half hot situation for me, but over on her Instagram, she does continue to show all of that classic pageantry beauty, which I think is where she feels most comfortable and shines the brightest. Next up, our self-described demon queen of Seattle. It's Bosco. I will say when I was watching her Meet the Queens interview, it felt like she wasn't totally comfortable being on camera yet. Or perhaps she was trying to like think too far ahead of what she was saying to make sure she came off the right way. Her narrative just kind of felt like this very forced, I'm the weird, interesting fashion queen of the season, and that's that. That said, she also just could have been a little nervous that day, so I'm definitely not going to judge her on who she is or how she represents herself in one interview. Her promo look is drop dead gorgeous. It's very like Mugler woman meets Lady Gaga in American Horror Story playing the Countess, and she's holding these ribbons in front of her, which you're like, okay, wait, what's going on there? And this promo look doesn't even really get to shine in this shot because you don't get to see the back of it, which is the most amazing part because she turns around and she's just showing her entire backside. And while I'm not sure that I'd say crack is Candyland sweet, I do think this look is hot. And as for amazing as her promo look was, the reveal look honestly didn't do a lot for me. It feels very like Dolls Kill streetwear, which I think is really fun for certain occasions, maybe a sexy number in the club, for example. But, you know, when you're putting out that first impression on RuPaul's Drag Race, frankly, there's just so much drag. And even in this season, there's 14 competitors, so you've got to do every little thing you can do to stand out. And this look with the whole naked body strappies thing, we've just seen it quite a few times before. So I'm gonna leave this look at a rot hot. But over on the Instagram, I got excited again. She has all these crazy looks going on. I love the Cruella one, and it looks like she plays with like special effects gore makeup quite a bit, so it'll be interesting to see if she can bring some of that into Drag Race. Next up, Daya, which is a kind of ironic drag name considering the theme of Candyland and that she talks about in her interviews that she's done across Entertainment Weekly and such, that she has type 1 diabetes, which I think is a really cool form of representation that we get to see on Drag Race, because I feel like in the past, media was really focused on one-dimensional aspects of who somebody was, right? They're pretty, they are funny, or they are smart. I'm not just talking about Drag Race, I'm talking about media as a whole. And getting to learn more about people's histories and their struggles, I think just makes them so much more real and fun. So she is drag sisters with Crystal Method, who put her into drag for the first time. And apparently Daya is the queen who actually made Crystal's Burton Ernie wigs that she used in the makeover. And considering the two looks that she wore for this event, the promo, it's a lot. It's not my personal taste, if you will. It's just a bit too much going on for me. I don't really know where to look at. My eyes are kind of confused because with all of those shapes and layers and spikes, skirts, pants, shoes, it's just there's so much that it's kind of overwhelming when you also pair all of that with these oversaturated colors. And so like I'm very interested in her just based off this look, although I don't personally love the actual outfit she's wearing, so I'm gonna leave it at a pat. In her reveal, we see that these crazy looks are apparently going to be a very big part of her closet repertoire. I'm living for this like pastel scene kid's hair she's wearing. Again though, I'm just a little bit confused about the actual direction of the outfit. I think there's so many likable pieces in her looks. I just want to see them more on their own and less all mixed together. So this look I'm also gonna leave at a pat. Next up, Deja Skye. Wow, girl, she heard the Candyland theme and she took it all the way there. She looks kind of like if you crossed a Candyland character with a Who from Whoville and also a character from Steven Universe or something. The silhouette that she has created is jaw-droppingly gorgeous. Those huge shoulder pieces, the way it like wraps around the front of her body, it's stunning. Oh, and the big bow. Girl, we love a big bow. And she says that she made this outfit. Woo, girl, those other queens better watch out in the design challenges if she pumps something like this out. She took me all the way to Candy Cane Mountain and back. This look is hot. Her reveal look, I think, was an interesting choice for the arcade theme though. It's maybe like pastel CEO of an Arcade Enterprises megacorp or something. That is to say, she just looked, I guess, a little out of place with so many of the other queens looks that were, I guess, a bit more grungy and streetwear inspired. Still a good look considered on its own though. And I love that this one also has a giant bow on it. Absolutely a hot look. And I really enjoyed going through her Instagram and seeing her have this consistent vision for who Deja Skye is. She looks clean, sophisticated, put together, and of course is bringing us bows every time. Next up, Jasmine Kennedie, one of our New York queens. Jasmine had, I think, one of the better Meet the Queens interviews. She felt more comfortable and at home giving this sort of confessional style thing. She also had that naturally funny element, and I loved seeing them edit her super long response together, giving her that overdramatic Oscars speak that we keep seeing from Gia on Drag Race Canada. The promo look she's wearing, she says, is Versace inspired, which I do definitely see. And this particular style is, for some reason, very associated with Las Vegas in my mind, and of course the like Grecian goddess type of fantasy. I also can't help but notice that she looks like the dragged up version of Nomi Malone from Showgirls. Bitch, you can't tell me that's not Nomi. I think she looks stunning, and this look is hot. And her reveal look is giving me like, I'm spending the day in Vegas and the night in the casino, which I guess casinos are kind of like adult arcades. So in that sense, I guess it definitely makes sense for this theme. And I wasn't super enthralled with this look. Like, it doesn't say too much about who she is or what to expect from her, but the front flips that she did on this little catwalk did. Jasmine, this look too is orange. And I was actually really surprised when I took a look over at Jasmine's Instagram to find out that she is much more in the pageant world than I think she let on in her interviews. There's lots of feathers and gowns and such, so it'll be interesting, I guess, to see if she brings any of that to the competition. Next up, she's looking good and feeling gorgeous. This bitch is 21 and from Nashville, Tennessee. Another young bitch thirsty for life. Must feel good. And I'm excited for this queen for none other than her name, which is probably one of my favorite drag names of all time. How are you feeling? Oh, I'm gorgeous. And in addition to having a great name and being beautiful and young and amazing, she also has a great little talking head. I could see her giving a lot of confessionals in the season. And in her promo look, she's giving me like the popular cheerleading girl who's not got time for your BS. I love the bodice. The whole outfit is very danceable, which is a recurring theme in her looks that we saw on her Instagram as well. And I really just love all of the like shapes and silhouettes and rhinestones and everything that she is giving in all of her looks. This one is absolutely hot. And on her Instagram, we also learned that she was evidently in some sort of Troye Sivan and Casey Musgraves music video thing. something, which I was unaware of, but that is really cool that she did. Her reveal look, though, I have to say, for how flashy a lot of her drag is, didn't really impress me that much. I would have liked to have seen her put a little bit more personality in the actual garment here, so I'm gonna leave this one at a pat. Next up, the self-proclaimed Real Housewife of Drag, Jambalaya. And she is one of the many queens this season actually to be coming out of Los Angeles, California. And her promoting that Housewife of Drag thing kind of makes me want some drag spin-offs that do more than just show the queens on the catwalk and such. And I know they tried to do that like drag housewives kind of thing in Vegas, but girl, with all these LA queens, I think they're maybe setting up a cast here. And in her promo look, she came to us with 2 sticks in her bun. No, not like that, you nasty. And her hair. She is giving me goddess. Again, you can't tell me that these queens were like told to dress like the Candyland board game. I don't see it in a lot of these looks. But even though I'm not necessarily eating Candyland from this, doesn't mean I'm not impressed with her beauty, her poise in her little interview, and very excited for this queen. This look is hot, and it was interesting because in her reveal, she actually wore an outfit that I thought would have fit the Candyland theme a little bit better. It's like this quilted, almost waffle ice cream cone looking type of dress with a really big poof on the waist and this crazy long brown cape that has her name spray painted on the back. And as far as like putting personality in your looks, you really could not ask for more. She literally has her name dangling from her fingernails. And over on her Instagram, we see she has a very clear, defined aesthetic that is very much, as she says, Real Housewives of Drag. And girl, who doesn't love a nice bowl of jambalaya? Next up, the beauty, the face, the mug. She has it all. It's Kerri Colby. This is a queen I was absolutely floored by, both by her look and how she spoke and talked in the little Meet the Queen section. Girl, she has star power written all over her. I also loved what she said about doing drag in her little Entertainment Weekly interview, saying, I couldn't say I would have found myself as the woman I am today without drag. It's quite literally my oxygen, my life supply, everything that I've ever been through. And concerning the look that she's wearing, I think she absolutely hit the nail on the head with the Candyland theme. She's got all these little jewels and pieces and sparkles all over this gorgeous, like kind of young princess inspired dress. There's just something about all the little like shiny pieces all over it making me be like, ooh, ah, and I personally feel like a kid in a candy store. This look is sickeningly sweet and hot. I was confused though, why this look was also her reveal look. No other queen repeated their looks across these 2 categories, but she did? I don't know. If someone has the tea on that, let me know down in the comments below. And since we didn't get 2 looks from her, here's some more from her Instagram. My God. Literally countless beautiful looks. I didn't even know it was legal to be this pretty. And I loved going through her profile and seeing that she was very open about sharing her story about who she is and how and why she became the woman that she is today. This type of representation in her story, I think, is really important for so many people still discovering who they are in life. Because while everyone has been talking about the straight queen of the season, you know, I even did a whole video about it, we also have to remember that this is like the first regular US season where there are not 1 but 2 openly trans women competing. The next one being the delectably sweet Kornbread, the snack Jeté, who is another queen from LA. And she's also the second queen with like food in her name. Girl, this season is gonna have me hungry from beginning to end. And she says in her Meet the Queens interview that she thinks it's time for a big queen to win, but doesn't want to win because she's big, but because she knocked out the rest of the competition. And I definitely think that there's gonna be another queen to watch throughout this season because not only does she have a big, amazing personality in her interview, but a really stunning promo. This crazy hair thing going on is very much like, I don't know, making me think of some character from an anime, like Sailor Moon or something. And I think given this really red and yellow oversaturated color palette that so many of the queens use, she did a great job balancing that baby blue in there. This look is more than a snack, it's a whole meal. And I think it's hot. Her reveal look is great too, a little more understated than her promo, but very vintage, classy, chic, and also refreshed with those gold chains dangling across her chest. Another hot slice of cornbread. Next up, Lady Camden. Hello, governor. Rue and Michelle have evidently been loving judging UK so much that they brought Camden back with her in their suitcases. More than just being from the UK, we learned that she has this like ballet background. Watch out, Brooklyn Heights. So it could be interesting to see if she lip syncs and integrates that into some of her performance. Her promo look is very Monopoly Man meets Willy Wonka, but make him a drag queen, and I love that. The silhouette and structure of this look is phenomenal. The cane is a great detail with the mustache, but I kind of wanted her to just have a mustache and a monocle on. I think it would have just been a perfect like campy touch. But as the look is, I love it, and I think she looks like the queen of Candyland. Milady, this look is hot. Her reveal look, though, I will say, left me a little confused about her style and direction of drag. It was totally different. It's this like 80s Betty Spaghetti meets Raver Girl meets motocross chick. type of vibe with a leather tutu. She is, I will say, maybe a little more on theme of the arcade situation happening than some of the other queens, but I think there were maybe too many ideas here, and the overall effect of this is kind of a messy execution. So this looks a bit of a rot for me. Next up, the queen everybody can't stop talking about, Maddy Morphosis. And I won't be elaborating too much here about her drag identity because, you know, I did a whole video with my thoughts on that prior to this one, but she did say something in her Entertainment Weekly article that I thought was quite peculiar. Concerning her being straight and doing drag, she said, "The only pushback I've ever had was people outside the drag community, people who aren't in the scene but just want to have opinions about it," which rings pretty true with what I've seen going on in the drag race community. Lots of people that aren't drag queens having interesting opinions. Anyways, let's talk about her look. Bitch, she looks great. She looks stunning. She's giving me like otherworldly game show host of Mars or something. Iconic. This look is hot, and so is her reveal look. This is hands down one of the best arcade looks of the entire cast. I love that it's giving a nod to Club Kid roots, and she even has that sort of balloon pigtail thing going on underneath the fabric of the garment that she's wearing. My only critique for her in these two looks, bitch ain't got no wigs on. Not one wig. I just think it's funny that our first openly homosexual queen, Joey, started the trend of wearing no wigs, and Maddy, our first heterosexual queen, is continuing it. Obviously, I think this look is hot, and when you go over to her Instagram, you do see she does have a couple wigs in her closet, and hopefully we'll be bringing them out for at least 1 or 2 runways. Another thing I learned while diving deep through her socials was that she apparently has a girlfriend that does drag too. The couple that drags together stays together. Maybe that's why my past several relationships failed. Next up, if it ain't green, Orion ain't interested, much like Laganja. So she did talk about smoking, and thought it was kind of funny because I was wondering if she maybe had smoked a bit before that interview. What a sweet, sweet little queen though. I'm nervous for her though because she felt a little quiet, and girl, Drag Race is all about being the loudest girl in the room. But for how quiet she was, I think her promo look absolutely made up for it, and I don't think she's getting enough recognition for it. She looks like a beautiful tub of melted chocolate that's being like stirred or something inside of a candy factory, perfectly on theme, and the look is just stunning, kind of giving me Amy Winehouse vibes even. This look is hot, and her reveal look is this black little cocktail dress splattered with neon paint colors. Love it. She hit this arcade theme and looks like she belongs on this set more than most of the other girls on there tonight. And their hot look. And finally, they've got a pill for everything nowadays, don't they? It's Willow Pill. Firstly, the promo is giving me everything that I needed from this theme. She is giving me Little Bo Peep meets strawberry shortcake meets psychedelic punk streetwear. The actual little blue raspberry things on the fabric of this outfit she created, I think, are a really interesting and fashion forward touch. Plus, blue raspberry has always been my favorite candy flavor. This look is hot and a little sour. And her reveal look, another very original type of look for Drag Race. I think that she is gonna be bringing some really cool stuff to this competition. She really stands out amongst this cast of beauty, pageantry, and not being shady here, but chicness, because Willow has, as we're seeing, a very interesting, more raw approach to her drag. And it's just, I think, very artistic and fun to see. And while I love this look and think it's hot, I think it was really funny to see her wearing those same Club Kid boots that Formaldehyde just got called out for on Dragula, which if you know, you know, and if you don't worry about it. And over on her Instagram, we see this really unique style continue through in her drag. She's got horror looks, campy looks, fashion looks, and I think is, of this cast, maybe the most versatile of them all. And she apparently is drag sisters or friends or some sort of family with Evie Oddly. And that's it. That's our cast of season 14. 14 new queens. And can you believe we're about to finish 9 seasons of Drag Race this month, and then we'll be going right into Drag Race 14. There will be more queens crowned in a 1 year's period than there were in like 8 years. Drag is taking over the world, girl. And as for my hottest hot today, well, sorry, but I couldn't choose, so I'm gonna give a tie to Kerri, Colby, and Deja, Skye. And I've also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hot. They chose Willow Pill. And if you want to become a part of my patron family, you can do so over on patreon.com/Bussy Queen. My patrons get exclusive member benefits like early access to my channel, access to exclusive videos, access to the Bussy Queen Discord server, and more. Click the link in the description of my video to join today. I'll see y'all next time. Love ya. Bye. Hi hotties, it's me, Bussy, and welcome back to Hot or Rat, and Happy New Year. Long time no see, and might I say, aren't I looking beautiful? Today we're going to be reviewing the premiere of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 14, the first of this season's 2 premieres. Our queens were challenged to show us a little special something in the Charisma and Nerve talent show, noticeably missing the U. And on the runway, they showed us signature, show-stopping drag. We'll be breaking all of that down and ranking the queens' performances in the talent show from raddest rat to hottest hot. Now, let's get into it. First up, Drag Race's first constellation, Orion. In the talent show, she is giving us not much of anything, but she called it aerobics trailer park fantasy. Now, I will say, the idea for this was not horrible. It could have gone really well, but it didn't. What she ended up serving felt more like, I think, a half-committed character study, half-comedy set. It was very like what you might walk into on an open mic night at your local comedy show, which, you know, in the right venue works really well. But this is the main stage of RuPaul's Drag Race, and I just don't think the caliber of her talent stacked up to her peers. And to her credit, she did have one of the funniest moments of the entire episode with that little hot one in the chamber bit, but wouldn't it be such a gag if that was just like part of the improv and she actually did have to fart? Anyhow, it's too bad she didn't have a few more hot ones in the chamber, because this one was a rat overall. Honestly, the talent show number left me confused, but I understood a little bit about more who she was when she got to tell more of her story on the runway. My first reaction was like, girl, what the hell am I looking at? But then as I broke it down and she tore off the cape and reveals the third member, I really grew to love this look and appreciate who she is as an artist. She's giving me like a little Raggedy Ann doll that spent too much time out in the cold meets Glamazonian Airways meets psychedelic trip. And she says she made this herself, which was no surprise considering the cutout for the third member. You don't find too many tops like that in your local JCPenney's. It really is a shame this is all we got to see from Orion, because after seeing this runway, I was wanting to turn a few more pages. This look is hot. Next up, it's not Wabbit season, it's Alyssa Hunter season. In the talent show, she brought me all the way back to season 8, episode 4. You know the one, where they split the girls into rock band groups. But at the end of the day, she really was just lip syncing for a talent. And there are so many opportunities on Drag Race for these girls to show us their lip syncing abilities. And she almost got to show it to us twice tonight. But I think when you're doing these talent show, variety show things, there needs to be another layer. Because more so than in a variety show where this might have been a lot more acceptable, this was a talent show. So by definition, we're looking for originality, something that she can do better than anybody else. And with this little number, I wasn't convinced. I'm gonna give this a rat. But on the runway, I think she more than made up for falling flat in the talent show. This is an inspired by reference to the iconic My Fair Lady look, she says, and I think she looks stunning in it. I love that she took that classic silhouette and very much turned it into her own thing. The nude color I think is really pretty, and I love the way it's shimmering and reflecting with all those crystals. It can be easy, I think, to let really intricate outfits wear you, but there was none of that here. But it was no surprise she looked show-stopping on the runway considering her background in pageantry and what we've seen on her Instagram and such. That is to say, I highly doubt that at any point in this competition when it comes to looking beautiful, she will slip up. But she'll need more than bullseyes on the runway to succeed in Drag Race. This look is hot. Next up, I think it's about time for a little Jambalaya in June. Her talent, she says, is African dance. And purely from a talent and performance perspective, I think June did really good. And I want to commend her for the amount of energy that she expended. And this performance was, I think, overall enjoyable because you could feel her having fun, even if she couldn't see how much fun she was having. Because, you know, the bandana. However, the one thing missing from her performance was, I think, an element of humor. She took herself so seriously that it came off a little flat. And let's be honest, if you're not making RuPaul laugh, girl. So overall, I would give this performance a hot for what it was, but a rot for execution and not knowing your audience. On the runway, June is giving me gay Glamazonian Power Ranger. And June is gorgeous. I think that is an undeniable fact that we must state here. But I'm not so sure what part of this garment is necessarily signature to who she is and how she does drag. I just wanted a little more personality for this look because as beautiful as it is, it does kind of feel like there are many different people who could wear this and look gorgeous in it. Wow, I think the challenge of a runway category like this is to show show the audience and judges something that only you look good in. Like when it's all said and done, I don't think this runway is gonna be keeping me up at night or making me go, oh my god, do you remember that iconic Drag Race moment? So I kind of have the same feelings here for June as I did about her talent show. Hot, yes, but rot for the overall execution and I think not knowing what the judges were really looking for. Next up, someone I'm so glad I kept an open mind for, Bosco. Her talent tonight is botany meets burlesque. She's dressed as a literal rose for this burlesque number and is taking off the outfit petal by petal, which was a total gag, I've gotta say. It was a super inventive and fresh way to approach this type of thing. However, I will say I maybe wanted a little bit more energy and excitement from her on stage. And while I certainly don't claim to be a professional at anything, I like most when burlesque is combining the art of tease and also that high energy campy or sexy performance, whichever flavor you go for. You know, whether you're the Ben de la Creme of the art or Scarlet Envy. So while I would have maybe liked a little more metal in her petal tonight, I still would have picked this rose and sniffed it. This was hot. And on the runway, this little rose finally showed us where she keeps her thorns. On her duh. She really took Kornbread to a new level with this, and I was living. This look was beautiful, artsy, elegant, and I think says a lot without doing too much. I also love that this look was self-referential, of course inspired by Dita Von Teese, who, is famous for doing burlesque, and she, did that in the talent show? We love a brainy queen. The show has come to a full stop. I'm gagged, choked, and bound, and I think this look is hot. Next up, shout out to Dallas, Texas. But your light is up. Ow. It's Kerri Colby. The talent she chose to showcase tonight was lip syncing and jump roping at the same damn time, which were really just added treats considering I would have been just as happy watching Kerri walk out on the stage and stand in silence for 60 seconds while I stared at her beauty. Firstly, I want to point out that she got a Nicki song for her number. Girl, season 14 has the budget. There is a budget this time around. And that song, I think, naturally added a lot of energy and excitement to what she was doing, because I think the judges did get her critiques right. The first half of her performance, which was just lip syncing, was okay, but nothing necessarily unique or talented in a special way. I think she could have sold this whole thing a lot better had the entire routine been involved with jump ropes of maybe different sizes, colors, I don't know. Something just to keep us a little more entertained. But I did overall have fun with the performance because once she did pick up the jump rope and started to get silly with that and was lip syncing while jump roping, I was impressed. Her performance, all things considered, was, I think, a safe hot. And on the runway, I super enjoyed this outfit because it felt expensive, gaudy, and kind of like a knowing nod to how she's been talking about the Colby dynasty. Plus, I like the idea that she is telling the judges her signature drag is looking flawless, effortlessly. This look is hot. Next up, Willow Pill. Why does RuPaul keep saying that? Why? Her talent, as she describes it, is a lip sync and self-care tutorial. And again, with the song budgets, girl, they really do have that budget. She got an Enya song. She was walking around stage in this giant tulle nightie, eating meatballs, throwing toasters in bathtubs. And finally getting into it. She acknowledges this performance is very much a nod to her darkness that she has inside her from the chronic illness that she's been facing since she was a child. I think a really fun way for her to cope and also for us to get some enjoyment out of her like weird twisted sense of humor. I loved this performance so much because she took that raw, edgy, real local drag and brought it to the main stage of RuPaul's Drag Race. Finally, because I feel like pretty much forever RuPaul's Drag Race has only shown one side of drag, and there's so much more to the art than lip syncing top 40 pop songs, as fun as that is sometimes. In fact, I think the most shocking thing about her talent was not her throwing the toaster in the bathtub, but the judges loving it so much. Willow, this performance was hot. But on the runway, the judges weren't particularly green with envy for this look. Lizzo specifically, I think, called out the green Kermit the Frog gloves, which, like, sure, the gloves maybe could have used a nail, but I actually really liked this look because I immediately thought of Daphne with that hair and the green and purple colors bringing me to the mystery machine of Scooby-Doo. Ruh-roh. Plus, the look was very different and quirky, which is very much in line with Willow's signature. So let there be no mystery about it. I think this look is is hot. And I of course can't move on from Willow tonight without bringing up her entrance look, which has sparked quite the controversy online. Yesterday when the sneak peek premiered, I saw memes of her, Dita Ritz, and Rebecca Glasscock bubbling up online, calling them like going to the mall drag realness. And then on the night of the premiere, I saw Dita Ritz say this on Twitter. Okay, so after this, I need y'all to leave me alone about my fashion. Thank you, with a photo of Willow's shoes attached to the tweet. Firstly, this meme is funny as hell, but they are missing Jujubee's mall manager realness look to complement it. But also, Dita has a really valid point here. For her to have been on the show 8 or 9 years ago and to still to this day have people in her Twitter mentions trying to like drag her and read her for her runways, it's weird. Y'all gotta stop doing that if you're doing it. And finally, while I think it's undeniable that Willow's look is certainly not, how do we say, fashion, it was very smart because it got people talking. And considering the brainy performance that we saw from her in the talent show, I think it's safe to say we know exactly which angle she was approaching this entrance look from. That's all. And finally, the queen that's more than just a side dish. She's a full course meal of entertainment. It's Kornbread. For her talent, she performs an original rap. And shockingly, this was the only bitch track that we saw of the night. I can only guess that because we normally see so many of these for this type of main challenge, the queens thought to stay away. And smartly so. But Kornbread found a way to take this overly cliche type of performance and blow me away. Mostly because she's just so damn funny. It's episode 1 of a split premiere and she has already cemented herself as the narrator of the season. But even better, she knows how to take that casual comedian inside of her and apply it to something like a rap song. Which, by the way, Kornbread, when is that single dropping? Cause I'm ready to download it. I also loved the physical comedy that she brought to this performance, for example, with Merle Ginsburg missing on the milk carton and her chicken wing necklace, which, considering her other Drag Race references in this set, could have been a reference to Stacey Lane Matthews' workout challenge, or maybe a reference to Nicki Minaj's iconic pink chicken wing necklace, or maybe just a funny nod to her food-based name. And even though I thought this performance was no ifs, ands, or buts about it, I thought it was interesting how Michelle commented that she could only understand every like 5th or 6th word, especially considering this was like a pre-recorded track, so it's not like Kornbread could have enunciated any clearer on the night that she was performing it. It was a very like, I'm gonna give a critique just to give a critique type of moment. And on the runway, when Kornbread first walks around the corner, she kind of surprised me with the more serious looking outfit. She's dripping in rhinestones and reminding me a little bit of that Rihanna outfit that she wore back to the CFDA Awards. Had to check my notes. But then she brought the comedy there too, giving us a kind of robotic walk down the runway. But I will agree with Michelle here. Even though the campy bald take was a fun look for this runway, it did need some kind of height, even if just a fascinator to hold her little rhinestoned headpiece up higher. Aside from that small detail though, I think this look was a warm and safe, tasty, lip syncing tonight was June, Jambalaya, and Orion's story. And if you want to catch my full reaction to this lip sync and the challenge, I did post that over on my Patreon at patreon.com/Bussy Queen. That's my members only website where my patron family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my channel, access to exclusive videos, access to the Bussy Queen Discord server, and more. Click the link in the description of this video to join today. See you there. But the short of it is that I think June deserved to stay based on what we saw in the lip sync. And while Orion did a good job in the lip sync, I felt like her tone kind of missed the message of the song, and the wig reveal felt unnecessary there. But I will also say I was kind of surprised to see June in the bottom. Our winner tonight was Kornbread, of which, of course, y'all already know I completely agree with based on my placements of each queen's performance in the challenge tonight. My final thoughts on this episode are that I very much enjoyed it. The past several season premieres and seasons in general have felt like they've been trying to top each other each year, getting bigger and grander. But this one felt more like a comfortable viewing of an older season when things were less serious and intense. And all the queens felt super genuine, and I connected with pretty much all of them. Sometimes I think it's good to have that little break push that they did with this premiere, but let me know what y'all are thinking down in the comments below. Who do you think deserved to be in the bottom 2, Sashay Away, Shantae, and who do you think deserved to win the challenge? And finally, my hottest hat on the runway goes to Bosco. I also asked my patrons over on patreon.com to vote for their hottest hat on the runway, and tonight they've chosen Bosco. For the talent show, they did disagree with me and chose Willow Pill. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. Hi, hotties. It's me, Bussy, and welcome back to Hat or Rat. And you may notice I sound a little bit different today. I have been battling the Rona, and this is the first day of the past 4 that I haven't had fever, so I went ahead and took the opportunity to film, because the Bussy Queen Studios show must go on. That said, I'm sorry I won't be looking sickening while I read these bitches for filth. I'll just be sick. Today we'll be reviewing episode 2 of RuPaul's Drag Race season 14, and I have one thing to say. Thank you, gay Jesus, for Angeria Paris VanMichaels. This week our 7 new queens were challenged to perform in the Charisma, Nerve, and Talent show, or should I say dance recital, and show us their signature show-stopping drag on the runway. We'll be breaking all of that down and ranking the talent show performances from raddest rat to hottest hot. First up, give me a Deja. It's Deja Skye. Her talent ended up at the bottom of my list tonight because I think it was more confusing than anything else. She was supposed to be doing this comedy set where she was teaching the audience how to do a cheerleading routine, but bad. Intentionally. Unfortunately, I think the set was just a little too one-dimensional to actually be funny. Had she done a misdirect at the end and busted out this crazy professional cheer routine after she psyched out the judges by giving them bad dance moves, then it could have been really funny. But instead, there's just no payoff and it felt more lazy than anything else. This was a rat. But on the runway, does a rose by any other color smell as sweet? Yes, I think it does. This is a very glamorous and rich housewife in a giant mansion with too much money type of look. And I love the blue rose petal folded headpiece that she has on, matching all the rose detailing throughout the lacy fabrics. The only thing I'd really change about this look is the belt in the center, which I don't think did a whole lot for it, but that's a small detail, and I think she's gorgeous, the look is gorgeous. And more importantly, this was, I think, a much needed redemption from her from that entrance look that we saw her walk in with. Girl, I thought Minnie Mouse had gotten into a fight with the lawnmower. But back to our vision in blue. This look is hot. Next up on this week's episode of Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives, it's Maddy Morphosis. Let's get it out of the way. Her Guy Fieri entrance look. Oh my god. This is one of those looks that's so bad it's good, but then dips its toe back into bad and then falls all the way into it. However, for as good or bad or good bad or bad good this look is, I'll let y'all debate that in the comments down below. I will say it is at least bold for your entrance look to be completely devoid of any actual style or reference to gay pop culture. This is a look that Maddy knew would get the girlies going online. And ultimately, I think this type of thing, when you're having fun and pushing other people's buttons, is drag at its best, so congrats on the look, Maddy. However, her talent I wasn't so much in love with tonight. She was playing the electric guitar dressed in an outfit that is itself a crime against gay rights. Seriously, what is this? She looks like a realtor that moonlights as a Sunday school teacher and listens to Kiss in the car on the way to drop her kids off at school. But the bigger issue here, I think, was the talent she displayed. While impressive that she can play the guitar, sure, was kind of boring and uninspired, as the judges hinted at. And the one more interesting part of her performance, when she was playing the guitar with her tongue, was completely hidden. But tongue involved or not, what I really wanted to see from Maddy here was to see her completely shred the guitar. I needed some, who were the guitar bands? ZZ Top up in this bitch. I needed flames coming out from the guitar. I wanted her to smash it in the end. This performance did not strike a chord with me tonight. It was a cut. And on the runway, we can only ask, Maddy, how's your head? She is giving us a headless Marie Antoinette. So I do think the concept for this is really fun, and as Michelle says, I want to give her props for being the first person to bring this specific version of Marie to the US Drag Race main stage. However, I don't really think it was well executed. For example, the actual outfit / costume she's wearing looks almost identical to the 20 plus other headless Marie Antoinettes that we see when we Google headless Marie Antoinette. Literally down to the pattern of the dress and style of the wig in this one. I just don't think it's totally fair to want to call something your signature show-stopping drag when it's literally all over Google Images. I mean, she doesn't even have heels on. And any other queen would have been read for filth for that. So why is she getting a pass here? Had she made this look really intricately, completely her own and done tons of unique detailing and styling, then this would be a completely different conversation that we're having here. For example, just take a look at what Adriana did on Canada's Drag Race Season 2 to convey essentially the exact same concept on the runway. So while I'm definitely looking forward to see what Maddy brings us in the rest of the competition, this look tonight is going straight into the rot pile. Next up, Dancing Queen number 4. It's Daya Betty. Daya's talent was lip syncing to a Pink song, dressed like a magician who might also be a matador. It was quite the interesting showcase of personality, I must say. And firstly, I do want to give her props for her props. The confetti, the small hat reveal, and the air balloons were fun. But I'm not really sure what she was trying to tell us what her talent was with all those little disparate pieces strewn together like that. Or what the hell pink had to do with any of it. As Angeria so eloquently said, she looked like a clown performing at a kid's birthday party, which all things considered might actually have been a much better way to brand her talent, you know, coming in from that comedy perspective of being a clown at a birthday party would have been a lot more fun. Instead, she took it way too seriously, I think. This was a rat. However, I do think her runway was a bright spot for her tonight. This look was almost entering Vivienne Westwood territory, but on like the cleaner side, less punk. And I liked how the construction of it just being ribbon and strips of plaid were both part of how the dress was formed and also how it was staying on her body, even if that did kind of bite her in the ass during the lip sync. And the judges did point out that the back of the dress was ripped at the bottom, and once they showed us that, I was actually sitting there thinking, wow, I would have loved to have seen more rips and tears on this dress along the bottom to give it that edgier feel. But overall, the look was, I think, at least original and said Daya Betty, which was what the category demanded. So I'm gonna give this look a soft hat. Next up, Lady Black Swan Camden. Her talent was ballet on heels, which I think begs the question, is it still ballet if they're wearing heels? I don't know if it was just me, but I kind of felt robbed when she threw her flats aside. I was like, no, girl, please. I want to see you like dance around on point. Give me the real ballet fantasy. Because for as amazing as her dancing was in the style of ballet, I was just sitting there like, we just saw 3 queens dance. Now we're seeing another one dance. I wanted to see something unique. But getting past all that, it's undeniable she completely tore up the stage in her ballet heels. So I'm giving this performance a hat. In the runway, she showed us her peacock, her peacock. She's wearing this like loud and shiny Raver Girl neon thing, and there's peacock feathers that come out from behind her. Let me say that the feathers I think are the best part of this look. The rest of it, it's so homogenous that I can't even really tell what I'm looking at. All the pieces just blend together, including the bird headpiece on her head, which is almost the same color as her wig. I just needed a little bit of contrast throughout this so that my eyes could discern the different pieces. And my other criticism of this look is that the extravagance of those tail feathers don't, I think, really match the more pedestrianness of the rest of the look. So her feathers, I'll give a hot, but the rest of it should have never left the nest. This outfit's a rat. Next up, dancing diva number 2, Jasmine Kennedie. Of our queens with lip sync dance numbers tonight, I think Jasmine had the routine with the most complex and challenging single moves. Like, girl, she was doing triple sow cow front backflips into splits and helicopter spins like there was no tomorrow. And yeah, I just made whatever that was up, but I was seriously impressed. That said, she's only 3rd in my talent show list tonight because as amazing as some of those individual gravity-defying tricks were, I think some of the other parts of her performance felt a little stale or slow in comparison. Anyways, this performance was hot. And the runway, I don't have much to say about her gold look, except I was gagging. I really appreciate this type of aesthetic on a drag queen. It's just very raw beauty, glamour, old school, but also feels a little new school. And girl, the judges had it right. She looked damn good. Plus, she 100% met the brief. This is Jasmine Kennedie's signature based on everything we've seen from her so far, and I can't wait to see more. This look is hot. And second for me in the talent show tonight is Jorgeous. She opened the talent show tonight, which I think was very much in her favor considering there were so many queens doing dance and lip sync numbers. And that's not to say her routine wasn't amazing. I think it was, which is why it's second on my list tonight. But I do think that there were just diminishing returns for the rest of the queens who had to dance and lip sync after her in the eyes of the judges and audience. And if Jorgeous had been the 5th lip sync dance routine to go, who knows how the judges might have received her. All that said, I had a lot of fun with her. It was a really tight routine to a fun song full of energy. I really had no complaints. She kept me captivated the entire time I was watching. So this performance, I think, was hot. And on the runway, girl, I've never seen a cat suit look better, if you can even call this cat suit. She's wearing this gorgeous, like, fishnet body stocking piece that is just crystallized all over the place. And then surprise, the little purple silky piece comes off in a dramatic reveal. She is someone so far who has just consistently captivated me with her beauty. Like, the mug, flawless, body, flawless, everything about her is just so tight and perfected. And I think the other queens are gonna have some tough competition up ahead with this one. This look was hot. Next up, funny? Check. Beautiful? Check. The reason this episode even had a pulse in it? Check. It's Angeria Paris VanMichaels. She closed out the talent show and performed an original song, which was more than just a breath of fresh air for this talent show, but A full resuscitation of a dead body whose time was called 4 numbers prior. Wow, was she worth the wait? And I think what made Angeria's track so much fun wasn't the singing or lyrics, which were good, but just that she really allowed us to have fun with her while she was on the stage. This performance was just like the perfect cherry on top of us already falling in love with Angeria throughout the entire episode, with all of her amazing confessional moments and little like sideways glances anytime something would happen. She's just so damn funny, sweet, and shady. Like, she just feels like a good friend that you want to kiki and gossip with, and I love that energy. Angeria's performance hot? Check. Plus, on top of being an amazing drag queen in person in general, she's also a stunner on the runway. This look, this is some good drag, and this runway needed it. I'm just living for every single inch of this red wine pageant gown. The body, the silhouette, the hair so high that even God looks up to it. Girl, she looks so good. And in a word, professional. This is show-stopping drag. If this is how seriously she's gonna be taking this competition, those other bitches better watch out. Angeria, this look is hot. The judges give Angeria the win tonight, rightly so, and congrats to her, and they put Daya and Deja in the bottom 2, which was pretty close to, but slightly different than the bottom 2 I would have selected. And as for the lip sync to Alicia Keys' song, I did react to this over on my Patreon at patreon.com/Bussy Queen. That's my members only website, where my Patreon family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my videos, access to exclusive videos, access to the Bussy Queen Discord server, and more. Click the link in the description of this video to join today. See you there. But the short of it is, I think they made the correct decision in keeping Deja. She really matched the essence of the song much better than Daya, although Daya did a decent job. Overall, I think the judges made a lot of correct decisions tonight and last week, and I've been impressed with the season 14 premieres so far, even if this episode's talent show was a little lackluster. I've got to say though, from a production standpoint, I'm not sure why they put so many dance lip sync numbers into this episode. They could have easily traded some of the queens in this group for last week's and had a much more even talent show both weeks. But I guess we'll never know. Let me know what you're thinking about everything though down in the comments below. Who would you have picked for the win? Who would you put into the bottom 2? And who would have been sashaying away this week? And finally, my hottest on the runway goes to Angeria VanMichaels. I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots for the talent show and the runway, and they've chosen Angeria VanMichaels and Maddy Morphosis respectively. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. Hi hotties, it's me, Bussy, and welcome back to Hat or Rat. And today we'll be reviewing episode 3 of RuPaul's Drag Race season 14. Big surprise this episode, our 2 eliminated queens are back again. Which of course was only really a surprise if you hadn't noticed there were no Wetchapakins posted and you hadn't read the official episode 3 description posted on the VH1 website. Cause you know, 42 divided by 3 is 14. Nonetheless though, I think we were all happy to see them return. This week our queens were split into their original groups and challenged to serve 3 looks in 2 separate balls. Our week 1 queen served Zebra Print Resort, Leopard Evening Gown Down, and Wedding Gown Eleganza, animal style. And our week 2 queens were challenged to serve Red Hot Resort, Evening Gown Down, All White, and Wedding Gown Eleganza in Red, White, and Blue. And since this episode's 2 balls were such a handful, we'll be ranking the looks from raddest rat to hottest hat. You know, to make everything easier to swallow. Let's see how our queens did in both of these balls. First up, pass the butter. It's Kornbread. So it really does hurt me to have Kornbread this low on my list tonight, but let's go ahead and take at the looks and see why she's there. Her zebra print look is taking us on safari, but overall, I feel like there was just a little too much fabric in both the top and the pants for this look to be cohesive. I really just wanted one of those pieces to fit a little more snugly to her body, and I think her overall silhouette could have been improved had she lifted that hair up and off the shoulders and maybe even added a fun little safari hat fascinator. This look isn't bad, per se. I just think it's not totally finessed. It's gonna be a rat for me. And her leopard print look is, I think, the best of her 3 looks tonight. This look, again, had that similar problem to the first, where I think there was just a little bit too much fabric swallowing her whole. However, I loved the neck collar detail and the fact that it had kind of a more professional vibe to it. This was a soft hot for me. And her final bridal look is in mostly snake print. The positives in this look are that there was a lot of structure put into the gown that she made. However, there was a lot of little mismatched pieces and unfinished details when you start zooming in. For example, the hem on the gloves and some of the shapes around the bra and skirt line were just a tad off for me. This was also a strange hair, I think, to pair with this gown, but she at least had fun with it, giving a nod to the snake, and I think the Garden of Eve thing with carrying the apple in the bouquet. She was headed in the right direction, but I think it needed about 3 more feet of fabric in a train and a little snake print veil just to make it really scream bridal. As is, this one's a rot. Next up, Maddy Morphosis. For her red hot resort look, this is a little painfully pedestrian, as Michelle pointed out. And that isn't always a bad thing in a ball to have one look that has that more streetwear kind of vibe. However, if somebody's gonna go there, I think they really need to sell a character on the runway. And Maddy's character here was really just kind of everyday girl that shops at Forever 21. She did make this jumpsuit though, which I think is worth pointing out because it's not technically a bad piece. I just think it was not served well on the runway for this category. For that reason, it's a rot. And as for her white evening wear look, I thought this was not right, but it was okay. Positives here I want to praise her for are that she had a really unique vision for this category, and it is at least interesting to look at. The negatives here though are that the fit isn't great, and the pattern looks a little cheap, mostly because the stars and moons are all one size. Had she varied those shapes and sizes just ever so slightly throughout the pattern of the gown, then this could have been a lot more elevated. But because she at least had fun in this category, I'm gonna give this one a hot. And finally, welcome to the circus. The bottom part of the skirt in her bridal gown is very much giving me big top circus tent. And this gown, it's just kind of uninspired, which is a big reason I think that she ended up in the actual bottom this episode, and the reason that she's at the bottom of my list tonight. The thing that she's really gonna have to step it up on is serving it on the runway. As RuPaul said, she was kind of missing that like, "Row, kitty cat, I'm fierce." So yeah, this one's a rot. Her makeup was pretty though for all 3 looks, I've gotta say. Next up, we've got June, and in her zebra look, she said she's giving us old Hollywood royalty. I didn't quite necessarily get that fantasy from this look, but I thought this was successful for what it was. Simple, chic, kind of businessy even, I thought. It definitely gave me cocktails in the hotel bar vibes, which I think is really what this category was all about. I liked this zebra stripes. This look is hot. However, June did stumble a bit in the next look, literally. Her leopard print evening gown down look was, I think, at worst, just okay. Had she been a little more confident on the runway in this look and maybe tested out how much fabric was in this, could have been more successful. I don't think it's necessarily the worst thing in the world that she tripped. It happens. But I also wanted a little more vision from this look, so I'm gonna leave it at a rot. And as for her wedding gown, I think she was critiqued a little too harshly on this one, but this was kind of similar to Maddy, where she did not believe that she had the best gown on the runway. She was literally hiding the top half of it with all those leaves that were acting as a bouquet for her look. And her face was reading, damn, I'm not in love with what I'm wearing. But casting all that aside, I actually didn't have a major problem with the gown that she created. I thought the colors that she put together were pretty. She had a nice little train on it, and she looks pretty. She was really just missing that final little key there, which was confidence. So I'm gonna leave this look at a warming up. Next up, we're off to the races. We've got Alyssa Hunter in this jockey meets après-ski zebra print look. And I've gotta say, I went back and forth on this look several different times, but ultimately landed that it really just wasn't that great of a look. I think it was trying to do way too many things. I'm like, girl, are we skiing down a mountain or racing against Seabiscuit? Let's pick one. The fit of the shorts was strange. I didn't like seeing that black sweater fabric thing underneath the zebra print jacket, and I thought the cutoff of the socks was a little weird. She at least had an interesting vision and told a story, if it was a little confusing, but it is a rot. Her evening wear look, girl, one of the best of the night. Where was this girl for the whole runway? Where was she? She says she's channeling Miranda Priestley, and I absolutely see it. It's very fashion, modern, chic, fun, fresh. I love it. This look is hot. But for her final bridal look, we go back to head scratching. There's so many pieces and so much fabric all over her body. I don't love the nude illusion that she did with those 2 giant breast cup pieces in the front. And I also thought it was a really strange choice to do this bridal gown in a calf length. Overall, the shape and silhouette of this were, I think, its weakest points because they kind of made her read much older than she should have. This look was a rot. Next up, our favorite showgirl. It's Jasmine Kennedie. In her first red hot resort look, she's coming down the runway and I'm like, we've been here, we've done this. And then she pulls out the claws at the end of the runway, kind of channeling a little hymn from Powerpuff Girls fantasy, and I fell in love. This red hot look barely pinched a hot, but it still got it. Her white evening gown down look. Well, girl, are you not seeing what I'm not seeing? Because I don't see anything white, and I certainly do not see an evening gown on the runway. I'm not sure why she went for this beige ice skater princess fantasy for this specific specific category, but I really wasn't living for it. I didn't understand the choice. It doesn't look bad, but it just doesn't work here, and for that reason, this one's a rot. And finally, for Jasmine's bridal look, I do think she kind of misunderstood the assignment here as well. She looks gorgeous, but does this read bridal? Not really. And I'm not even sure she believed that it read bridal, because in her confessional, she is talking about winning Miss Congeniality and channeling Miss Rhode Island. The gown itself is fabulous. I love it, and I think it's absolutely hot, but not to a wedding. For the category, it's a rot. Next up, we've got Deja Skye. Her red hair resort look didn't really do much for me. In fact, I think it suffered the most from this problem that she kind of has with too much fabric in all of her looks. Like if I saw her in a resort, I would be calling 911 because she is drowning in that red fabric. To improve this look at a bare minimum, I think she could have taken out that meshy fabric at the top and shown us a little skin. This look gave me red rot resort. Her white evening look was a nice little departure from that, though it was really clean and chic, if again suffering from the problem of just being too much fabric on this look. But I do understand who this woman is that we're seeing on the runway, and I think she looks pretty, so I'm gonna give this look a hot. And finally, for her bridal look, girl, if there is a will to find some lacy down comforter fabric, there's a way for Deja Skye to find it. Love or hate Deja's style, she is at least consistent, and I think we've got to praise her for that. This look, though, like several others on the runway tonight in the bridal category, was a little too pageanty for me, but I think just enough bridal that it passes here, so I'm gonna give this a soft hot. And I think we've got to praise her. Technically speaking, I believe that she created the most complicated gown on the entire runway. The ruching elements in the skirt, the hemmed sashes, all of that was very clean. Next up, let's get a little weird on the runway tonight. It's Bosco. Her first look, zebra print. She said she's giving après-ski on Mars, and it almost got me there. I maybe wanted a little more jet fuel in the rocket, but it was quirky and interesting at least. That said, it mostly is just a cat suit with some horns on the top of it, and it's not necessarily the most inventive thing we've seen from her or anyone else on the runway tonight, so I am gonna give this one a rot. As for her evening gown look, though, it certainly is not an evening gown, but it's fabulous. I think this is one of the coolest looks that we saw on the runway tonight. I love the almost 3D texture of the leopard print on the pants and how it contrasts those hard pieces with the bustier. Overall, I loved this look, and I think it's hot. And finally, over at the altar, she is giving us weird, quirky girl, tattoo parlor vibes. Finally getting married. It's a little pinup, it's a little strange, and overall, I think it is successful. However, I've got to say, I really would have appreciated if that red cape train thing around her waist would have gone all the way to the floor and draped behind her like a good 6 feet. Girl, I don't know if there was a lack of fabric in that workroom on this night, but where were the extravagant trains? Where were all the extravagant veils? I'm not leaving her at the altar, but I'm also maybe going to steady my vows for a few more days to see what I think before I say I do. So I'm gonna leave this look at a warming up. Next up, she's coming out. It's Georges Ross. I really appreciated seeing this reference runway from her. And is that a hoochie mama cut on that dress? Yes, just a little bit. Like, girl, things are about to be falling out down there, but it is successful. And I like little details of the gold chains hanging around the top part of this dress. It's simple, chic, and a fun reference. And I think this look is red hot. As for her evening gown look, though, does she look flawless? Yes. Stunning? Yes. But it's kind of uninspired when you put it next to her red hot look. I was like, oh, I just want something a little more fun and interesting, as pretty as it is. Perfect is certainly not a bad place to be on this runway, though, especially this early in the competition. So this look is definitely hot. And finally, for Georges' bridal look, my critiques flip-flop. While her first 2 looks were super chic and clean, this one is a little messy, a little raw, but it has more style points. However, the gown feels styled more for a pageant than it does for a wedding. So overall, I have to leave this one at a rat. And next up, my favorite fantasy, Kerri Colby. The reason she's so high on my list tonight are these first 2 looks. She is thinking pink in all the right ways for her leopard and zebra print runways. They are breathtaking. The silhouettes are beautiful. I love the hat moments. Everything about these is perfect. And they also show that Kerri has a clear vision for who she is as a queen. 2 major red hots for these looks. However, in the bridal category, I am not sure that this left bolt of fabric wrapped around her body. And I say that with love because those first 2 looks and her fashion is so good, but this, it's not good, but we don't need to linger. This looks a rat. Next up, me gently with a chainsaw. It's Orion's story. And this may be controversial to have Orion this high on my list, but hear me out. Her first look gagged me the second that I saw it. I love the movie Heathers, and this reference is so good. And there are pieces of this look that are flawless. For example, the zero print skirt, the overall vision of her being golfing at a resort. That said, the look isn't perfect by any means. I think there are a lot of small details here that are distracting from the look. For example, the gloves weren't needed. The shoes should have just been a black pump, and the sweater didn't need those weird little grandma sequins around the hems of the armholes. Armholes? All things considered, this look is a soft hot for me. And next up in leopard. She came out on the runway and said she was giving Xena. I don't know in what Xena cinematic universe she's giving Xena, but I do still love this look. Again though, with the details, did this need the animal mouth in her hair? No. Did it need the belt? No. But I just am really trying to give her credit here because she is one of the few queens that had a really consistent vision for herself in all three looks tonight. So this is another soft hot for me. And finally her bridal look, which I think is criminally underrated. There is just something about how tacky this looks in the best way possible that I really love and appreciate. My only critique here is that for a bridal gown, I really did want to see a train, a bigger veil, something more exciting going on, but another strong yet needs improvement soft hot from me here. Next up, Lady Camden. I was so pleasantly surprised by Lady tonight. Can I just call her Lady? Is that okay? Because in all honesty, I hadn't totally been vibing, or I guess I should say I hadn't understood her perspective on fashion yet. These runways totally changed my mind. The first one, not as much as the second two, but let's get into it. Red Hot Resort, kind of boring. We've been there, we've done that, we've seen it. Hot bitch at the cabana. Great, it's okay, it's hot. The white evening gown down look though. This was what changed things for me with Lady. This gown is so interesting, intriguing, 3D, artistic, fun. Again, it was so nice to see somebody really have a clear vision about their fashion on the runway, so I really want to praise her for that, and I think this look is hot. Her bridal look, similarly interesting. She brought that like 3D spiral thing into this look as well, which was really fun to see. And I've got to say, as a wedding gown, I think this one was criminally underrated. Had that first look been a lot stronger, I think she would have been in my top 2 tonight. I do think I'll be traveling across the pond to say my vows with Lady though. This look is hot. Next up, the drag professional. It's Angeria. I would say I was surprised by Angeria tonight, but I expected it. She did so good. This is her She knows what she looks like in a dress. She knows how to pick out things that look good on her body. She knows how to do drag. Her red hot look is this almost nightgown inspired red hot resort. Maybe she slipped this on in the middle of some activities to go and grab some ice from the ice machine and she's headed back to the room. Love it. I think this look is hot. And the evening gown down look, another really clean look from her. When it first came out, I was like, whatever. But the second I saw the pants, the jumpsuit underneath, that's when I gagged. Another hot look, check. And finally, her bridal look. This look for me stylistically isn't something that I would choose. However, I think she looks so damn good in it. I just totally respect everything that she has done here. She has done some really great sewing, gown construction, the details in it 100% reads bridal, thank God. The only thing I'd change, I don't love all the stones in the center. I think they maybe could have been arranged a little differently to improve it, but this look is phenomenally hot. And next up, is that a dragonfly in her mouth, or is she just happy to see us? I've been talking a lot tonight about perspective and these queens having a clear vision of who they are, and this is why Daya Betty is so high on my list tonight. Every time I saw Daya come out on the runway, I felt a little more in love. And most importantly, she serves a clean look. May not be everybody's cup of tea style-wise, but clean looks. Her Red Hot Resort is this like freaky doll thing going on. I don't even know what this is. The proportions are strange. I'm like a little freaked out, but I'm also enjoying it a lot. It's so different. Thank you. Hot look. And her evening gown down look. One of my favorites from the entire runway. All 42 looks. She is giving me Gaga as the Countess from American Horror Story, and I think it was an intentional reference, but if it wasn't, then great, still love it. This look is hot. And her bridal look. Again, very weird, very strange, but I'm loving finding out who Diabetica, as Kornbread calls her, is, and the construction of this gown is phenomenal. I think she looks like ribbons all put together, and the silhouette on the top and bottom are just really fun and inspired, and I love this look as well, so it's gonna be a hot. And finally, it's time for a little Willow pill. She is a sleeper hit in this competition in every single way. She's so soft and shy and unassuming that you do not expect her to come out on the runway and slay at the house down boots. Yes, mama. Yes, God. Okay. But she did. Her first look, the zebra print, caught me kind of off guard. I was like, who is this girl? And then I looked a little closer and saw the different colors of zebra and I was like, oh, I think I like it. This look is hot. And then we moved into that black leopard print evening gown down and I choked, I spit, I died, and I was reborn. She looks great. And I'm buzzing for that 90s beehive. Mama, this look is hot. And finally, for her bridal look. Thank you, Willow. Thank you for giving us bridal. I love that the veil was like that eye mask piece. That, once I realized that's what that was, I was like, I'm dead, I'm done, I'm cooked, I'm roasted, I'm toasted. This is it. Definitely, I think she deserved to be at the top tonight. Congratulations, Willow, on all of these looks. Overall, I thought this ball was really interesting, although I've got to say it was a lot to take in with 42 looks. I found myself just overwhelmed with the amount of runways that we saw, and as cool as it is that we got to see so much from each queen and really get a better understanding of who they were, I almost wish they had done in the balls the first 2 episodes and in the talent show this one. It also would have made more sense considering they did 2 balls in 1, which had to have made it more difficult to judge from the judging perspective, right? I do think that the animal print queens were at a clear disadvantage in that bridal section, or they were all just consistently not quite as good with a sewing machine. Not sure which. So Willow Pill takes the win, deservedly so, and the bottom 2 turn out to be Maddy and June. And while it's definitely debatable who should have been in the bottom 2 tonight, I think it made sense to choose them because of the 14 queens, they were the most lacking in presence on the stage. And that typically is more important to the judges in the balls than I think the actual garments that they're presenting. I did react to these runways and this lip sync over on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website where my patron family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my videos, access to exclusive videos, and access to the Bussy Queen Discord server. You can join by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. Well, my final thoughts on this lip sync are that I think Maddy deserved the win. She finally stepped out of her shell a little bit in the lip sync, and June, I think, was her own saboteur here. She was almost completely out of drag by the end of the lip sync, and it's season 14. We know RuPaul doesn't like that. And I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots, and tonight they've chosen Willow Pill. And I also wanted to take a second to quickly address some comments that I've been seeing on my videos. Y'all have been asking how there are comments on them before the video goes live. And the answer to that is my patrons get early access to my YouTube videos. I also wanted to quickly point out, if you're new here, that when you see a look in my video that has a little icon on it, that means a patron has voted for that look or that queen in that respective runway. Again, you can get all these benefits and more and support the channel over at patreon.com/BussyQueen. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. Hi, Ugly. It's me, Bussy. And welcome back to Hot or Rat. And girl, we've got a lot to cover today. Firstly, we'll be breaking down episode 4 of RuPaul's Drag Race season 14, in which our queens were challenged to create super teaser parodies of season 14. And the runway category was Night of 1,000 JLos. And then at the end of today's video, we'll be covering the Trixie Mattel Cosmetics versus Kylie Cosmetics drama. Let's get into it. First up, and in no particular order tonight, grab the syrup. It's Kornbread. So based on Kornbread's acting challenge in this episode, I was actually gooped and gagged to see her in the bottom. I was getting very safe performance from her. The first half was not so funny, but I think it ended on a strong note with like pulling the pork chop out of her wig and her line where she goes, y'all had a fat bitch out there running, and she's like running on the track. All that said, reading into the edit a little bit, I do think the judges and producers know that Kornbread has been giving us some really great talking head confessionals, and ultimately more screen time would only be good for her and the show in general. So I think this was more so an opportunity for the judges to talk to and give critiques to Kornbread because they really see something in her and want her to go further in the competition later. But that's all just a theory. A drag race theory. I'm gonna give her performance in the challenge a pass. And on the runway, Kornbread serves us an immaculate slice. I think this is easily Kornbread's best runway so far. It is a great recreation of the original JLo look, which is from the Met Gala 2018. And I really love that she chose something by nature that was a little more theatrical and kind of had some camp value that she could amp up on the runway. Being the snack of the season is undoubtedly a heavy burden, but it's a cross she carries well. This look is hot. And across the pond and back again, Lady Camden. In the challenge, I thought she was completely overlooked. Then again, we are pretty early in the season where it's hard for the judges to say something to every single one of the queens. She had, I thought, hilarious one-liners though, all of which played into this general theme of her kind of making fun of herself for being British but participating in an American reality competition TV show, calling herself America's sweetheart, referencing tea, and so on. I give her performance a hot. On the runway, she's giving us JLo at the CFDA Fashion Awards in 2019. So this may be contentious, but this is kind of an iffy one for me, mostly because I'm not super in love with the original look. Like, does JLo look gorgeous in it? Yes, but she could walk out there in a fucking diaper and I would be eating it up. Ew. We don't eat diapers here, but I would eat up JLo in a diaper. Anyways, by nature, I just don't love this recreation, although I will acknowledge, technically speaking, it is a good recreation. Some small critiques here though, I don't think that it was smart for Lady to match that silky fabric into the top, and the ponytail is not as snatched as JLo's, but ponytails in drag are hard, so we'll let it pass. Right into the rot zone. Next up, Bosco. This was another queen that really opened up tonight. She kind of played like a slutty, dumb, blonde character, which I didn't actually totally expect from her. And as dumb as she played, I think she showed us that she actually has quite the smarts in comedy. This performance was hot. On the runway, she's giving us JLo with the 2009 Golden Globes in a golden dress. So this look is more, I would say, inspired by than an exact replica, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. I think the runway themes for these Night of 1,000 whatevers is generally vague in that respect. However, when everyone else is going for exact replica down to the hairstyle, Bosco does stick out a little bit. And other queens like Daya even changed their makeup for this runway. Bosco said, no, I'm gonna give you a Bosco face with a hair that JLo would never wear. My other critique here is that since JLo is kind of known for simple, chic sophistication, I'm seeing those big, chunky earrings with this sleek golden gown and just not seeing them work well together. All things considered, the dress and look in general for Bosco, I would give a hot. But as a recreation of a look and inspired by and trying to serve and give JLo, it's a rod. Next up, I cannot believe she's real. Colby. In the challenge concerning Kerri, I think the judges were right though. She wasn't funny, which is funny considering she actually had one of the funniest lines in the entire episode in the beginning when Kornbread and Jasmine were going at it and Jasmine was like, wouldn't it be crazy if there was another ball? And Kerri just like looks around the other queen, stares right at her and goes, wouldn't it be crazy if you learned how to be quiet? That interaction told me that Kerri is a funny person, but I guess she hasn't figured out how to transfer that natural banter / shade into a sketch comedy performance. Where were the jokes? This performance was a rat, but on the runway, girl, green is a good thing. Bitch. What in the world? I mean, firstly, you can't beat wearing JLo's dress on a Night of 1,000 JLo's runway. I don't know how it happened, what designer she knows, or I don't know, maybe she's friends with JLo. But she looks great in it, there's no denying that. There are some small differences that don't really matter. I did peep in these two looks though, being the belt buckle used to attach those two pieces in the center, and the shoes. Kerri swaps for those worked beautifully though, and I mean, you wouldn't notice unless you were zooming in on this stuff. This look is hot. Next up, looking good and feeling gorgeous. When the challenge critiques rolled around, I genuinely forgot that Gorgeous was in the challenge, or in the episode at all. They kept her hidden tonight. But I will say, what they showcased of Gorgeous wasn't necessarily funny, but it also wasn't necessarily bad. It just kind of existed. And to that point, for someone that faded completely into the background of the entire challenge, I think it may be worth considering putting them into the bottom. Just a thought. She gets a rot for me in the performance. And on the runway, she's giving us JLo at the Super Bowl in 2020. I do love that she chose something seen literally worldwide. This is a famous look because this performance was everything. And what was so great about the original JLo look was that the fabric between all those little mirror shards is nude illusion. And not only nude illusion, but like a wet, oily shimmer nude illusion. I know it's difficult to find the proper skin tone match for nude illusion fabric, but at the same time, if we're making custom outfits for Drag Race runways, recreating a very specific look, I think it's important that those small details are paid attention to. Because while this look would be great in a club and I would gag if she was dancing on stage, yada yada yada, it just doesn't read the same way on the Drag Race stage. So for that reason, it's gonna be a rat. Kudos to her though for the way she delivered the look on the runway. Girl, she was dancing her ass off. Next up, the oatmeal raisin cookie of drag. Jasmine Kennedie. So hate or love what happened in this episode, Jasmine gave us some great reality TV. The rant into the next day talking about how she should have won the original ball and like wondering if there was going to be another ball and talking over people talking to her about talking too much. Loved every second of it. In the challenge, she and her group played into all of that talking drama, which I think was smart and was actually, I think, a shining moment for Jasmine, and she continued to deliver a fairly strong performance in her skit. She got direct laughs out of me for what she was doing and enhanced her fellow group members' performances. Not a ton of lines from her, but overall she did impress, and I'm gonna give her a here. On the runway, she's giving us JLo with the AMAs in 2015. I believe she said the original is Christian Dior, and I'll be honest, this is not a silhouette that I particularly love. I think something about it, to me, personally, feels slightly matronly, and I just don't vibe with that, if you know what I'm saying. However, Jasmine looks gorgeous in this. She looks like a freshly plucked wet strawberry from the gardens, just glistening in the sunlight. It is an almost exact replica, if not the original. The amount of rhinestones on this one compared to the original, it's insane. One small critique though, like I said earlier, I know ponytails and updos in drag are hard, but this lace line is harder. I'm going to hell. But this look is hot. Next up, welcome to Vanilla Flavor Town. It's Maddy Morphosis. In the challenge, I was pleasantly surprised to see Maddy starting to come out of her shell. You could tell that she was finally having fun, and she only had 2 lines, but I loved what I saw. Her entrance line with like the dancing queen is here, and then the crazy emotional crying confessional that she did at the end. I was like, girl, whoa, wow, I'm loving it. Maddy hasn't shown us everything yet, but what we're starting to see I'm liking, and this performance was hot. On the runway, she's giving us JLo with the 2021 inauguration. Is the look a recreation? Yes. Does it give off that same vibe? Yes. However, one simple thing that I think she could have done to really make this outfit serve CUNT would have been taking off the gloves and the hat like JLo eventually did at the inauguration to reveal a perfectly laid wig and some fierce white nails. And we're certainly not getting the elegance in that military walk, girl. Gonna leave this one at a hot. Next up, Deja Skye, who came out on top tonight. Concerning her performance in the challenge, she had a lead role and took up a lot of screen time, specifically at the end when she was going on about being born really young, which was, to her credit, a funny joke. But I would have said her performance was safe overall because I think she finished a lot stronger than she started. So I would give this performance a soft hot. On the runway though, and I'm really not trying to be shady here, but I thought I was on crack when Ross looked her in the eyes and told her that he wanted to call JLo to tell her that her outfit should have looked like this instead of what it looked like. Bitch, what? I mean, this look wasn't bad, but it certainly was not better than what JLo was wearing. My only issue with the look is that it's just more of the same from Deja, that flowy, very crowded feeling that we get from all of her silhouettes. I just want some looks from her that are a little less walking down the runway in a snuggie. Overall though, I will say that my critiques related to this look are more related to wanting to see some versatility from Deja rather than critiquing this actual look, because I think she did a decent job of recreating it in her own flavor. So I'm gonna give this a soft hot. Next up, Daya. So I have mostly avoided the comparison of Daya to Crystal Method because I don't think it's totally fair to be comparing Drag Race queens on any given season to queens from prior seasons. That said, what we saw from Daya in the challenge tonight was some method acting, bitch. I don't know how, but whatever she was doing with the hair and extra exaggerated makeup made her look more like Crystal than anything else we have seen from her. But what we saw was really funny. I think it was very smart to play into the Maddy coming out as straight thing and her also coming out as straight in a dramatic, untucked moment. She proved she's funny, but based on Rue's comments about her being a Xerox copy of a Xerox copy, I think that she is really going to have to test the waters and try some new things on the show, or the judges are just never going to see her in the light that they should be seeing her in. This performance was hot. And on the runway, wow. I think she made this. I'm not 100% sure, but I think she did. She is an excellent seamstress. The attention to detail in the recreation is perfect. And I love how long this outfit made her legs look. My only complaints, you probably already know here, is gonna be the hair. She kind of went in this strange middle ground with the hair where it was like, I'm gonna wear brunette because it's JLo, but it's not actually properly styled like JLo would wear it. Hot for the fit, rot for the hair. Next up, is there anything this bitch can't do? It's Angeria. I think by a mile, she was the best in her group. So funny at every single turn. And it's shocking to see somebody this good, not only at drag, but at comedy and at performing, like literally just everything. She's just perfect. For someone, as she says, that has never acted, the way she delivered facial and physical comedy throughout the entire thing. I mean, even the simple things at the very end when she's like crying with Deja and she just like keeps it going in these different tonations. She is so good. Obviously, I think this performance was hot. And in the runway, she's giving us J-Lo at the Met Gala in 2019. Now, if you remember, this Met Gala was actually camp themed, which I guess we could say in the gay community was quite a contentious year for Met Gala themes because most of the people at the Met Gala were not serving camp. Like even Nicki Minaj, a woman who arguably built her career on camp, was quoted saying that she didn't know what camp was.
You've pulled out so many campy looks throughout your career. Do you have a favorite music video camp look?
I have no clue, because up until today, I had no idea what camp was.
It was a strange time. J-Lo's look here though, was it camp? Maybe for J-Lo, but as a participant of and a lover of the art of drag, I wasn't gagging. Met Gala theme aside, what Angeria did here in terms of recreating the look, I think was exactly what the brief asked for, and Angeria looked, once again, beautiful on the runway. Angeria from the block gets a hot, hot, hot. Next up, it's hunting season. Bird hunting season. We learned that Alyssa had a nice little package, allegedly, and that her dad was gay in a really heartwarming story time while they were getting ready for the challenge this week. And I absolutely loved learning more about this queen because I think there is so much there that's interesting. She's so talented and perfect and beautiful, but I really think Drag Race just didn't know what to do with her for whatever reason. Was Alyssa funny in the challenge? Not for me. She was critiqued for being one note, and yeah, she played a really eccentric character that didn't land. At least she put in the effort, but the way that she bombed so hard, I think made it really easy for the team to like pick her out in the group as somebody who did bad. So all of that considered, I can't really be mad that they put her in the bottom because she wasn't funny. This performance was a and the runway look she's giving us is J-Lo from the 2018 Billboard Awards. When she came out originally, as I was watching the episode, I wasn't sure what to think, but as I spent more time with it and I saw the reveal and that silver bodice with the necktie, I fell in love and realized I think she did something no one else did on the runway tonight, and that was take an original reference look and elevate it and really bring it into the dragosphere. Like, let's give the girl some credit. This look is hot. Next up, what's her story? It's Orion. In the challenge, she was overall a little flat for me. I just didn't really get much at all from her. She was another queen that was kind of in the background, except for the one time she was in the shot and she like made out with herself in the mirror, which like sounds funnier than I think it actually was. This was a rot for me. On the runway, she is giving us J-Lo at an HRC dinner in 2013, and I think the gown that she created here is a good recreation, but overall, I think when you put all the pieces together, it's not jaw-dropping, it's not like, whoa, I'm just kind of like, yeah, it's okay. And honestly, I hate to keep saying it, but the hair is so important for J-Lo. This is not a J-Lo hair. Overall, this look is a warming up for me. I would have loved to have seen a little more personality both in the actual look that she created and in the way that she served it on the runway. And finally, there's a pill for everything these days, even Willow's. Firstly, I'm gagged and gooped at the way they faked us out on the flip-flops on the runway. Wow. But even more so, I'm impressed that Willow thought to bring her flip-flops onto the runway to have RuPaul yell at her for wearing the flip-flops. That was genius, because she knew that was gonna be a contentious look to serve as an entrance look, and bringing them into the rest of the competition like that as a running joke, she is so smart. Plus, everything else she did was just comedy gold. This performance was hot. And on the runway, she's giving us, as she says, an ugly J-Lo look from 1998 at the Grammys. And as divisive as I think the style from this era was, I think it looks great on her. A small thing I did notice on this runway is that I think the hair that she wore here is the same from the second look she wore last week in the ball. But I'm not really bothered with it here as much as I have been bothered by hair, because this is good hair. Like, it at least matches the reference of what J-Lo was wearing and looks good on her. This look is like so totally hot. So the judges decided to give Angeria the win tonight, which I think was not necessarily the wrong decision. I believe it could have gone to her or Willow, which is crazy because whoever they gave it to tonight, it would have been their second win already in episode 4 in a competition that started with 14 people. And our bottom two from this episode are Kerri and Alyssa. First, I have to say, this is a wild bottom two. This is easily like the most beautiful pairing of people I think that has ever existed in the competition in the bottom two at the same time. wow. And I never would have predicted that these two would have been in the bottom of this competition so early. That said, I do think that both of their positions here are justifiable. However, my bottom two probably would have been Kerri and Georges. But onto the actual lip sync, I did react to the runways and lip sync over on my Patreon at patreon.com/Bussy Queen. That's my members only website where my Patreon family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my channel, access to exclusive videos, access to the Bussy Queen Discord server, and more. You can join by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. But I did some analysis here, and I noticed a lot of people online were saying that Alyssa deserved to win the lip sync. I want to present to you some evidence which shows maybe she didn't. I think Alyssa unarguably started off stronger in this lip sync. We can see Kerri being a little bothered or maybe cautious of the dress that she's wearing. Remember, this is JLo's dress. But Alyssa lost me at two key points. The first was when she walked to the back of the stage and starts taking off her ponytail. It was lasting for way too long. I don't know if she didn't know the words in that portion of the song or if she just couldn't get that headband out of her hair. And then time number two was the time that she spent fumbling with her cash money prop, which, like, yeah, it sucks that the prop wasn't working the way she wanted it to, but she lingered on it like she did the ponytail for too long. And then you can kind of see her feeling a little defeated after that second fumble that she has in the lip sync. And I think Kerri really picked up the pace here and had two funny moments near the end. She did the little bouncing Vogue thing and did the play my effing song like to the beat and made it funny and made Rue laugh. So it didn't all surprise me that Rue kept Kerri, and well, Alyssa had chocolate. But as always, I'd love to hear what y'all thought about this episode down in the comments below. Who deserved to win, be in the bottom two, and who should have won the lip sync. Overall, for as strange as some of the judging was, I have to say I particularly enjoyed this episode. I thought both groups did a pretty good job, with group one being the clearly better group between the two. As for my hottest hots, on the runway it goes to Alyssa Hunter, and in the challenge, Willow Pill. For the runway hottest hot, my patrons voted for Willow Pill. Now let's dive into the Trixie versus Kylie drama. A couple days ago, Kylie Cosmetics announced their Valentine's Day collection with some product packaging that looked eerily similar to Trixie Cosmetics product packaging. There were some lipsticks and heart-shaped components, just like Trixie's lipsticks and glosses and heart-shaped components. And the whole campaign has this kind of retro-style girly font, I would say, similar to what Trixie's has as her main brand's font. And Trixie Mattel was quick to respond to the situation with this TikTok. However, was Trixie Mattel Cosmetics copied? Was there girl-on-girl crime? I'm not so sure. We have to acknowledge that Trixie certainly didn't invent heart-shaped lipstick tubes. And I think copywriting the heart as a design would probably be impossible. I mean, I'm not saying Trixie's components aren't custom made and that she didn't work hard to get them done the way they are done, but this type of thing can be ordered from these like mass wholesalers over in China for pretty cheap. I also want to point out that the font that they're using for this campaign, which is similar to Trixie's, is also a font that's kind of trendy right now. We saw it on, for example, the 2019 Say So single cover from Deja and Nicki Minaj. And also just want to point out that that's kind of how trendy products go. Things get copied, they get slightly changed and readapted and resold and rebranded. That's the tea. And it's also clear that Trixie knows this, and I think her response to the situation was genius. Making a TikTok where she didn't necessarily call something out while at the same time kind of calling it out, or I guess we should say brought attention to the situation, was the perfect way to advertise her lip gloss and galvanize her fan base to go buy some. I also want to point out that if, and I'm saying if, Kylie Cosmetics did copy, it's highly unlikely that Kylie had anything to do with it because she sold 51% of her company 2 years ago. So just, you know, sit around in comment sections talking about how Kylie did this or that. Girl, guess what? She probably didn't even know about it. Anyways, see you later. Love ya. Bye. Save a horse. Ride me. Hi, ugly. It's me, Bussy, and welcome back to Hat or Rat. And today we'll be reviewing episode 5 of RuPaul's Drag Race season 14. The queens were challenged to parody emotion-provoking commercials to raise money for a new charity supporting first eliminated drag queens from RuPaul's Drag Race. And representing those poor, unfortunate souls in this episode are Tempest du Jour, James Mansfield, and Kimora Hall. And the runway category was Spring Has Sprung, and so have I. We've got a lot to cover and I can't wait to break it all down with you, but first, an ode to cornbread. My fingers aflutter, I reached for the butter. But cornbread is gone, I hear RuPaul mutter. Her last snack has been served, her uncle went clink. 6 to 8 weeks of bed rest, I shriek. Hungry for seconds, I plead and I cry. Why, cornbread, oh why? Will we see her again in more than just dreams? Night's terrors and nightmares keep me up and I scream. Season 14's just not the same, it seems. Thank you. So yeah, unfortunately, Kornbread was medically disqualified from the competition due to rolling her ankle. However, we didn't see RuPaul extend an invitation to Kornbread to return to season 15. And this was strange, but also not strange. The first 2 medical disqualifications that we ever saw in the RuPaul's Drag Race franchises were Eureka and then Veronica Green. They both received invitations to return to their next respective seasons. However, we are starting to see a newer trend now, I guess you could say, of medical disqualifications not being coupled with invitations to return to their next seasons. We saw this first just happen with Victoria Scone and now with Kornbread. Maybe Drag Race just has a thing against queens that name themselves after food? Who knows? I wouldn't have thought much of it though. Maybe there were legal reasons for them not continuing that tradition. But then I remembered that I saw this posted on Kornbread's Instagram several weeks back. It was a Voss Events flyer talking about how they represented every single queen from season 14, with Kornbread adding the comment, every queen except her. And on January 24th, she also tweeted this about Voss. Relay the message to y'all homie over there at Voss. Watch your mouth, sis. I'm not the one. Voss Events, by the way, is very tightly integrated with World of Wonder, the production company that produces RuPaul's Drag Race. For example, according to their website, they're currently managing the Drag Race UK series tours, the Work the World show, RuPaul's Drag Race Live in Vegas, and so on. So, it seems like there's definitely something going on between Kornbread and Voss, which she's publicly sharing with everybody, but probably due to NDA reasons can't get into details. Just speculating though. Anyways, that's all the tea I have for you there. Now, let's get started. First up, Team Tempest du jour. Concerning Kerri Colby, this is a queen who, I said it last week and I'll say it again, is so funny naturally while she's talking. However, has been struggling a tad to land comedy in some of these acting challenges. Last week, her comedy chops landed her in the bottom, which may have set a fire for her to do a little bit better this week. I wasn't rolling on the floor laughing during her parts, but her delivery was much improved and she did a solid job. Her performance, I'll give a soft hat. But on the runway, Miss Girl, I was running away. She's giving Plants vs. Zombies, and I'm not so sure why she took this approach to a spring runway. Breaking this down from head to toe, she is basically dressed as a bouquet, but kind of avant-garde, or avant-garden, she should have said. The makeup and headpiece she has on, I think, are good, but also completely different, I think, from the dress and everything else going on with the look. It just seemed like there were too many thoughts and ideas that were trying to go into this, which resulted in messy placement of flowers and a dress that honestly just kind of looked like a green trash bag. There was no shape or proper structure. I do want to give her some props though for at least trying something different, even if it wasn't successful. This look is a rat. Next up, looking good and feeling gorgeous. Firstly, girl, if you watched Drag Race, you knew from the second that we started seeing all those emotional storylines and confessionals from her that she was gonna be in the bottom this week. They are getting so transparent with that edit. But whatever, it was fun to hear that she started performing in clubs at 16? What? Because her parents were willing to go support her at the bars and see her shows. In the challenge, the judges got it right. Gorgeous wasn't spectacular. It was kind of strange to hear her be so offbeat with the background music that was going on in the PSA. I just found it a little strange that the professional dancer couldn't keep time. But maybe we can just chalk all that up to a bit of nervousness from her, considering we heard a confessional from her saying that she hates anything to do with talking and she's not good at rhyming. I was also dying when she was explaining to Rue that she wanted to serve real boring white women, so she didn't wear lashes in the commercial. Meanwhile, she was like fully beaten, contoured to death. Natural. This performance was a rat. But on the runway, the sun was shining down brightly on this bitch tonight. She looked good. And she has looked good pretty much every runway. But I will say I like this look more than what we've seen from her so far because there's a little bit of personality with it. Some whimsicality with the flower placement and color added to this really adorable kind of cocktail performance dress she was wearing. Miracle Grow, more like Miracle Glow. This look was hot. And next up in group Tempest, we have Angeria. In the challenge, I thought Angeria was the funniest of her group and delivered some of the best lines. My favorite was near the end when she goes, "What's that bitch name again?" Comedy gold. I kind of thought she would get a top placement or even win again, but I suppose it would be a little boring if they just kept giving the wins to Willow and Angeria every week. This performance was hot. On the runway, she says she's referencing Cardi B, and as the judges pointed out, there are some fit issues with this, specifically on the top with the bazookas looking kind of strange as they wrap too far around her body, and the midsection just isn't tight enough to her little frame. I think this look could have also been improved just a tad bit more if the slit was a little higher. That said, I loved the vision for this look, and I think those tiny details are worth overlooking for how professional, elegant, and beautiful she looks on the runway tonight, so I'm gonna give this look a hot. Next up, Deja Skye. Deja is quite funny, and it's interesting because we don't see her serving super comedy camp on the runway, and she isn't particularly funny in interactions with other queens, but now for the second week in a row when she's writing jokes, we're seeing her be really funny. There's a smartness with the wordplay and misdirects that she uses in her jokes. And girl, I appreciate a brainy queen. Death drop, they said, now poor Tempest is dead. This performance was hot, but on the runway, girl, hippity hoppity, rippity rottity. What is this? I'm concerned. I'm really concerned. And it's so strange because every single week I have to admire the technical skill with which the garments she is wearing are created. I don't think it's easy to sew something with those cascading ruffles across her midsection or do double puff sleeves in a lace fabric. But again, the overall effect of this look is just not doing it for me. But it could just be that our tastes are completely mismatched, and hey, that's okay. Not everyone has to like everything that everybody likes. But I am still gonna give this look a rat. At least she's funny as hell though. Next up in James's group, let's talk about Orion's story. She once again faces her inner saboteur of falling flat in these acting challenges, which kills me because I can see the comedy behind her eyes, the smartness, the wit, but she just has not fully reached into that character that is in there and really brought it out. Maybe she just needs more practice, but this performance was a rat. But on the runway, my new sexuality is Orion's story dressed as a bunny. Oh my God, she looks hot. And I don't just mean, oh, I think this outfit is cute. I mean, I think she looks smoking hot. She's giving me sex kitten. She's giving me Anna Faris and House Buddy. She's giving me that very specific type of mansion that I can't say the first word of. And there was just something I think about seeing her in a lighter hair color that was so pretty on her. Orion, I want more of this story. This look was hot. Next up, isn't it just so beautiful when you see two bros bonding over balloons? Pop goes the weasel. I'm talking about Maddy and Bryce in the mini challenge, of course. Shown off camera, I'm sure, was their fist bump and no homo. In the challenge, I wanted more of Maddy, but not more that we didn't see. I just wanted more of what we did see in the rehearsal. Kind of like in the super teaser challenge, we saw them once again cut a scene where Maddy was funny in rehearsal, and I'm not sure if it just really didn't fit into the final edit or if it didn't fit into the larger narrative of the edit of this season, but it is kind of interesting to see that happening. Maddy was still pretty funny though, and I'm gonna give her performance a hot. And over on the runway, honey, you've got a big storm coming. Maddy was giving us a little storm cloud fantasy for this spring runway, which was a smart take on it. You know, because April showers bring May flowers. And the execution of her storm cloud, I think, was one of the best that we've seen on Drag Race. We have, of course, seen kind of a similar take on this from the Vivienne back in her season, which wasn't so great if I'm being honest. But again, Maddy's is fun. It's campy. I like the cloud hat on. And I love the dedication of wearing tassels from head to toe. Gotta say it, Maddy's slowly converting me. This look is hot. Next up, the last Kennedie, Jasmine. In the challenge, I love that she tried. This performance was a rat. But on the runway, if it ain't green, okay. I love this look. Jasmine looks stunning in this. And if you're gonna wear a bodice corset thing, this is how you do it. It is stoned to death. It kind of is reminding me of like an I Spy book. My eyes are just wandering all over it, taking in each and every little shiny object. And I love how the boot covers and opera sleeves perfectly match the green with those like little flares coming out on the hems of those items. I will say this look is not as abstract or idea-based as some of the other looks on the runway tonight, but she looks damn good. My one critique for this look is we are seeing a lot of the same type of makeup from her. It's all very 90s, early 2000s drag glam, very classic, and it would be nice to see, I think, her try something a little bit different, more modern. And I'm not saying she needs to change her makeup permanently or anything, because it's great to have a signature look, but showcasing versatility, not a bad idea. That said, this look is hot. Next up, please throw a penny at this busted ass pig. Willow Pill is one of the funniest people that has ever been on RuPaul's Drag Race. Consistently, too. Like, she can write, she can act, she can serve looks. I will say her delivery wasn't quite as animated, I think, as the judges were looking for in this challenge, which is maybe why she wasn't in the top this week. But if you actually listen to what she was saying, I thought she was one of the funniest. This was hot. And on the runway, we see something campy from Willow. She's serving a kind of 50s retro housewife vibe, but the house that she's living in is on her head. And when she turns around and says, help, this was something from Willow that, of course, you could never expect this type of thing, but when you see it, you're like, yeah, that's definitely Willow. I half expected her to take this even further and like pull out some kind of knife or something and maybe a severed head. But she kept it rated G, and that's fine too. This look was hot. Next up, it's Daya, the first of Kimura Hall's group. Daya, from what I recollect, delivered a pretty solid performance. However, I don't think it was particularly memorable. The only notes I wrote were solid. So I'm gonna give this performance a hot. But on the runway, I thought she did something really, really special. She gave us this pixie look, floating through the forest. I love the little details of the butterflies or whatever the hell they are on her tights and all the ruffles of the yellow dress, and that makeup that she is wearing is gorgeous this week. I love that she tried something different there. I think it would have been really nice to see her get critiqued by the judges so that they could recognize how different she was from her drag family member, Crystal. Anyways, this look is hot. Next up, the star of tonight's show, Bosco. In the challenge, she was different from everybody else, which the judges recognized as being really good tonight. That said, I enjoyed her group members' performances a little bit better than hers. I just thought she kind of kept relying on that shtick of being offbeat and different for this, as fun as it was. Because again, I thought she was funny, I just didn't expect her to get picked out as the top member of the group. This performance was hot. And on the runway, she's sad. And then happy, and then sad, and then happy. I got a kick out of her telling the judges that this dress was from performing a seasonal affective disorder performance in Seattle. Perfect for spring. That said, I liked it more when it was just a dark cloud coming down the runway with those legs sticking out, looking a mile long each, and glistening, as she said, like wet hot dogs. If I could change a couple things about this look though, probably would have added some kind of fascinator to amp up the camp factor, and probably didn't need the nail gloves on this. I'm just not so sure they added much. And I'm not necessarily somebody that's hating nail gloves. And girl, we saw a lot of nail gloves on this runway. Jasmine, Orion, Willow has gloves, but without nails. And Bosco. I guess there was just some kind of discount on gloves when all these queens are preparing their looks. I don't know. Anywho, while I would have wanted to see a few more details finished on this look, I fully enjoyed the performance and runway walk as she stomped down the runway, serving us that sad and happy. This look was hot. And finally in this group, before we get to the 3 returning queens from the previous seasons, Lady Camden. So full tea on this queen, I actually thought she was gonna win this challenge. The judges though critiqued her for being soft-spoken, too quiet. But that wasn't really something that I even thought about while they were doing these PSAs, because overall, the PSA was kind of soft-spoken. Like that was kind of the point of what they were doing, right? If you're like yelling and being too off-key, you're not necessarily gonna get the donations for the poor, sad, unfortunate souls of the drag queens from prior seasons. And it was nice to see the judges finally give Lady some recognition, because it seems like she has been a tad overlooked, like in the pageant and in last week's comedy challenge. But I thought this performance was hot. Speaking of being funny and campy, look at this bitch's runway. She has literally a tea table and she spilled the tea on the runway. Loved that. Loved that. I will say though, I think the tea spilling cup and the dress pattern was plenty for this look, and I don't think it needed those extra details of like the plastic shiny apples sitting out on front. Like had this silhouette just been finished in like a poofy Cinderella skirt type of thing, I think it would have been perfect. But I'm not too mad about her oversteeping this look because I think it's hot. And finally, let's take a look at our first eliminated queen's runways. Tempest du jour. This is the ugliest thing I've ever seen walk the runway. Rot. James Mansfield though, oh my god. She is looking gorgeous, elevated, galvanized, and beautiful walking down that runway. I was also kind of living for the like villain edit, as she said that she got on Twitter that we saw from her in the confessionals. She like predicted Orion going home. I was like, oh girl. This look was hot. And last but certainly not least, the reason I'm quitting drag, Kimura Hall. When you know there's someone out there that looks this good in drag, it's hard to want to wake up and get into drag knowing that you look only this mediocre. All hail Queen Kimura. This look is hot. And, you know, she's literally wearing an original Bob Mackie. This bitch has budget, she has style, she has class. It's just a shame the competition kicked her ass. So tonight, Bosco gets the win, which I was happy to see because she's another queen that I really think needed some recognition in this competition. However, it kind of caught me off guard. Like I said, I thought Lady Camden would get it. Or Angeria. Or Willow. But let me know what y'all are thinking about all that down in the comments below. In our bottom two, we have Orion's story and George's. And of course, I did react to this lip sync over on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website where you can get exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos, access to exclusive videos, and access to the Bussy Queen Discord server. And you can join by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. But about this lip sync, I've got to say, if there was a queen in this cast that I would be mortified to lip sync against, it would be George's. Like, I would see Ru call her and then me and then be like, oh, let me just walk off the stage right now because there's no chance in hell I'm winning. Sure enough, she dances like she's literally in a music video recording for Ava Max's song. I mean, the choreo that she is just hitting, I'm guessing based on muscle memory, jaw-dropping. I will say though, Orion did really well as well. And this was one of those moments where I was thinking, it's such a shame that we don't have a dual camera setup for lip syncs where we can see everything that each queen is doing at the same time. How sick would that be? But we got what we got, and the edit was focused on George's, and for good reason. She was dancing the house down, boots yes God, while Orion was losing her boots and wig the house down, yes God. It was unfortunate that that happened considering we had just seen that happen with June, and girl, you know how we are in season 14. Can't be losing your wig, can't be losing your shoes. Anyway, Georgia stays, of course, and we see Orion's story come to a close after she reveals that she has chocolate. I don't know how many more weeks I can take of these queens being emotionally wrecked after a lip sync and then opening their chocolate bars and just going, it's chocolate. Because as if that weren't enough, we also see Rupaul do this perfectly rehearsed sigh that you would do if you heard that somebody just died. She goes, oh, oh, oh. And then we of course hear the horn. And finally, my hottest hot of the runway this week goes to George's. I also asked my patrons to vote for their hottest hot, and this week they've chosen Willow Pill. Thanks for watching. Love ya. Bye. Looking for a cheap date? Keep looking. Hi, ugly. It's me, Bussy, and welcome back to Hot or Rat. And today we'll be reviewing episode 6 of RuPaul's Drag Race season 14. Our queens were challenged to construct an outfit from unconventional garbage found in a box. Category is Glamazon Prime, whatever the hell that means. We also had our first fiery untucked fight between Jasmine and Maddy this episode, which we'll be discussing a bit at the end of today's video. We'll also be taking a look at some exciting news related to Bosco and taking a look at how the queens responded to this win on Twitter as we rank their looks from raw-est rat to hottest hats. Let's bust it open in this trailer park. First up, Maddy Morphosis. So we go into this episode with the knowledge that Maddy bottomed in the last design challenge, and she looks a little scared going into this one. And as Ru is going around the workroom this episode, taking a look at what the queens have been working on thus far, we hear Ru trying to pep Maddy up a bit, and Ru's like, you're in drag, man. And then Ru asks Maddy, is your pussy on fire? And Maddy in the confessional is just like, is my pussy on fire? Like, what does that mean, bro? Which, yeah, is kind of a strange phrase that Ru says, but Ru says it all the time. So I'm surprised that Maddy wasn't familiar with it. Or maybe she was just playing unfamiliar with it for TV. I don't know. But they fist bump, Ru leaves, and Maddy hits the runway in this. Let's start with the positives here. Maddy was really feeling her fantasy on the runway tonight. That is to say, I think she kind of did take the advice of Ru a little bit, at least, because she had a lot of energy on this runway, whereas several of her prior ones were kind of muted. But concerning the actual garment that she created and look that she was serving, I was a little concerned. She was trying to explain to the judges that she was serving like Midwestern girl takes her man to the ball or something, but I was getting sad clown from the 20s meets grandma's drunken sewing disaster. Had she kept this a lot simpler and maybe just constructed a little tube dress out of the quilted pieces, it maybe could have been a lot more effective. But you look at it as she's on the runway and realize that she just couldn't stop adding bits and pieces and ideas to it, including a blow-up man, which added nothing to the look. I wanted Maddy more from this. Actually, no, I wanted a lot less of it. This look is a rat. Next up, Deja's Skye. The unconventional materials Deja used to construct this look were bed sheets and a tablecloth. And that is exactly what the look is giving. Bed sheets and a tablecloth. But does the carpet match the bed sheets? I just look at this and wonder, why is every stylistic choice that she makes centered around as much fabric as possible? I feel similarly about this look as I did Deja's last week. It's just like, it's okay, but it is just so much more of the same from her every single week. And this was a design challenge with unconventional materials, yet she again chose to drape herself in endless yards of fabric. Plus, I do feel the Grecian wool mana thing is a little overplayed, and she didn't really do anything to modernize or glamazon the look. Plus, Michelle was right. The little gold doily things did nothing to add to this look. This look was not the hero Deja needed in this episode. It was a rat. Next up, Jasmine Kennedie. The unconventional materials in her box were bed canopies, fringe tapestries, cookie cutters, yarn, and everything else, I guess. She says that she's giving us Samantha from Sex and the City, but I'm getting more like celibate at the resort. It's just a tad dated and uninspired for me. She is at least consistent style-wise, though it is reminiscent of what she did for that first look, the resort wear in the first ball, which if you remember for me was saved by the little campy red lobster claws that she pulled out at the end of the runway. But this look had no such redeeming quality for me. And overall, I think she did try to do a little too much with not quite enough ideas. This look is a rat. Next up, she owns 51% of this dog collar company. It's Bosco. So in drag news, Bosco did share with everyone on Twitter an announcement about her identity. She tweeted, "I can't really think of a better time to tell y'all, so here it goes. I'm straight too." After filming Wrapped this summer, I began focusing on figuring out what medical transitioning would look like for me. I started HRT after getting back from Drag Race. I'm trans, my pronouns out of drag are she, they, and I'm the happiest I've ever been. Love, Bosco. And her AAA size tits. And to Bosco, if you're watching, congratulations. I love, of course, seeing people live in their truth. And I think it's just so great that Drag Race has provided a platform for so many people under the LGBTQ+ umbrella to live authentically. So y'all go make sure you send her some love on the social media platforms. Now onto the runway. She says she's giving anime supervillain meets Billy Idol, who for my younger audience watching is different from Billie Eilish. The materials used here were plastic balls, parking cones, and camping stakes. And the pants, she says, were made out of painting tarp. Firstly, concerning this look, I love the pants. It's hard to do pants in drag in general, and she did them well, especially for being made out of tarp. And I love that the bra piece made out of, I think that was the plastic balls, is almost kind of evoking that like Schiaparelli chest piece that Kim Kardashian wore back in like 2020 or something a couple years ago, which did kind of make me wish that she had completed the bodice with those plastic pieces all the way down. Instead, she's got on like a giant dog collar and a transitional piece between the breast piece and the pants, which looks a little strange, but maybe was necessary for the construction of the outfit, not totally sure. I felt like she was just so close to really nailing this, but fell a little bit short in the end, but because the pants are so great, I'm gonna leave this look at a warming up. Next up, FF Kerri Colby. The FF stands for fins and fringe. What'd you think it stood for? I've seen a bit of discussion about this look online, and it doesn't seem that many people liked it. And I will say, at first, I didn't either. But the more time I spent with it, I realized how intricately crafted it was. And there are many things about this look that I love. For example, the layered plastic bra piece that kind of looks like shells, the blue beading on the corset on the side that doesn't have the rope, and the overall silhouette of it is, I think, really cool and fashion forward. The wig, I think, though, was a little uninspired for how interesting the outfit was. Like maybe doing that blue wig in like almost an Ursula updo would have been a little more interesting. However, what really threw this look off for me was all of the rope fringe. It was really cool on its own, but the way it was placed onto all of that plastic and beading and corsetry and intricately done silhouette pieces, it just kind of gave off this effect that it was like barnacles, and you lost all of the texture and detail of the rope in those stage lights. Like I'm convinced that had she just mirrored the beading that she did on that one side to the other and left the rope completely off, this could have been the best look of the night. As is though, I think overall what she was serving was glamazon-y enough to really land her in the middle of the pack, which made sense for me tonight. This look was a warming up. Next up, Daya Illusional. Oh, don't come for me. The materials that Daya used to create this look were tablecloths, bed skirts, and some plastic pieces, I believe. She also used her little sock puppet, Diarrhea, as the inspiration for the overall theme and feel of the look. Hence the, Raggedy Ann doll, but make it Easter fantasy she's serving. But if y'all really want a hit of tea, I thought this look kind of just looked like a reskinned version of Crystal's Buttons and Bows runway, which brings me to my next point. In the workroom, Daya actually asked Ru for some critique, and she heard exactly what she didn't want to hear, that they don't want to see Daya looking so much like Crystal Method, her drag family sister. Her response to that is interesting, and you can definitely see it maybe as a trigger for her, something she hears a lot and doesn't like hearing, which is understandable. She goes on to say that she feels her drag is less whimsical and darker. And look, I'm not here to debate the nitty-gritty of the differences of these two queens' drag, but I do want to point out that she basically committed cardinal sin number 1 of RuPaul's Drag Race, not listening to RuPaul. I was flabbergasted to see her talking about how she was surprised that she wasn't in the top, considering Ru told her to stand out and do something different from Crystal. Yet she self-admittedly took the more whimsical approach to her look, which again would be more like Crystal, as she says. To her credit though, I want to point out the baby doll dress is well made, I think the fit is great, and it is a very fun cartoon character that she's playing up on the runway. And because I enjoy the look and performance, I am going to give this look a hat. But as cute as that little dolly was, she did get kind of nasty in the confessionals and then untucked, which were feelings that she stuck to and defended on Twitter as the episode was airing. I came into the competition with a singular goal in mind, to prove myself and succeed in the craft I love, as did all my sisters. I won't apologize for working hard and being honest with my emotions in the moment. I'm a human being, not a Stepford wife. And honestly, I'm glad she stuck to her guns, because it's really refreshing, I think, to see somebody just be raw and real and have those shitty moments on reality TV. It's the drama that we want. Thank you. Next up, looking good and feeling gorgeous. In my eyes, this episode was all about Gorgeous and her storyline arc. We did see her serve maybe the best lip sync of the competition up until that point last episode, and Ru was already in love with Gorgeous but fell head over heels for her in that moment. In fact, in this episode, we see Ru telling Gorgeous that she kind of wants to see her in the bottom again so she can see her lip sync. And hey, I wouldn't mind that either. It was a great lip sync. But we do continue to hear them harp on about how Gorgeous is born to do drag and yada yada yada, which is great, and I love that Ru picks favorites, but I don't love when picking favorites turns into judging insanity, which we'll get to in a few minutes after the rankings. So the outfit that Gorgeous ended up walking the runway in was created from a curtain, a pillowcase, cookie cutters, obviously, and pieces of a kiddie pool for the panty. Now, for a design challenge, I think this look is perfectly acceptable. A very safe look, and it's great for her drag character specifically. As she says, it is very Shakira meets J-Lo, and that is perfectly on brand for her. Plus, Gorgeous does what Gorgeous does best and perform the house down boots on the runway walk, which basically is what Ru asked her to do in the workroom. She said, I want to see you dance, and she said, okay, I'm gonna give you a dance. But how many times have we heard the judges tell contestants not to just glue random things to a bodysuit in these challenges? I feel like anyone else would have been read for filth for literally just gluing cookie cutters to a bodysuit. Am I wrong? I don't know, maybe I'm missing something? I mean, I am dressed as Joe Dirt in drag, so my taste is admittedly questionable, but here we are. All that said, the look is good, cohesive, and maybe arguably more glamazon than anyone else's look, which is why she got the win. I don't know, but I do think this look is hot. Next up, she owns 99% of this competition. It's Angeria, Paris, the only woman and not the one, VanMichaels. She also used curtains to construct her look, but made them look like a lot more than just curtains. The outfit she's serving is an LBD. Simple by definition, yes, but when you take that closer look and see all the detail in the peplum and the waist and the different little outfit pieces with the skirt and the top, it's really impressive what she did here. Plus it has that wow factor with the fans on both shoulders. The only improvement that I would make to this look is maybe adding some kind of rhinestoning or sparkle to the middle of this dress, just because that black fabric does lose a little bit of the detail from a distance on a stage like this. But even though she didn't get the win, again, it was definitely a good night for her, and this look was hot. Next up, Lady Camden. The materials that she used to create this wild little fantasy were tent rods and kiddie pool plastic, and of course tulle for all that stuff going on in the back. From this look, I'm getting blonde bombshell, goddess, Victoria's Secret lingerie fashion show. It's a really pretty look, and I was so glad that she listened to Ru's advice about making her lips bigger, because I'm with you here, I was also blessed or cursed, I guess you could say, with villainous thin lips. Anyway, point is, the bitch looks good. The actual outfit she created is pretty interesting, unique, and really has that wow factor with the wings and tulle cascading in the back. It's only second on my list for me tonight because it's not really perfect, and I think when you take a huge risk like this, some of the finer details do need to be a little bit more polished. For example, the piping between the kiddie pool plastic and the bodice piece was more distracting than additive for me. I would have preferred if she had just left the piping on the hem of that breast line and done the little plastic fringe pieces at the bottom, and it would have been perfect. Plus, I think all the tulle in the back did end up looking a tad messy and certain twists on the runway. So like, I can see why she didn't get the win, as the judges kind of rewarded the more perfectly constructed look rather than the one that took a risk. But I do think she served glamazon, and this look is beautiful. There's no way in hell I could do anything close to this, and I think this look is hot. And first on my list tonight, a little teeny tiny, eensy weensy, microscopic petite pill. Like, was I the only one obsessed with this look? We've got a concept, a storyline. It's the nightmare demon from her nightmares that she's having in her hotel rooms. And she delivered something unique not only for this set of girls in this design challenge, but unique really for the larger competition of RuPaul's Drag Race. Something that's getting harder and harder to do. It was smart, strange, artsy, inspiring, for me at least, and I loved it. Plus, it's always good to keep a girl around that can reach things in the top shelf of the pantry, right? I think her only mistake here was using the brown fabric. Maybe that wasn't like super glamazon-y of a choice, but I wasn't mad about it. Plus, let's be honest, Glamazon Prime is an extremely vague runway category, but my God, do I love this look. See you in my nightmares, Willow. This look is hot. Now let's briefly break down that untucked fight, which was really good TV. It starts off with Maddy talking about how she is going to slay Jasmine in that lip sync, which is funny at first. I enjoyed seeing Maddy's personality fire up a little bit. I think it was really what RuPaul had been asking her to do earlier. It's just a shame that she finally caught a blaze this late in the competition. But what really got me was Jasmine sounding like a complete lunatic. Like, bitch, she went off. She said to Maddy, "I'm not worried about you. Sit down and have a moment to yourself with your cocktail. Thank you, next." And the thing about this fight was like, yeah, she was being pretty outrageous, but you know, you're about to be sent home on RuPaul's Drag Race. The like best thing that you can do for your career as a performing drag queen. The stakes are high, and I'm certainly not mad at her for having some raw emotion, just like Daya did in the competition. We just don't have enough, I think, real emotion sharing these days because so many queens get scared of saying how they feel because of backlash online. Anyways, I enjoyed it. They hugged, they made up, and Jasmine killed that lip sync, which I did react to with the runways over on my Patreon at patreon.com/Bussy Queen. That's my members only website where my patron family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my videos, access to exclusive videos, and access to the Bussy Queen Discord server. You can join by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. But as for that lip sync and these two queens actually ending up in the bottom two, I think it made perfect sense. Honestly, there I think was a handful of choices for the bottom two tonight. But I also want to say I don't really think that was the queen's fault. It looked like they were just kind of handed a box of shit and RuPaul said, I don't know, make something. Whereas normally in unconventional materials challenges, we at least see some kind of direction on a theme that is not as vague as Glamazon Prime. Which brings me again to my final thoughts and theory about Jorgeous getting the win this episode. On one hand, I can actually understand why they gave her the win. Her look was very cohesive, if simple, and served pretty Glamazon drag, like Ru asked, I guess. But my theory here really is that since there was no Utica or Got Makeup the design challenge, the producers had a little more free range to craft the narrative and story they wanted with this episode. Picking Jorgeous as the winner was, I think, a really great way to add some spice to the competition, you know, fluff some feathers of some other girls who feel like they're not getting recognition, and to reposition Jorgeous as a potential front runner now that we're seeing Ru love what she's doing. And even though I would have picked a different queen for a win in this challenge, I do want to say I'm happy for Jorgeous, and she should be happy with what she did. And finally, y'all already know my hottest thought on this runway tonight is Willow. I also asked my patrons to vote for their hottest hot, and this week they've chosen Lady Camden. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. They say the devil works hard, but I am the devil. Hi, ugly. It's me, Bussy, and welcome back to Hot or Rat. And today we'll be reviewing episode 7 of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 14. Our queens were challenged to overact in the Daytona Wins, a new soap opera that'll leave you gagging. Literally. And the runway category was chaps. And today we'll be switching it up just a little bit by reviewing the challenge first and then ranking the runways from rattest rat to hottest hot. And I've got a hot one in the chamber, so let's go ahead and break down what happened in that main challenge. Everything seems normal throughout rehearsal and the recording of this soap opera, and our 9 remaining queens were split into 3 feuding drag houses, set to celebrate or tear apart one ill-fated marriage. Kerri's our beautiful bride and Deja's her mother. The rest of the plot kind of loses itself along the way and doesn't really matter in the end because the big joke that the queens had no idea was happening was that post-production actually added in farts after pretty much every single line that was delivered. I think the fun part of this challenge was getting to watch the judges and each queen react to fart humor added into their lines, which admittedly was more fun than actually watching the fart jokes being delivered every 3 seconds for a solid 10 minutes. Because sure, I can get down with a good old gassy joke from time to time, but 10 minutes of it was a lot to shit through. Wow, that pun. Overall, I have to say, I think the farts became more of a crutch than actually funny. Like maybe 1 or 2 strategically placed in each scene would have been refreshing. But a gassy explosion after every line? It was just a little too much. Like maybe I'm just a bitter old queen, but I think I only laughed 1 time in this challenge, and that was when Lady Camden burst through the doors in one of the last scenes, and Daya and Willow's group all go, VanMichaels? So yeah, this challenge definitely wasn't my favorite. I was actually expecting more of a traditionally edited soap opera with really dramatic camera cuts and angles and flashing things like those memes that we've seen of that lady in the car crash when she looks in the rearview mirror. You know the one. But instead, we got an acting challenge full of hot air. And despite the farts obfuscating everybody's performances tonight, I do think the judges got the calls right on who the top performers were. Camden, Jasmine, and Daya were all standouts to me, even though I was really more interested in them acting than them tooting. And while nobody did bad in this challenge, I think Deja and Angeria had some of the weaker, flatter performances that were helped most by the abundance of gassy explosions throughout this challenge. And yeah, they might have been in trouble had Rupaul not decided to save everybody, but we'll discuss more of that at the end of the video. But enough about passing gas. Let's leave Windy City and jump into these runways. First up and at the bottom of my list tonight, aren't you glad she wasn't wearing bed sheets again? It's Deja Skye. So I will say for Deja, this look is good. I was so happy that she tried something different. I just wish she had gone the extra mile with it. But I've gotta say, her body looks banging, she is proportionized correctly, and what she did here met the brief 100%. However, this look just didn't blow me away. I was looking for a concept, an era, an idea, something that almost every other queen did really well tonight. Deja's was more like, I'm gonna give you chaps on the runway because you asked for chaps on the runway. Beyond that, she gave me nothing. Like even doing something as simple as putting a little bit of leopard print into her makeup could have elevated this to at least the smallest next level, but she left us at ground zero. This look is a rat. Next up, let's take some vitamin J and head over to graduation. You know, cause Vitamin C, the artist that did the graduation song. Anyways, this look got a lot of praise from the judges tonight, but I wasn't so sure that I was at the same ceremony they were. Positives first though. I loved the yellow sequin sparkly fabric that was used to construct the actual chaps for this look. And I loved how those straps went from the very tippity-toppity of her shoulders down to the bottom of her boots. But after that, I lost her. The blue fishnet body stocking underneath these sparkly yellow chaps didn't make any sense to me. And the graduation ceremony cap and gown thing, I think was a really good idea, but needed to be taken a step further. Think about this. The front of that gown that was completely removed, I think should have been a tearaway. And the graduation cap tassel should have been, guess where? On the tatas. Now that I might have been gagging for. I definitely wouldn't hold Jasmine back from the next grade for this look, but I also wouldn't let her graduate yet. I'm gonna leave this at a rat. And in other news about Jasmine this week, she did come out as a trans woman in a very emotional Untucked episode, which as a friendly reminder makes her the 4th trans woman to be on this cast. You'll remember that last week we saw Bosco come out on social media before the episode aired. And again, I just want to say congratulations to these queens and all of the trans women that have competed on Drag Race in the past and that are there today. It's super exciting that we're finally in a time on Drag Race where people can truly live out and proud and be their authentic selves, no matter what sexual orientation orientation or gender identity they are. But instead of just rehashing what happened in this Untucked episode, which I encourage you to watch, I do want to share Jasmine's Instagram post where she wrote a pretty long story sharing the details about her life and her journey to this point. She wrote, "Growing up, I always felt different. When I was 15, I stumbled upon continental pageantry. I still get chills to this day, thinking of the time I first saw Mimi Marks. When I saw her, I felt this rush of emotion I couldn't describe. It was the feeling of me wanting that for myself, to be a beautiful and confident trans woman." And that's just a short excerpt, but you can go and check out the rest of Jasmine's story on her Instagram. Send her some love. Next up, looking good and feeling gorgeous. Miss George tonight is giving us a very pretty look, but maybe one that didn't quite meet the brief. Literally, the chap line, or stocking line, I should say, on this look literally did not meet the line of her panty brief. And it gave a very strange visual effect for the eye. Like, she even says in the confessional voiceover for this look that it looks like her pants aren't pulled all the way up. And I'm like, is that a good thing? Is that a fashion thing? Is that something that we really want to be serving on the runway like that? I don't think so. It really just looks more like, to me, that the bottom part of her look didn't fit all the way and was simply being held up by this beige panty. And of course, obviously here, this look is definitely not chaps, which was the runway category. That said, for all the problems I had with the bottom half of this look, the top half was top tier. This is maybe the most gorgeous that she has looked on the runway in this competition thus far. Oh my god. The jeweling, the stacked hair, the beat mug. Like, it must be said that Georges knows how to serve a look even when it doesn't quite make the cut of the criteria. This look, I'm going to leave at a warming up. Next up, Harry Colby. She is dripping in blonde braids and brown hair extensions from head to toe. And I must say, I do love the contrast of both the hair color and styling between the pieces making up the chaps and outfit and braids. And the best part of this look, I think, is seeing all the little peekaboos of her body as she turns around and shows us the missing hair pieces. Boom, boom, bam. Some small critiques here though. I'm not really sure why she chose this sun hat that has her head peeking through. I was kind of wondering, did she get some inspiration from Jasmine last week or just borrow her hat? From a stylistic point, I just don't really think that it matched the rest of the look and could have done without it. But she is serving chaps, and she did elevate the concept beyond just literally wearing chaps and a random fabric. So for that, I think she deserves a little praise. But as Coco Chanel says, she maybe could have looked in the mirror and taken one of the extensions or hat off, but I'm still gonna leave this look at a hat. Next up, blazer. I hardly know her. It's Daya, and I will say this is a very well put together and stunning look from Miss Daya tonight. But to her credit, she has been putting together pretty good runways every single week. It's just like the judges wanted her storyline to be that she wasn't doing well until this episode or something. I don't know. That said, is not even my favorite of some of the recent looks that she served. This look, I think, may have been a little more successful if it kind of didn't already have the winds taken out of it though from Alyssa Hunter's runway back when they did the J-Lo runway. It is very much of that same style. Daya's though, I think, was a little more reminiscent of the Britney Spears Me Against the music video moment. And I really enjoyed everything about it, except I maybe would have swapped the hat that she's wearing for a fedora style hat instead of this like sun hat kind of thing going on. And okay, one more little change. I may have also swapped that panty line in the back for something a little more revealing. It's just a little too much class and not enough ass. Overall though, yes, I will invest in this look and I think it's hot. Next up, Angeria giving us Studio 50 whore. Miss Angeria looking more beautiful literally every single week. Body, check. Hair, check. Makeup, check. Shoulder pads sky high, check. She's looking like the only disco ball, and I love this look. Side note, I feel like we've been seeing lots of disco inspiration lately in drag looks across the board. And girl, I'm always ready for a blast from the past. One small critique here, I will say, the middle part of the chest piece of this look maybe needed a slightly darker tone to really give us nude illusion, but that could have been the stage lights playing with that mesh fabric. Or maybe we could have lost that completely because I really wouldn't have minded seeing a little bit of Angeria brought us the Disco Inferno tonight. This look is hot. Next up, one queen in the pink. It's Bosco. Tonight, Miss Bosco is giving me Xtina meets Flower Power 70s Judas Lady Gaga motocross. Chaps the house down, boots Charlie XCX, yes, Gato. And I love it. Like, Bosco has had some really fun runways, but I've gotta say, I have been waiting to see that how do I describe it? Giant horned tits look from the first runway, Bosco again. And this is her. She is really feeling the fantasy, and I felt it with her. This is definitely one of my favorite looks from Bosco so far in this competition. And I've gotta say I love her in a long blonde unit. Plus, little devil tail painting or patch on the bell bottom of these pants was a really great detail. Because you know what they say, the devil is in the details. This look is hot. Next up, sorry about that, I must have tripped and fell. Where was I? Oh, right. Next up is Lady Camden. Obviously, while I was watching this runway, I was gagged, gooped, so confused and concerned when she tripped. Because as you know, they normally do like 2 takes for each runway, so I'm sitting there thinking, surely they didn't use the bad trip take for Camden. That would be really weird. And as soon as I heard that, oh shoot, from Rupaul, I was like, oh girl, something is going on. Something's a little strange. And then of course, the big reveal. She comes back up looking like Freddie Mercury. She's lost a wig, she's lost a skirt wrap, and she's gained a mustache. And I'm like, wow, this queen is so creative. Who sees a runway category of chaps and then thinks to do all of this? Like, this is the type of exciting craziness that I want to see on Drag Race. And I also want to point out, this is one of the best wig reveals that we have seen in a long damn time. The only reason this look isn't like at the top of my list tonight, despite how amazing and gag worthy the performance and reveal was, is simply because the look itself, while exciting, is more on the simple side. And stylistically speaking, I would personally rather wear the next look that we see, but my god, what she did here was fabulous. It's not very often our runways take us all the way to Mercury. This runway performance was hot. Why is this such a serve though? I'm kind of living. And at the tippity top of my list tonight is Willow. Put your paws up, little monsters. This look is wow. She's giving me like cyberpunk pop princess of the underworld. Like, she definitely knows the right after parties to go to. You know what I'm saying? And I'm also kind of obsessed with the idea that Willow does so many looks where her hands are just abnormally long. Like, we're kind of starting to see a trend here. I'm not sure what that says about her, but I love a queen that reaches for the sky with her looks. And also, I'm not sure if this was an intentional reference, but the hands reaching up above her costume very much reminds me of Simone's red finale look from her season. And I know the performance of Lady Camden's look was so amazing and probably will be many of y'all's hottest hots tonight, but I cannot get over the raw serve and creativeness behind this look. It's just jaw-dropping for me, and I love where she took this. It's dark, it's sexy, weird, campy, and fun. Everything that I want out of drag. Willow's look was a hair cut above the rest tonight. This look is hot. And concerning how everything shook out in today's episode. Even though we heard a lot from the Queen's bottoms tonight, there was no bottom 2. RuPaul decided to let everybody have a little breather of fresh, gaseous, farty air, and eliminated nobody. And really, I was fine with this because the judges spent so much time gassing everybody up and giving a lot of compliments to queens that I think they have spent time overlooking and, in some cases, maybe criticizing a little too heavily. And even though there were no bottoms in tonight's episode, there were 2 tops. 2 tops and no bottoms? That's a rare occurrence. Lady Camden and Daya end up lip syncing for the win, and I did react to this lip sync over on my Patreon at patreon.com/Bussy Queen. That's my members only website where my patron family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos, access to exclusive videos, access to the Bussy Queen Discord server, and more. And you can join by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. My general thoughts were, this was a lip sync for the ages. Both Camden and Daya proved that they are superstars, and I just loved that this, from beginning to end, was Lady Camden's episode. She said, "Do you want me to speak up?" Boom. "You want me to give great looks on the runway?" Bam. "You want me to give you what is probably going to be the single best lip sync of the entire season?" Here it is. Eat it up. Splits, jump, camp, drama, comedy. She had it all. She was on fire the entire time and she knew it. And for someone who has been doing so well in this competition yet has yet to secure a win, it felt really right to finally see it happen. So much deserved congratulations to Camden on this win. And my hottest hot on the runway tonight, as you know, goes to Willow. I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hot, and they voted for Lady Camden. See you later. Love you. Bye. I might be a brat, but it's only because I've got daddy issues. Hi, Ugly. It's me, Bussy, and welcome back to Hot or Rat. and today we'll be reviewing episode 8 of RuPaul's Drag Race season 14. Our queens were challenged to divide themselves into 3 60s girl groups: the Shangri-Las, the Brunettes, and the Super Duper Rupremes, in which they were challenged to perform original choreography and write original verses for the new retro hits. Insert name of song here for each group. And the runway category was Heart On. So we'll be breaking all that down and ranking each queen from raddest rat to hottest hot, based on how I thought they did in the main challenge and runway out of a total of 10 flames combined. And we'll also be taking a look at what Daya said on Twitter just a couple of days ago in a heartfelt plea to the fan base. Now, let's achy breaky some hearts. I'm so sad to say it, but my raddest rat tonight is Kerri Colby. Concerning what she did in the challenge, we do see her struggling in rehearsal, and Michelle tells her to stop trying to sound so pretty. And I had such high hopes for her as the episode was going on, but the metaphorical writing on the wall was all over the edit, as we heard about her growing up in a Christian household that wasn't allowed to listen to girl groups like Beyonce and Destiny's Child. And girl, if I've ever heard of modern tragedy, that is one. And as a result of her upbringing, or trying to sound too pretty, as Michelle said, her challenge performance was not crazy, sexy, or cool. From the strange makeup and hair choice to the choreo, the dancing, being in sync, singing, it was all pretty bad. This performance was a rat. Over on the runway, I was dying watching her walk down the runway, but you know, so was she because her heart was on the wrong side of her body. I will say the concept for what she did was one of the more fun ones on the runway tonight. She was supposed to be the actual arteries of the body, I guess dangling from neck to waist length. But what's going on here? It kind of looks like she just got caught in like one of those cartoon nets that villains throw on the good guys when they're running around. And it might have been cool had she put some sort of like red mesh garment under that to hide all of the pieces and parts of the stockings and the panties and the bib titty. But maybe she was just doing the whole no pants thing to honor 2010 Lady Gaga. For this look though, my heart did not beat. It's a rat. Next up, she never runs out of things to say. It's Jasmine Kennedie. Miss Girl was calling out Daya for being two-faced, which they expanded on in the workroom. And then later when she was receiving her critiques from Ru, I almost lost my mind, interrupted her, cut her off. Very Kanye of her. And speaking of Kanye, did anybody actually buy that little stem player thing to listen to Don't Do Too? Anyways, on to Jasmine's challenge performance. So, kind of thought the producing team maybe did her a little bit dirty in this challenge. Because, yeah, her singing was pretty horrible. Why didn't Michelle hear that and say, we're gonna let you talk like we're gonna let Georges talk? But her lyrics were dull and she could have done more. And she just really wasn't in sync with her girl group. In sync. Oh my god, I didn't even intend to make that one. But hopefully she'll do better next week because this was a rat. And on the runway, she is referencing the Aphrodite character from the cartoon movie Hercules, the goddess of love and beauty. And I do think that is a fun, if very obscure reference, especially because the look is really just a pretty dress. I just don't think the 2 hearts placed on the waist and shoulder did a lot to really meet this category beyond like, here's some hearts attached to a pretty dress. I also want to say, I would not have even noticed what was going on with her hair unless her voiceover specifically mentioned it. The thing about these specific type of hairstyles is that I think they can look good in some cases, but one of the things that really finishes this type of style is having that darker colored spray that goes along the hairline to really fill it in and make it look much more full. Because if you have a literal natural hairline going around the front of your face, but then you have literally an entire wig attached to the back, girl, it's not adding up. It's just 2 totally different fantasies. Anyways, the dress is gorgeous. I'm gonna go ahead and give that a hat. But the outfit as a whole is heartly on theme, so gotta give it a rat. Next up, look to the sky. There she is. Deja is the queen that surprised me the most this week. I was really impressed both with her ability to corral Georges and Jasmine and how she actually performed in it. Turns out she's a great singer, pretty good dancer, and the only thing that she was missing, I think, was just a tad bit of oomph in some of the lyrics. But Deja Beyonce'd the hell out of this group, and for that, she deserves a hat. But on the runway, it is always a good week when Deja doesn't bring the entire California King sheet set on the runway with her. And I love that she did a hair up and off of her shoulders. It just totally lifts up her entire silhouette. So like for Deja, yeah, I was really happy to see this look on her. But critiquing this look as a look from any queen on the runway, I think the most unforgivable part of this outfit is actually the way that sock and skirt line meet, leaving like 3 inches of skin there. Oh, it just is giving me like grandma going to church vibes. Why? Why, Deja Skye? Why? And of course, the hearts on her shoulders, well, they barely had enough blood to stay pumped up. This look is a rat. Next up, she's looking good and feeling gorgeous. As I mentioned earlier, Michelle ended up letting her talk through the verse, something that was afforded to no one else, despite being able to sing definitely not being something that drag queens should be asked to do. But because of the talking, Gorgeous did pretty good. Plus she did look confident out there in her group, even if she maybe wasn't hitting some of the choreo like she should have been. And Miss Confidence gets a soft from me tonight. And on the runway, let me just read y'all what Gorgeous was saying in her runway voiceover confessional. You want a heart, bitch? I'll give you a big ass heart. I'm giving you a bra and panty because the bitch could wear it, and you know how the judges are reacting. Like she said nothing. She literally said nothing. Y'all want a How to Rock YouTube video? I'll give you a How to Rock YouTube video. I'm giving you a wig and a top because I can wear that, and you know how you're reacting. But to be honest, maybe you shouldn't have much to say about the look because there's honestly not that much to say about the look. But she's got a heart on and she looks gorgeous, so I'm gonna give this look a soft hot. Next up, the lady Camden. She too, like Kerri and her group, made a strange hair and makeup choice. And the effect of those two, honestly, was kind of scary. But look aside, it actually surprised me that the judges put her in the bottom 3. I didn't particularly think that her verse was bad, or even that she was bad at the choreo. I think it was more so the judges were just looking for that wow factor that they saw last week from her. I thought she did okay though, at least enough to be safe, so I'm gonna leave her at a soft here. And on the runway, somebody call a nurse. She's been shot by a tiny little boy with 2 arrows. This immediately brought me back to Aquaria's little Cupid look, and this look is cute though. I think it fits her silly personality, and it's kind of big, larger than life. It's very kids, campy TV show host kind of vibes. And in that sense, I think it's really fun. And for what it was executed well. So I'm gonna give this look a hot. Next up, Angeria, Paris, London, Texas, Tokyo, Van Drag Queen VanMichaels III. As usual, Angeria slayed the challenge. Her group's song overall wasn't the most inventive. The second 2 groups really just wrote lyrics that matched the chorus of their songs that they were given. Angeria had the look, the voice, the acting and performance of the dance, and all of it completely, supremely done. This performance was hot. And on the runway, she says this is a 60s mod Harajuku Barbie doll fantasy. The good thing about fantasies is they could be anything to anyone. Is it 60s mod? Yes, absolutely. She's got this giant, harshly cut, banged blonde wig on that's like 3 feet above her head, and then she walks out to the end of the runway to reveal the little I heart you on the front of the outfit. And that was really the only way that she met the theme of the runway. Like maybe she was tapping into that Victor and Rolf runway thing from a couple of years ago where they put all those words on the gowns? Or maybe she just had this dress in her closet and wanted to find a way for it to fit the brief. On anyone else, I might have just said that I hate it, but I actually love this look on Angeria. I think it's really fun, fresh, unique, and I mean, my God, at least someone on this runway gave us something exciting. So yes, I do hearts this look. And by the way, the next 3 queens, Willow, Bosco, and Daya, all have 9 out of 10 hot flames from me tonight, and they're being presented here in no particular order. And because of how in sync and great their group was, I'm just gonna critique them as a whole. What they did here was next level legendary. They took this 60s girl group song and then turned it into this creepy stalker song where he gets hit by a bussy at the end. It was weird, it was fun, they took us on a journey, and the only one of this group that I didn't give the full 5 hot flames to was Willow. Her performance style is a little more muted than her 2 groups in this girl group. More muted than her 2 groups. What did I just say? Groups? Girl? But they all get hats. And concerning Willow's runway, well, this is a panty dropper, isn't it? I really enjoy how dumb this look is. And Willow's one of those queens that I think can make a little bit say a lot. Because this really is just random undergarment panties all stuck together on some sort of harness piece. It did take me back to Manila Luzon's leather belt thing where she hopped down the runway as a rabbit. And I enjoyed that reference, if intentional or not. She's probably not a freak in the sheets, cause, you know, by the time she gets all that off, her partner's asleep, but this look is hot. And concerning Bosco tonight, firstly, can we please have a moment of silence for her iconic reads? You put the bottom in lobotomy. And to Kerri, your face is so frozen, but it just asked me, do you want to build a snowman? And of course, when she was talking about Rupaul's will, and said she wanted you all to be her pallbearer so you could let her down on the runway one last time. And on that note, can we also take a moment of silence for Kennedie Davenport's tweet about this? Some ugly beep on this runway. Yes, I can says that. I've had an ugly thing or one on the runway myself. And Bosco on the runway came for blood. She gave us a little vampire fantasy and had several literal interpretations of hearts throughout her outfit in the hairstyling, the cutouts of the dress in the front and back. And to top it all off, I suppose, was also carrying an anatomical heart. She was giving us the weird, the vamp, the camp, the glam. And she's another queen, like Willow, who can make a little really look like a lot. And at the end of the day, I think that is truly the essence of drag. This look is hot. And concerning Daya's runway, the thing I love most about this look is that she put it on. Daya's style is so unique to her. It's all very special, and you've got to appreciate the detailing on everything she does. Like down to a microscopic level. This bitch has clothespins up and down from her shoulder to her wrist. She took the detailing and complexity of the word heart to the highest degree. Eat your heart out, baby. All three of them. This look is hot. And concerning Daya's message to the fans, on February 22nd, she tweeted, "Words matter, let's do better," with the following screenshots of the message written out, writing, "Over the past couple of days, I received some very hateful messages. Messages telling me that I, quote, deserve nothing, not even to live. Messages telling me that I should probably just go ahead and myself." Now, I can usually ignore these comments. I know people only say these kinds of things because they're upset, either upset with how something played out on television or upset with something going on in their own personal lives. However, one thing I cannot ignore is why grown adults in our community think it is okay to say these things to one another. Reading messages like this really made me think back to how I felt as an outcasted kid, a feeling I'm sure many people can relate to. My sisters and I, we are human beings, and regardless of moments that you see while watching the show, regardless of who you're rooting for, regardless of your emotions, thoughts, or opinions, it is never okay to say these kinds of things to another person. And at the end of the day, when we lay our heads down to rest, we are all one and the same. So let's start acting better. Let's be better. Do better. And concerning the tops and bottoms this week, how everything shook out, I pretty much agreed with the judges' decisions. There wasn't a lot to disagree on. The Shangri-Las were hands down the best group, and I thought they were so good that I was kind of upset they didn't just give the win to all three of them. Like, they really deserved it for hitting that one out of the park. But Daya, who was, I think, the most animated of her little girl group, gets the win, and I was very happy for her. Lip syncing, we've got Jasmine and Kennedie, and I did react to these runways and challenge over on my Patreon at patreon.com/Bussy Queen. That's my members only website where my patron family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my channel, access to exclusive videos, access to the Bussy Queen Discord server, and more. And you can join by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. But my general thoughts were that Jasmine did really well in the lip sync, especially for losing one shoe. It could have gone south real quick for her in the edit if she had taken the other one off and then been dancing with none, as we've already seen happen twice, but like, round of applause. She did the damn thing. And Kerri, well, she did good in the face department. Again, just kind of missed the mark on the dancing and choreo, especially when compared with Jasmine. But even though she goes home because she has chocolate, I think we all know her real prize was getting that face seen by millions. I think that she will be a very successful model if that's something she wants to pursue. She's got a face and a body so beautiful and transfixing. If she picked up some trash on the side of the road and told me to eat it, I would, just to impress her. And finally, the moment you've all been waiting for. My hottest on the runway goes to Willow Pill. And yeah, what she did was simple, but it was fashion, irreverent, and memorable. And in the main challenge, I'm gonna give it to my girl, Daya. I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots, and they've chosen Willow Pill for the runway and Angeria in the girl group challenge. But as always, I'd love to know what you thought about this episode. Let me know down in the comments below. Did you agree with the tops and bottoms, and who won and who went home? See you later. Love ya. Bye. And this is my Euphoria audition tape. Hi, ugly. It's me, Bussy, and welcome back to Hot or Rat. And today we'll be reviewing episode 9 of RuPaul's Drag Race season 14. Today our queens are split into teams by Willow Pill and challenged to create and present a DragCon style discussion panel on the topic of men's in the runway category was shoulder pads And today we'll be ranking the queens from rattest rat to hottest hot, based on how I thought they performed in the episode overall, out of a total of 10 hot flames. We've also got some exciting news to discuss concerning our Willowest Pill. Now, with no panel needed on this channel, first up, it's George's. In the main challenge, she stumbled a couple of times, as the judges pointed out, over words like toxic, saying toxative. And if she had played up some of those mistakes and not been so focused on trying to be perfect, she actually could have had a much more successful time. Because the actual story she was telling that we heard about in the workroom and on the panel was a great one, and hearing how her relationship formed and developed with her father over time, despite the early criticisms of some of her behavior, was really beautiful. But just a great story does not a great panelist make. This performance was a rat. And over on the bitty bitty runway, she's giving me very Selena disco vibes. And of course she looks gorgeous, she always does. This didn't really do a lot for me tonight. A, it's a silhouette and type of style that we have seen from Jorgeous many times already in this competition. And B, as the judges pointed out, it wasn't really shoulder pads, it was arm poofs. So many of the other queens chose really fun themes for this runway category, but Jorgeous kept it a little too simple this time. I wanted bigger hips, a bigger breast, bigger shoulders, and maybe a biscuit on the side. This look was a rat. Next up, the last Kennedie, Jasmine. She had similar problems to Jorgeous tonight, and I can't help but wonder if they hadn't been paired together, would they have maybe had a little more success? Because the back-to-back of these two kind of talking in circles, I think wasn't productive for the group or themselves as individuals. Let's not overdo this critique though. It was a rat. Over on the runway, girl, let's give Jasmine some snaps. Some applause for how beautiful that mug and hair looked on her tonight. She painted very age appropriately, and the effect was stunning. But for how stunning she was neck up, I couldn't help but think that this look was almost a bit bobble-headed. I wasn't really sure what this singular one-piece highlighter jumpsuit was doing, and yeah, it had really big shoulders on it, but why? I was just maybe wanting a bit more definition out of this look, because as is, it just kind of looked like one of those giant painter's cards that you would pick up from the hardware store dancing down the runway. Maybe even a belt would have solved that problem? I'm not sure, but the judges loved it, so what do I know? Still gonna give this look a lime green rat, though. Next up, the villain of the season has arrived. Referring, of course, specifically in one particular instance where Daya said that Jasmine was an energy vampire. And y'all, please, for the love of God, just because she is being the villain on reality TV, let's not do crazy things on social media. I'm enjoying it. Let me have this. But for all that talk she had, there wasn't a lot of walk. Daya did okay in the challenge, but I think she didn't know how to, or simply couldn't, play off of her teammates on the panel. So what she did felt very individualistic. And I think the bigger challenge here of this challenge was that the queens work well as a team to enhance each person's performance. And to the detriment of herself, I think she let her ego get in the way just a tad too much in the challenge tonight. So I'm gonna give this performance a rat. And on the runway, General Betty reporting for duty. I said duty. Beep beep boop boop. I love this look. I don't really know what the judges were on about here. I thought it was both a great display of Daya's personal fashion and an excellent adaptation of this runway. She's giving me the Mad Max, end of the world apocalyptic vibes that I didn't know I needed, but I appreciated. One critique here on Daya's look tonight, I think she maybe could have done a little bit more with the pants and boots, because as they really were just pants and boots and pants and boots and pants and boots. But for the bravery she displayed on tonight's episode, Daya Betty, I salute you. This look was hot. Next up, Angeria Paris VanMichaels. In the workroom, we hear that Angeria actually has not done so well on panel style things in the past in pageants, but I think she did a really excellent job of just being herself and mixing in a little bit of professionalism to what she was doing on the panel. For example, she would combine good storytelling about her relationship with Menzies with jokes about how romance now is kind of like a pizza. There's no build up and it just shows up at your door 15 minutes later hot and ready, which is a great point. Where's the chivalry? Angeria's performance was like a pizza. Hot and ready. And on the runway, she says she did a black lip for the kids. And I loved this look. Because now for the second week in a row, she has come out of the runway and I'm sitting there being like, wait, who is that? What are they wearing? Why are they wearing that? Like, I absolutely adore a queen who can give this beautiful pageantry perfection and then switch it up with this kind of avant-garde club kid fantasy for no other reason, by the way, than just to display her versatility without being asked. My only improvements for this look, because of the category being shoulder pads, would have been to make the shoulder pads more of a central piece. Give me the actual reason behind why we're doing this crazy look with the shoulder pads, other than it happens to have shoulder pads. But as is, Angeria served us a check. Mate, this look was hot. Next up, it's lady time. Whee! think Miss Lady struggled to find her footing a little bit in the beginning, especially with that mix-up of Blake Shelton and Blake Lively. But girl, I feel you there. I would take Blake Lively over Blake Shelton any day. But this mix-up was kind of endearing and funny, and I think we got to see a great example of her rolling with the punches there and even turning that Blake Lively mix-up into a joke at the end of the panel. This performance was hot. And on the runway, munch, munch, crunch, crunch. Let's crack some nuts. This runway for Camden felt very right to her whimsical approach to drag. This is stuff that is great on a huge stage like the RuPaul's Drag Race runway. Plus, who doesn't love getting their nuts cracked? My only improvement for this look I would suggest to Miss Camden would be to make those shoulders even bigger. She gave us a couple little stars coming off, but let's blow that up to an entire universe. You get my point there, but the way that she played this runway was definitely right. This look is hot. Next up, the Demon Queen from Seattle, Bosco. It is Bosco. This bitch is not afraid to show us that she knows how to work a mic. Her booking fee after this just went up like times 10. She had a joke pun and setup for every single switch and time that she redirected the panel, which at first I was a little nervous she might be overdoing, but then later realized, oh, well, if she wasn't doing that, then the panel would be falling flat because nobody else was telling a single joke. But that does leave me with the question, is it a valid critique here to maybe suggest for Bosco to have cut off some of George's and Jasmine's speech? Or perhaps was she maybe playing the game a little bit there and letting them self-sabotage? Who knows, but I thought her performance was hot. And over on the runway, Kamehameha. Boom. She came out with some self-proclaimed Dragon Ball Z references and I lived for it. And sure, the look overall, I think is a bit PC, right? The corset bandeau panty boot combo is not necessarily super elevated, but what really made this look for me, and was absolutely necessary, was that jacket with those gorgeous shoulder pad pieces. Full Super Saiyan fantasy. So while most of this outfit was average, power level of that jacket was over 9,000. This look is hot. Next up, Willow Pill. In the challenge, Willow Pill demonstrated she is the funniest person alive. The way she interlaced real stories about her personal life with ridiculous jokes, next level comedy. For example, she's still attracted to men even though she's an anarchist, and she is still a virgin because she only does. And of course, the cherry on top of this multi-layered cake was her talking about her chronic illness not allowing her to give good jobs. Like, girl, if you can't make fun of yourself, how in the hell are you gonna make fun of anybody else? Willow's performance was hot. And on the runway, I smell a rat tail. I'm calling it now. In 6 months' time, we will have legions of gays out at the nightclubs with rat tails. Her runway is giving me business, sex, power, and camp. That hair is so punk, and I love that she took this whole fantasy in this sort of cyberpunk direction. But I do understand what the judges were saying about wanting more out of the category shoulder pads from this look. But in my opinion, the inventiveness that Willow brings to Drag Race is, I think, very much worth rewarding and exploring, even if she needed a little more investment in the size of her shoulder pads. I think this look was hot. And we also have some exciting news from our Whittlest Pill tonight. She took to Instagram a couple of days ago to come out and share her story about her gender identity. This is what she wrote. I want to address some of the things I said in Untucked last week when I talked about my gender identity. It's taken me a long time to come to terms with my transness because so much space has been taken up by my illness. My condition has caused me so much physical and emotional pain that my body became something I always wanted out of. During quarantine, I started to explore my feelings about my illness and unpacked a lot of medical PTSD and self-hatred. But only in the last year have I really started to realize that I'm not happy with my gender identity either. Much of that is due to being on Drag Race and feeling euphoria being Willow for the first time since quarantine and being around a bunch of queer and trans friends on set. I'm still not sure where I fit on the spectrum. For now, I'll just say trans femme. But I also don't have to know now. I want to share this because I felt so lonely keeping this to myself. I've rarely been able to talk to other people with similar stories, though I know there are many out there. I'm so tired of holding my pain in, and if I'm sharing dark bath bomb jokes and my ass cheeks to the TV world, then I also want to share this. For now, I go by Willow in and out of drag with they, she pronouns, though I know this experience isn't linear. I'm starting to finally feel bits of happiness with my face and body, and that's a start. I love y'all so much. And as I've excitedly said in the past couple of weeks concerning Jasmine and Bosco's stories about their gender identities, I'm endlessly happy that Drag Race is allowing this platform now to exist where queens can not only share their stories with other queens on set, but also with the world to help the rest of the LGBTQ community feel a little less lonely. So thank you to everyone who has been brave enough on Drag Race to use their platform in that way. Next up, and bitch, I'm gooped. I'm gooped and gagged that at the top of my list tonight is Deja Skye. We saw the side of her in the beginning of the episode where I'm thinking, she might be going home tonight. We learned about her family upbringing and how her father left when she was young and how her relationship with her mother has been strained for so long because she lives with bipolar disorder and schizophrenia. And after Deja pours her heart out on the workroom table about all of that, Rupaul goes, wow. And then it's like, has anyone been to DragCon? Oh my God. And look, definitely am not at all calling out Ru here or saying anything about how Ru responded or anyone else responded, but that edit was wild. And I do also want to leave open the door there to say it very much could have been an editing choice by the editors and may not necessarily reflect the exact conversation that happened in the workroom. Let's visit Deja's panel. The second Willow picked her, I knew exactly where she was going. I was like, yep, that is the one person of this cast who I would trust with my life to lead a panel. Deja's presentation skills were excellent, and she knew exactly when, where, how, and why to switch the discussion and made it very clear what each queen was talking about. And while she wasn't laugh out loud funny as like Bosco was, I don't think she needed to be because the rest of her team had so many jokes counterbalancing all of that more strict professionalism she brought to the challenge. Deja elevated her team to a higher level tonight, and this performance was hot. And again on the runway. Another excellent night for Deja. And of all the looks on the runway tonight, I think this is the singular one that screams shoulder pads the most. She's giving us a classic Chanel suit, adapted to the shoulder pads runway brief, and maybe intentionally or not, giving us a little Kanye West fashion reference to those looks that he was doing with Lil Pump. The pop culture, I'm living. And I think she dragged up her take on this runway just enough with all the sequins, and she looked beautiful. Plus, I'm glad we're continuing the trend with Deja of seeing more diversity in the looks that she can serve. This look was hot. And concerning the tops and bottoms this week, Bosco actually takes the win. And she did an excellent job moderating her team, but I think the better team was actually Deja's. And for how great her moderation was with them and general direction of how everyone took everything, I kind of thought we should have given it to Deja, especially cherry on top considering the runway. But I think it's no secret that RuPaul's Drag Race really boils down at the end of the day to RuPaul's Make RuPaul Laugh race, and Bosco did a lot of that tonight, so I understand the win there. I personally also would have been thrilled with a win for Willow, who I think excellently commanded every single question she was given on the panel. And for the bottom two, the judges picked Jorgeous and Jasmine, which were the exact bottom two I would have picked, as you can see based on my rankings. I did react to this lip sync the runways and challenge over on my Patreon at patreon.com/Bussy Queen. That's my members only website where you can get exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos, access to exclusive videos, access to the Bussy Queen Discord server, and more. And you can join by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. But in all honesty, they both killed it. This was kind of a lip sync I think their producers really wanted to have, and girl, they saw that opportunity and took it. And the great thing was, this wasn't a forced bottom two like we've seen storylines force bottom twos to get specific lip syncs before. It was a very naturally occurring one. Both of our dancing divas absolutely killed this song, but if I had to take one of these lip syncs to my grave, it would have been Jasmine's. What did it for me was when she did that timed split with the beats of the song going down. Amazing. I did also see a little bit of division online about who won the lip sync, so I took to my YouTube community tab and posted a poll and asked y'all what you thought. And here are the results. And finally, as for my hottest hots tonight. On the runway, Deja Skye. And in the main challenge, Willow Pill. I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots, and in the runway, they've chosen Deja Skye, and in the main challenge, Bosco. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. Hi, Ugly. It's me, Bussy, and welcome back to my channel. Today we'll be taking a deep dive into the Snatch game to answer some questions. Has season 14 of RuPaul's Drag Race brought upon us the death of Snatch Game? Like, what in HE double hockey sticks happened there? And more importantly, should we ever see Snatch Game again? We've got a lot to go over today, but regardless of where we end up, just remember, the winner is, who cares? To start, let's go back to the beginning. Back to when the earth, the sun, and stars all aligned. Wait, too far. 2010 is good. Snatch Game was introduced in season 2 of RuPaul's Drag Race, where Tatiana's Britney Spears and Pandora Box's Carol Channing defined great performances in the genre, and it has since appeared on every season of RuPaul's Drag Race as a main challenge. At its roots, it parodies Match Game, a television competition show originally airing through the 60s and 70s where contestants tried to match answers given by celebrity panelists to silly fill-in-the-blank questions. Hey look, there's Betty White. Is it all making sense now? But Snatch Game is less about being a parody of the TV show Match Game, which was always silly and comedic in nature, and more so a challenge meant to test the parody improv and impersonation skills of the contestants of RuPaul's Drag Race. And since its debut, Snatch Game has been hailed as a fan favorite episode, with average IMDb user ratings of episodes of RuPaul's Drag Race containing the Snatch Game challenge often rating higher than the entire season's average episodic ratings. But more than being loved by fans, Snatch Game is also loved by the franchise and the queens who participate in it. The franchise gets to pocket intellectual property that they can reuse and remonetize for the rest of eternity, and the queens have an opportunity to give an unforgettable performance. Which brings me to my next point of why people love Snatch Game so much. It is often very good and very bad. But let's go ahead and break that down with some data, of which we'll be limiting the scope of our analysis today to the main US-based seasons. Including the most recent catastrophe of a Snatch Game in season 14, there have now been 13 total Snatch Games. They typically appear somewhere in the middle of the season, which translates to appearing in episodes 4 through 6 for the earlier ones, and now 7 or later in these newer, longer seasons. Which means by the time we roll around a Snatch Game, we have 8 to 10 contestants at most left, giving us plenty of opportunity for good and bad. And of course, this next section is subjective, but I attempted to quantify how many queens in any given season we can expect to give great, just okay, and bad performances. And by my count, we can on average expect 2 truly great performances in any given Snatch Game, which is about 23% of the total number of queens participating in the Snatch Game. I count 3 seasons with 3 truly great Snatch Games, and 8 seasons with 2 truly great performances. But the most important piece of data that I've derived from my subjective opinion today is that over half of any given cast on average was straight up bad at Snatch Game. Like, really bad. Like, on average, Snatch Game has just always been a really bad challenge for drag queens entering this competition because it doesn't really test their ability to do drag at all. But I'd argue this is largely by design, or at least a happy accident the producers discovered very early on in the production of this series. The reality of half or more of any given cast being bad at Snatch Game, or even just okay, allows the producers an episode conveniently placed in the middle of this season to justifiably put almost any 2 queens left in the cast into the bottom. And this is perfect for closing story arcs mid-season and opening new ones, building lip-sync assassin narratives, or simply opening up the opportunity to eliminate a queen that they weren't happy with so far in the competition. And the reason all of this is possible is because in Snatch Game, what you see isn't always the truth. The Snatch Game that we see as viewers is a highly edited version of what occurred in the studio that day. It is, in my opinion, the challenge that provides the most warped perception of reality to the viewer. Because in other challenges, viewers can see if choreography is flubbed, lyrics for a verse are written badly, or if a queen's acting was straight up bad. And I'm not saying this show is rigged or trying to spin any wild conspiracy theories. I'm just saying that it is very much both reality TV and a competition. And Snatch Game is just one of those challenges that is never even attempted to be showcased as fair. We never see an equal number of responses given from each contestant, so we never truly understand the full breadth of a queen's performance in Snatch Game. Let's look at a quick example from season 11. Silky, the winner of this Snatch Game, had 5 speaking moments in the final edit, between answering questions directly given to her by Ru and chiming into other queens' responses. Plus, there's a more subtle way the producers can manipulate how you perceive Snatch Game. We also saw 2 confessionals inserted into this Snatch Game from Silky herself, and when you leave this Snatch Game, you feel like Silky absolutely dominated this challenge. And don't get me wrong, I think she was hilarious and did great. But showing Silky with 7 total speaking parts during this Snatch Game, confessionals included, is hardly a fair representation of what actually happened when you look and see that the other contestants got 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 speaking inclusions. The final edit of that Snatch Game is so important, more than it is for any other challenge, in justifying the judges' decisions for a given Snatch Game challenge episode. So to quickly recap this section of the video, queens doing bad in Snatch Game is not only a reality, but an expectation of the producers, which ultimately only helps the producers produce. But that does leave the question, why do fans consistently leave good reviews on episodes containing a challenge where half of the cast is expected to do bad and so much manipulation is possible? And I think the simple answer to this question is that the good performances are often very good, and the bad ones, as I said earlier, are often very bad. And the natural extreme between the good and the bad present in the cast's abilities amplified by that manipulation and editing ultimately feels really rewarding. We have a clear winner and a clear loser. And not only do fans like the dynamic of having the high highs with the low lows, but it's important to remember that having somebody completely bomb Snatch Game is just as good as having somebody do extremely well in the eyes of reality TV. Both types of performances are just as likely to get talked about on social media, and guess what? Rewatched years later. Just look at these Miss Mojo video compilations for Snatch Game performances. Top 10 best and top 10 worst. What ultimately matters is that these performances are unforgettable. And while we're here, let's go ahead and take a walk down memory lane and check out some of these unforgettable performances. On the laugh out loud side, we have Adore's Anna Nicole. Do you like my body? Or Chad Michaels' Cher. I don't know why they keep booking me for these chicken shit gigs. I'm a fucking Oscar winner. Bendela's Maggie Smith. Excuse me, we originated the language. And on the stomach curdling fetal position cringe side, we have Fifi O'Hara's Lady Gaga. Give it twirl, give it twirl, give it twirl. Or Aiden Zane's senile Patricia Quinn that was played so badly, Patricia Quinn sounded off on social media disapproving of the performance. And at the top of my most cringe Snatch Game performances, I think is Alyssa Edwards' Katy Perry, who told RuPaul that she would never kiss a girl when she asked. The only queen, by the way, ever asked to hashtag RuPaulologize on Twitter to the celebrity they impersonated. And yes, that tweet is still up, and yes, I did just retweet it in anticipation of this video. Snatch Game is not only an important pivotal moment in the show for the producers to dip their hand in and manipulate some storyline narratives, but also often a defining moment for a queen's career, which is what makes season 14 Snatch Game so terribly tragic. For the first time ever in a Snatch Game challenge, the judges put everybody into the bottom except Deja Skye, who was given the top winning placement for her portrayal of Lil Jon. Yeah! But why? Because it's not like we haven't seen overall bad Snatch Games before. Season 4's entire Snatch Game was notoriously messy. From Kenya passing out as Beyonce to Snooki smushing the entire lower half of the panel, it was a complete train wreck. But there were two stellar performances in that one, Sharon and Chad's. And it also borne one of the most important quotes, I think, of the entire Drag Race franchise from Latrice. The level of unprofessionalism? Far too much. And I think an interesting statistic that backs up my feelings about good and bad Snatch Games is that IMDb user reviews of Snatch Game episodes, where there are less completely rotted performances and more generally okay ones, are actually rated lower than the Snatch Games where there are both really good and really bad performances. And herein lies the problem with season 14 Snatch Game. It reeked of mediocrity. The only remarkable performance across the entire cast, good or bad, was Deja's. Willow's Drew Barrymore was not enough of a caricature and was, in my opinion, too intellectual. Bosco's Gwyneth had props, but no delivery, on top of the fact that her and Willow kind of played the same type of character. Angeria's Tammy Brown was weird enough, but one note. And Georgia's Alana certainly was not Ilana, but you could tell she at least knew what she was talking about. These queens seemingly answered the questions that Ru was given with no surprises. And sure, the producers could have easily done a top and bottom edit of this Snatch Game, but there were no extreme lows to balance out the extreme high of Deja's performance. So instead of taking a boring L on this season's Snatch Game, I think the producers put their producer hats on and decided the best reality TV outcome of this boring Snatch Game would be to put everybody in the bottom in order to keep people talking online and have at least something to gag over. And in an interesting way, I think this choice by by the producers was actually a choice to not produce and let that mediocrity reign. And of course, the cherry on top here to justify this decision is that they obviously had a lip sync SmackDown planned for some time during this season. Because, spoiler alert, they certainly did not purchase the rights to air on international TV 5 or 6 new songs just because RuPaul didn't like Snatch Game performances. I have seen people talking online about how they thought the entire Snatch Game was a setup to put everybody into the bottom. But for the reasons that we discussed in this video, I don't think that that was an original plan of the producers. I must admit though, there were some interesting things that happened during this Snatch Game that felt a bit off, so let's go ahead and talk through those. The first thing I noticed watching this episode was when RuPaul did his workroom walkthrough, he didn't ask anybody to change their character. This is typically something we always see RuPaul do. And during Snatch Game, RuPaul seemed more disinterested than usual. For example, both Bosco's Yannick Candle and Kombucha drink got blank stares from RuPaul. And so one of Angeria's responses as Tammy Brown, he kind of just says, I have no idea what you said, we're moving on. And when he wasn't not engaging with these queens, he was in some cases, I think, pushing some of them a little harder than he might usually. For example, he volleyed with Willow's intro line as Drew Barrymore until she finally fell flat. And again, I'm not saying that what these queens did in the Snatch Game was funny. I'm just saying it did kind of feel like Ru really was not into what was happening, which is atypical of Ru during a Snatch Game. But did a very bland Snatch Game lead into Ru not being happy with what was happening? Or did Ru's hesitance to engage and understand some of these queens' comedy lead into a very bland Snatch Game? I guess we'll never know. But all things considered, I really don't believe in some giant conspiracy about this episode. I just think RuPaul's Drag Race wants to make the most interesting and dramatic TV as possible. And if the contestants aren't willing to or can't provide the most dramatic and interesting TV possible, then the producers are gonna look for a way to make that happen. Was it the right choice though? Let me know what y'all thought down in the comments below. This was like the 5th episode of the season without an elimination, and we are on episode 10 and still have 8 queens left. To put some perspective on that, season 8 was already at their grand finale on 10. Either way, it's no secret, this Snatch Game sucked. But is it dead? Did season 14 kill it? This cast might have mangled its body and tossed it into a river, but no, I don't think they killed it. And I certainly don't think that because of what happened in this Snatch Game, the challenge will be going anywhere in the future. However, if evaluating Snatch Game's life force on the ability of it to test a drag queen's ability to do drag, then yeah, it's dead, and it always has been. It's not even good at testing whether a queen can win Drag Race. Only 3 queens in the main series who won Snatch Game went on to win the crown of the season. Jinx, Aquaria, and Bob, by the way. Which leads me into our final question. Should we see Snatch Game again? Absolutely. Even if it tests nothing other than a queen's ability to make RuPaul laugh, the moments that we have gotten from this challenge, both amazing and amazingly cringeworthy, are worth risking it all for. And the winner is, who cares? See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. We've got to be quick. My husband could be back any second. Hi, Ugly. It's me, Bussy. And welcome back to Hot or Rat. And today we'll be reviewing episode 11 of RuPaul's Drag Race season 14. Our 7 bottoms from last week's Snatch Game episode were challenged to a lip sync smackdown, but not for the crown, as punishment. Ooh. And Deja Skye got in full drag to sit on a couch and watch the other girls fight, much like I do every week. And instead of reviewing our lip syncs in the order of which the fickle finger of fate flicked them onto our screens, we'll be ranking them from raw-est rat to hottest hot. And for each lip sync as we go along, you'll see a little poll in which I asked my patrons to vote on which queen they thought deserved the win from that respective lip sync. And after breaking down all those lip syncs, we'll be taking a look at Kornbread's latest announcement about returning to season 15, or not. Now, let's smack some lips. First up, and no offense by the way, we've got the first lip sync of the episode, Jasmine versus Daya. Jasmine's bingo ball was the first to be chosen tonight, and she actually chooses to lip sync against Daya, which wasn't really a surprise to me considering the little rivalry that they've had going on. And here we also learn that not only will each queen be able to choose their opponent this SmackDown, but the opponent will be the one choosing the song, which I think were fun twists that allowed us to see into the psychology of the queens that we will see actually play into their decision making in the later lip syncs. But for this song, Daya chooses Respect by Aretha Franklin. And I was sitting there thinking, I'm not sure that I would choose that song for either of those queens. Especially considering Daya was dressed like a scene kid. Side note, I loved that hair. But back to the lip sync. I did notice that the first part of this lip sync edit was heavily focused on Daya, but probably for good reason. She was giving us a focused, severe, and appropriately serious lip sync to this song that doesn't necessarily demand serious seriousness, but demands a certain RESPECT. Jasmine's energy, by contrast, was really frantic. She was throwing herself all over the stage into splits and jumps, and like what she was doing looked really cool and definitely showed off her dancing chops, but I'm not so sure that the sexual energy she was bringing to this Aretha Franklin song fit the category of what was being asked. And that's not to say that Daya perfectly fit the song for me either. She felt a little stiff here, but I think the moment that she 100% secured her win is when she was doing that little sidestep dance in front of Jasmine while she was looking like Gumby, twisting and turning all over the floor. All things considered, Daya's lip sync was solid, and I think she deserved the win here, and she gets a very safe hot for me. Jasmine's energy in this lip sync, while cool to watch, gets a Side note, are they feeding the girls this season? Because Miss Daya went for a fly on her drink straw in Untucked after she won her lip sync. And need I remind you, if she had successfully eaten said fly, this would have been the second insect she's eaten this season alone. Is Daya secretly a lizard clone? You heard it here first. And my fifth favorite lip sync tonight was Angeria versus Jasmine Kennedie to Love Don't Cost a Thing by Jennifer Lopez. So this lip sync among the Drag Race fandom was, I think, the most contentious decision made by the judges tonight. However, I'd argue that what they did was pretty justified. From the outset, I would say the matchup was pretty fair. This was both queens' second lip sync of the night. And generally speaking, I don't think either of them perfectly matched the energy of the song, but the overall result was, I think, very similar to the Daya and Jasmine lip sync, and that all the winner had to do was serve a consistent, clear, and concise performance. Angeria did that. Nothing she did was flashy or over the top, but in every instance, she was proving that she knew the lyrics and knew where to add certain amounts of attitude. There was also a really interesting quality that Angeria has when she lip syncs. I noticed that she kind of looks like above the judges. And I'm not criticizing that as a bad lip sync quality or anything. I just thought it was really interesting. I've never seen anybody do that. Maybe that's from the pageant world? Not sure. But while Angeria was busy giving a really clean lip sync the entire time, Jasmine's first half of the song was really a little too messy, I think. Too frantic, too much of that whoa, 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 I'm a crazy dancer type of vibe. Like, I think she really did think the way to prove herself in all of these lip syncs was to bang out some kind of crazy dance trick every half step. It wasn't until halfway through the song when they slowed it down with that little reverb on J-Lo's time that actually I think Jasmine really started to nail it. I'm specifically referring to that 8 or so seconds when she was moving her body in that really hot and sexy way the Diabetic commented on. If Jasmine had been giving that type of energy the entire lip sync, like the entire first half, with that slower, more restrained kind of dancing, I think she could have won. Another pro working here in Angeria's favor was that she was giving us a completely different lip sync from her first one, which was the threesome. Whereas again, Jasmine really started off the first half of that song with the exact same energy that she was giving RESPECT. And to touch briefly on the lyrics again, they did make a big point, actually, in Untucked with the queens discussing Jasmine not knowing a part of the song, and the editors even focused in on her not knowing the lyrics to another section of the song. All things considered though, I think they excelled in different ways tonight, and I've given them both 3 very safe hot flames for this lip sync. And in fourth place for me tonight is actually the second lip sync of the evening, Willow versus Bosco. And Willow actually has a couple of different strategies in choosing Bosco as her lip sync partner here in this song. A, she's got her cards held close to her chest, and the rest of the cast doesn't necessarily know how she's going to be performing on stage. And I think she knew not only would Bosco choose the song she wanted, which was never too much, but I think choosing Bosco was also strategic because she didn't want her energy to be compared to the dancing chops of somebody like Georges or Camden, and technically speaking at this point in the competition, Angeria was still a wild card as well. And concerning my critique for these two queens, I think Deja nailed it when she said that the beginning of Bosco's performance at least could have been to any song, while Willow started off immediately tailored and specifically performing to this song. And that's not to say Bosco did bad, I just don't think that she brought a lot of custom choreo to this song despite it being her go-to karaoke jam. And seeing Willow being the silly, campy, funny queen that she is all of a sudden turn this lip sync into a more serious and moody performance was really fun. And I think the moment that she really secured her win in this lip sync was when she was doing that air guitar. Anytime you see RuPaul laughing at something the girls are doing during a lip sync, girl, you know that they got the win. Willow gets a stellar 5 hot flames for me for this performance, and Bosco really I don't think did bad to this song. She just had a really tough opponent, so she also gets a very safe 3 flame hot from me in this one. And as a reminder, I did react to these lip syncs over on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website where you can join to get exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos, access to exclusive videos, access to the Bussy Queen Discord server, and more. And you can join by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. And right in the middle for me tonight is the threesome. How appropriate. Which was chosen by the fickle finger of fate. If this lip sync had been only 2 queens, it probably would have been higher on my list because the performance that Jorgeous gave, which we'll get into here in a second, was phenomenal. I just think that it's really difficult to showcase 3 queens on a small stage like that accurately and appropriately, so that's why it didn't get higher tonight for me. The song Jorgeous, Angeria, and Lady Camden performed to is Radio, which Jorgeous chose by the luck of the bingo ball. From the literal second that the song started, I was betriveled, as Jasmine would say, at Jorgeous's performance. I don't know what her method for learning choreo is, but like, she just looks so effortless when she busts all that out. I mean, there have been a ton of amazing performers hit the Drag Race stage and show us how lip syncs can be truly magical. But I think it's gotten harder over time to do that because we've seen a lot of the tricks and we've seen a lot of lip sync styles. Jorgeous, on the other hand, I feel like every time she hits that stage brings a level of professionalism that we simply haven't seen before in lip syncs. And effortlessness, I might add. So she gets like a 5 flame hotter than hot, hot as hell from me in this lip sync tonight. The other 2 though didn't do that bad either. I noticed Angeria put up a really good fight on this song and she was hitting some of that choreo really hard too, like that little moment where they almost like hit each other. And when they hit the shablams together. Let's give credit where credit is due. Angeria killed this lip sync as well. So she gets a 4 flame hot, and Camden, I think was missing a little bit of energy in this song, or at least not hitting the correct vibes. She was very much going for a campy approach to this song, which really does need, I think, those tight choreographed movements like Angeria and Jorgeous were giving. Turning all of Beyonce's lyrics into silly mimed jokes, I think just wasn't appropriate for this particular song because it's so high energy. But the second lip sync in my list tonight is an excellent reprieve for Lady Camden. Her name was drawn by the bingo ball and she chooses Bosco to lip sync against. And I am guessing here that she definitely was playing the same game Willow was, knowing that Bosco would probably choose the song she wanted. And I think there also was an element there knowing that choosing Bosco again would maybe trigger a little bit of fear and memory about what had just happened in the last lip sync with Willow. These queens were strategizing the house down and I loved it. This lip sync, I've got to say, blew me out of the water. Mostly because it was so shocking to see how much of a chameleon Lady Camden truly is. Every time she's got to do something or apply herself, she pulls out a new set of cards to play. The performance she gives to Don't Let Love Go by En Vogue is a totally different one from the one she gave in Radio, and a totally different one from the one that she gave earlier this season against Daya to Blondie's song. The bitch's versatility is unmatched, and her varied approach to her performance I think is really what allowed us as audience members and the judges to see that she was the clear winner of this lip sync. Like, she felt every lyric beat and moment of this song and it was beautiful. Bosco did super well as well though, don't get me wrong, but I kind of felt her doing that thing like she did in her first lip sync against Willow where it was taking her a second to warm up to the actual vibe and feeling of the song. Like, she kind of just started with that same I'm dancing, I'm here, and I'm hot stuff that she does, but when she did get into the groove, it was very groovy. 5 hot flames for Camden and 4 for Bosco here. And my favorite lip sync of the evening was the finale. We've got Bosco versus Jasmine, lip syncing to Swept Away by Diana Ross. This was an incredible moment for both of these queens. They both start out on the floor, seductive, sensual, and immediately showing us that they are doing something different from the past 2 lip syncs, which was, I think, crucial for our reception of Bosco lip syncing this 3rd time around. And Jasmine's, I might add, is it was super important that she didn't just do that same frantic dancing again. What took Bosco's performance in this lip sync to a 5 for me though was the floor dancing with her legs the 2nd time around. What she was doing felt new and fresh for the evening, exactly what she needed to do that late in the game of this episode. And I've got to say, had Jasmine got back on the floor too, it would have been a much tougher call. But as you've seen from my hot flame ratings tonight, I was really impressed by a lot of the lip syncs. These bitches may not know how to volley with Rue, but goddamn can they dance. And Jasmine does end up at the end of the episode revealing that she has chocolate. Wow, wow. But I really don't think that she has any reason to feel bad about what she's done throughout this season. I mean, oh my God, she has proved herself an incredible performer. I think her biggest setback in terms of her performance on RuPaul's Drag Race as a whole was really just her age. She's so young. There are a lot of young queens this season, but I think once some of that maturity hits her and she transforms into a fully grown woman, she will be unstoppable and surely back on All Stars with those lip sync skills. And you saw from my ranking that my favorite lip sync was the last one, but I did also ask my patrons to vote on their hottest hot, and tonight they've chosen Willow versus Bosco. Again, I just want to congratulate the queens on a stellar lip sync smackdown. I think there was a lot of fire in their eyes tonight, especially because this was like mid-competition and it felt like weeks since anyone had gone home. They were all feeling the burn. Now grab the butter, it's Kornbread time. Kornbread actually grabbed my attention directly on Twitter this week when she tweeted this. My run on season 14 was nothing short of amazing. Unfortunately, I will not be returning to season 15 of RuPaul's Drag Race. Great things ahead. I love and appreciate you all for the support. Let's make magic. Followed up with, and no, I'm not on anybody's All Stars. Wasn't my decision, smiley face. And then said, also, hey Bussy Queen, I'm a fan. LOL. Hey Kornbread, I'm a fan too. Fans of fans of fans of fans of fans of fans. And as exciting as it was to see her talking about me on Twitter, it of course was devastating to hear that she wouldn't be returned to season 15 of RuPaul's Drag Race. I think she was one of the most highly anticipated potential cast members of that season. Next to me, of course. I didn't apply, don't worry. Or maybe I did. I didn't. But maybe. No. She did clarify her reason for not appearing on season 15 though in a later tweet that day, saying, all you need to know is in here. I said it when I first left the show and they reiterated. A bitch just wants to focus on her transition, with a link to an Entertainment Weekly article which was really just talking about her original tweets about not appearing on the season 15. So again, it doesn't really seem like there's any crazy drama there. It really just seems like she wants to focus on herself. And I can imagine that she'll only be a fiercer competitor on a potential future season of All Stars or something, with time to grow as a performer. So while I'm sad that we won't be seeing her next spring, I'm extremely happy for her and her journey. The Entertainment Weekly article also did talk about her doing a little bit of acting gigs. It seems that she's going to be in one of the scenes from Hocus Pocus 2 coming up. And if you'd like to support Miss Snack, she did also share with us that she is back on Cameo, so go send her some love. And by love, I mean hard cold cash. See y'all later, love ya, bye. RuPaul watching Bosco open the gold bar, take 1. Oh my god! Hi, ugly. It's me, Bussy, and welcome back to Hats or Rat. And today we'll be reviewing episode 5332 of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 14. Our queens were challenged to sing and dance in the new musical, Moulin Rouge. And the runway category was Mirror, Mirror on the Wall. Actually, that wasn't the category. The runway category was Mirror, Mirror. And today we'll be ranking our queens from hottest rat to hottest hots, based on how I thought they did in the episode, with 5 possible flames for the challenge and 5 for the runway. And we've got so many juicy details to break down today. But first, a moment of silence for that clown musical that they put the Canada's Drag Race Season 2 girls through. Now it's time for the big reveal. First up, I just knew she was into pups. It's Deja Skye. In the challenge, I thought the judges got her critique spot on. Deja was there and doing a solid job, but she really didn't turn all the way on until she got her little rap solo, and I loved that part. And there have been several moments throughout this season so far where Deja just really turns on. This was one of them. Unfortunately, it just wasn't for the entire challenge, but I think what she did here was very solid, so I'm gonna give her a very safe 3 flame score in the musical. And on the runway, you know what I really like about this look? Look over there! So I wasn't totally sure what was going on here, and honestly, I'm not sure she knew what was going on there either. In her confessional, she says, that's not what she says. That's what I said. She says, I have a holographic cage kind of thing going on. And I was like, yes, you do have a holographic cage kind of thing going on, mama. Serve. Again, the question is why? I don't know. It really didn't fit the theme, mirror, mirror, but I did like the crown piece, and that I guess she was actually carrying a mirror. I was actually looking tonight at how beautiful her mug is. I think she's one of the best painters in this cast, and I just really want her to take that attention to detail that she puts in her makeup and apply it to the runways. And I know she's already there with all of her looks, so maybe it's a little too late this time, but looking forward, something she could think about. This look is a rat. And honestly, Nerve was the perfect character for her in the musical because it do take nerve. It really, really do. Next up, Helotus. Helotus. Hello, Dish. In the musical, her role was talent. And I've got to say, throughout the entire musical, she did a great job dancing. The only issue that she had, I think, throughout the musical, and often while she performs, is sometimes it seems like she just kind of turns her face off while her body is going and contorting and doing these crazy dance moves. She needs a little more emotion going on while she was actually performing in the musical, and I think that's what the judges were missing there. Because the critique that she actually got from the judges was that they didn't get talent from her character, which was supposed to give talent, I guess. I feel like that wasn't really her fault and could have actually been translated maybe a little bit better in the choreo, like with a cartwheel or a couple splits. Like, God knows she could have pulled that off. But as the judges were saying, they were truly splitting hairs in this musical because I thought everyone did so well. Georges also gets a hot. And on the runway, she's giving spooky, scary, reflective. It's an interesting, different look from her. I didn't love it, but I love that she tried something new. With some revisions, this maybe could have been taken to the next level. The actual skeleton cage dress thing, I think, was a really cool piece, but something about that boot line hitting the dress line just really bothered me. Had that dress been draped over some latex tights going all the way from the boot, like past that dress line, I think it really, really could have been a sexy mamacita look. But it was heavy metal and reflective. So I'm gonna leave this look at a warming. Next up, it's Bosco. Bosco. Okay. Miss Bosco and Camden found themselves a little bit of a kerfuffle this week as they were fighting over the lead role of Saltine. Bosco didn't back down, and kind of unfortunate because she maybe should have. It's not that she did bad. I just wanted her moves to be a little bit bigger, more theatrical and in character. Because it kind of felt like Michelle said, honestly, the judges were on it tonight. She really just was Bosco in this role, and she nailed the choreo and the lip syncing, and nothing about it was wrong. It just wasn't at that next higher elevated level where some of the girls took it tonight. But kudos to her for what she did do. I think her strongest section was the little duet she did with Leland. I'm gonna leave this at a 3 flame safe hot. And over on the runway, she says she's giving us a little Mugler Tin Man slam piece. We have seen this look in 10 different flavors from Bosco on the runway pretty much every single week, and we all know that. She knows that. It is what it is. But for doing this exact same thing every single week, this is definitely the best iteration of what she's been doing. And I definitely want to compliment the thematic thing that she has going on with this look that she brings into many of her others, which is the spikes, which, you know, we also see in her eyebrows. I think had we not already seen this look in 50 different shades of black prior, we might have been a little more excited for it, but for what it was, I thought it hit the theme well, and she looked great in it. I loved also the detail of her oiling up her body to give her skin that metallic look, which just perfectly finished it off. This look was hot. Next up, I do believe in fairies. I do believe in fairies, especially little green wood nymph fairies. It's Willow Pill. In the challenge, I was gooped and gagged that no one else was fighting for this role. It clearly was the best of them, I thought. Like, girl, you get to skip the entire opening part of the musical, first of all, and then you get to come in midway through when everyone's tired as hell and you've got this fresh burst of energy, and then you can just dance the house down boots in a solo and blow everyone away. Plus, it's a role that taps into Willow's, I think, smart but stupid humor that she really puts into a lot of what she does. And I know I spend a lot of time blowing smoke up her ass, but bitch, I love Willow Pill, and I think she did so phenomenal this week, and every week she just proves she is so versatile. She can do so many different things, and girl, we're looking for the top 4. I think she's gonna be in it. This performance was hot. But over on the runway, the reviews are in, and this one kind of fell flat for me. I didn't understand where she was going with the mirror mirror concept, because if you are gonna, I think, pick silver and just kind of say, oh, it's reflective, then it needs to be as reflective as the chrome pieces that Bosco wore. And the outfit was cute, don't get me wrong, but I also feel that it was missing a little bit of polish. A little bit of polish. Because usually we see these really artsy, fun, and weird looks from her that could go into that artsy, craftsy zone, but she has a really great eye for detail that elevates them every single time. Like, you know, her mushroom look that she did last week, or was it the week before? I don't know, I'm losing track. And this one just wasn't the explosive grand finale that I hoped it would be. It's gonna be a rat. Next up, it's lady time. Lady Camden. So while I was watching the episode, I didn't really think too deep into the fight between Camden and Bosco, but here we are, and I'm reflecting, mirror, mirror, thinking about what may or may not have happened, and if what we saw really was the truth. And what I'm getting at is that it just didn't really make a lot of sense to me that Camden would want that saltine role. Because was it a leading role? Yes. But the role that she actually got, Mama Z, was, I think, just as much of a leading role and also way more up her alley. I just feel like that role was A, written for her, and B, that she probably wanted it from the jump. And maybe that little fight that they had was manufactured. I don't know. Conspiracy theory time? Woo! Anywho, real or not, the fight between them was really entertaining, and the steamy little workroom drama that they boiled up was fun to watch. So thank y'all ladies for that. And in the Rusical, she nailed it. I did think it was interesting to see her bring all those ballet movements into this role though. I maybe was thinking something a little gruffier with that character kind of playing into that gender bending fantasy, and I think she was very feminine in the role, but it still worked. And she did an excellent job of playing up the camp factor of the entire character. Like her big theatrics and body movements and the way she moved her arms and legs when she was talking, especially in the character talk dancing, I guess, were my favorite parts. The same parts. Camden was a 5-star ringleader. This performance was hot. And over on the runway, we've got a queen on the moon. So she's giving us gaseous, reflective planet, a reference to The Little Prince. A cute little story about looking beneath the surface to find the realness beneath. She also was giving me a little bit of Dr. Seuss Cindy Lou Who with that hair doing that big giant swoop thing. And for what it's worth, I did enjoy this look a lot on the runway. It was silly and fun, whimsical, certainly was different, but it was missing a little bit of polish and finesse. Like, I know there were a lot of little reflective shards on that jacket, but I think there needed to be even more, and there definitely needed to be more on the legs. I kind of felt like she finished the top half and then just let the pants do their own thing. This gassy little girl did not pass go and did not collect a hot tonight. It's gonna be a rot for me. Next up, shake the dice and do not steal the rice. I feel like they went out of their way to replace the little Santino phrase there, right? Like it just felt a little too referential, but like, we're not gonna say it because we don't wanna say it type of thing. Lick it up. Angeria's character in the Rusical was charisma. Perfect for Angeria. Literally one of the most charismatic queens of the entire cast already, and in the role, I thought she did a great job. There really weren't a lot of moments for the CUNT roles to shine, and honestly, I think a lot of how those roles ended up was totally dictated based on the choreography they gave them. Like Deja walking the pit crew like dogs was really just a choreo choice, and that cool stuff could have been put into these other roles, but really wasn't. But while not all roles were made equal in the Rusical, I think she did an excellent job with what she was given. So this performance gets a very, very nice for me. On the runway, she says she is giving us the shape that all the girls be mad at. All the shapes, all of the little rectangles and octagons and pentagons and what are other shapes? Triangles? Squares? And of all the looks tonight, I think she had one of the most expensive looking and maybe most on theme looks. I definitely got that reflective factor with those blue holographic shapes that were giving that beautiful silhouette to her body. And I thought the crown on her head, girl, let's just say the crown sits well on that hair. And can we look real quick at the length of the dress, how it perfectly hits the floor? So many times on Drag Race, the girls bring these gowns that are just like 1 or 2 inches too short. We don't need to name any names here, but like this is how the gowns should be fitting. This look even kind of reminded me of the lumpy space princess from Adventure Time, except like blue holographic and hard line, not lumpy queen. All of that is to say I loved this look and I thought it was hot. And next up at the tippity top of my list tonight is Daya. In the main challenge, I was shooketh, I am shaking. I'm actively shaking my boots off, mama, yes, God. Help me. Every single time that camera was on her, she was in character. And not just in character, but fully embodying the idea of Moulin Rouge and the music and doing every little movement with her entire body. It was phenomenal what she was doing, truly. I probably watched the Rusical 3 or 4 different times, and every single time she was drawing my eye. In a background role, no less. I understand why she didn't win the challenge. We'll talk more about that here in just a second, but she really, really, really had a great night tonight, and I was impressed. This performance was hot. And over on the runway, we have another choppy mullet from Daya. That is the first thing I noticed on this look, and I'm like, girl, do we not have any other wigs? For as many times as we've seen Bosco in black panties, we have seen Daya in a choppy mullet. The other thing with the mullet here, sorry I have to go on about it again, is that like, I just thought it was too small because the outfits and all the spikes were so huge. She needed a hair that was like 3 feet taller, and that wouldn't have been off-brand for Kiss either. Would have been very appropriate. Enough about the mullets though. The look itself was a great one. It's Kiss inspired. Oh my God, I kind of wondered if the younger kids watching Drag Race even know who Kiss is. But yeah, this look was true to Daya's style and very much applied to the runway theme, mostly. I mean, it was like chrome spikes, but was it really mirror mirror? I also didn't love the cape on this. It's all too short. But overall, this look was hot. I know sometimes I might sound a little critical about challenges or runways, but that is because I am comparing the girls to themselves. Like, I'm not speaking about their challenge performances and runways in a vacuum. I am talking about what they did on the episode, and when we take a step back and look at how phenomenal that Rusical was, it truly was the best Rusical I think the Drag Race franchise has ever put on. The music, the choreography, the characters, the length was good. Like, it was so long, but it was so entertaining. There were ups, there were downs, there was Leslie fucking Jordan. And the fact that Bosco and Jorgeous ended up in the bottom for what they did, I mean, they did great. And, you know, that is, I think, a testament to how good this cast is at this point in the competition. But let's talk real quick about Bosco and Jorgeous being in the bottom. Firstly, Jorgeous just gave us one of the most iconic reads that I think I've ever seen. Definitely in the Hall of Fame of reads. Ru was asking everyone who they thought should be in the bottom. They all said Bosco, and she says Jorgeous and mentions Jorgeous' track record, and then Jorgeous' rebuttal. She says, and if we're gonna talk about track records, then Bosco was in the bottom 3 times in one episode last week. I screamed. I screamed. This is also the bottom 2 that I would have picked just looking at the challenge, but I also think this was just another week that proves runways really truly never matter in this show, because if they did, I think Deja would have slipped into that bottom placement. And we know the real reason that Rupaul put Jorgeous and Bosco in the bottom is because he wanted to see Bosco and Jorgeous lip sync again. And I did react to that lip sync over on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website, where my Patreon family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos, access to exclusive videos, and access to the Bussy Queen Discord server. And you can join by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. And my final thoughts on this lip sync are, Bosco had better facial choreography, but Jorgeous had better dancing choreography. And I think Jorgeous' dancing overall was more versatile than what Bosco was showing. She started off a little more unique than she ended, but I don't know, I just kind of feel like we saw a lot of those dance moves in the lip sync SmackDown last week, whereas Jorgeous somehow found a way to whip some new shit out. And to Bosco's credit, I want to say that lip sync edit was heavily focused on Jorgeous, so we kind of missed a lot of what Bosco did or didn't do. Blame it on the edit? You're the one that said it. And our winner this week was Lady Camden, which I thought was very appropriate. It would have been hard, I think, to justify the win for Daya, as amazing as she did, because her part was so small, and Lady Camden really did that. Like, not only did she take a role that she didn't necessarily want to do, but she absolutely killed every single part of it, and was the glue for the whole Moulin Rouge Rusical. And we finally, this episode, did reach a conclusion to the chocolate bar saga. Bosco did not sashay away because, in fact, she had the gold bar. Was that good? I just love the idea that RuPaul, having executive producer credits on RuPaul's Drag Race, fully knew who was gonna have the gold bar the whole time, and absolutely knew that Bosco was gonna unwrap for that episode. In my thoughts on the chocolate bar, I was really excited that Bosco was ultimately the one that got to open the gold bar, but it is pretty crazy that we are, 2 episodes away from the finale, and we still have 7 queens? Even the queens themselves are feeling it, and this is what Bosco said at Roscoe's viewing party when she unwraps the chocolate that they apparently cut.
And they cut this out, but after I opened it, I was kind of cry laughing, and I screamed, no, this season's never gonna fucking end. And they didn't keep it in, but I kind of wish they had.
But before we go, I do actually have one last little conspiracy theory for you. The runway was mirror mirror, and the chocolate bar they unwrapped was gold and reflective. Think about it. And finally, the moment you've all been waiting for. Hottest hats. In the challenge, I'm gonna give it to Lady Camden, and on the runway, Angeria Paris VanMichaels. And I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots, and turns out they've also got great taste. Their hottest musical performance was Ladies, and on the runway, they gave it to Angeria. See you later. Love ya. Bye. And I sat there thinking, maybe I was the pageant queen all along. Hi, ugly. It's me, Bussy, and welcome back to Hot or Rat. And today we'll be reviewing episode 13 of RuPaul's Drag Race season 14. Our queens were challenged to roast the hilarious Ross Matthews, and on the runway, the category was too much. And we'll be ranking our queens from raddest rat to hottest hots based on how I thought they did in the episode. Scored out of a total 10 flames, 5 for the runway and 5 for the challenge. And this episode starts with all of our queens talking about the impending arrival of the finale. Yet, we still have 7 girls. So in a shocking twist, RuPaul gave the chop to 2 of them. Now in the words of famed comedian Geometric, let's knock some rocks together so we can start a fire and get this roast a cooking. Am I right? Oh, we really did not get that this episode, did we? Coming in at the rottest of my rots tonight is Deja Skye. So this episode did start by reminiscing on the lip sync assassin title that RuPaul kind of gave her pretty early on in the season. Unfortunately, or fortunately for her, we never got to see if that title would ring true later. Until now. But more on that at the end of today's video. In the roast, all I can really say about her jokes were that they were weird. I really don't know how else to describe them. But I think what really did me in for Deja was like the sound effects that she was making. For example, when she was talking about Michelle washing herself, and then the barking that she did for Ross Matthews, and the air horn that she did. What was that? She was like a live soundboard. And maybe she was just trying to tap into her successful Lil Jon from Snatch Game, but that was a big mistake. Honey, you got a big storm coming. I was also shocked that she heard Michelle and Dulce tell her, do not use this joke, do not use that joke. Yet, she used those jokes anyways. Now that is comedy. Deja's roast was a rough rat. And over on the runway for too much, she really gave too little. Too Lil Jon? I will say though, generally speaking here, she looks really pretty and put together, even if, you know, the garment is a little unfitted. I think what she was really missing here was a concept. So many of the other queens reached for the sky while she stayed on the ground floor. And on TV, boring is pretty much the worst mistake you can make, even if you look pretty. This look was a rat. Next up, you say hello to this, I say goodbye to this. Or I should say RuPaul says goodbye to this. Cute exit line. Anyways, this Rose kind of had me fooled at first, because I found myself laughing at her jokes, but then I realized after the second or third time through that I was actually laughing at her, not with her, which is really not the kind of comedy that you want to be giving in RuPaul's Drag Race Comedy Challenge. I will say though, Jorgeous was one of the only queens to truly go in on Ross, like harder than anybody else. There was the turkey gobble joke and also the weight joke about losing the baby that I guess Michelle gave her. All misses in her comedy set considered though, I will say there were a couple of hits, and RuPaul was laughing at her as well, even if I think it was at her and not with her. But for all the funny moments, the editors sure were ready to add some little shady zing noises every time she said something. But alas, editing tricks or not, this was a rat. And over on the runway, she has a tutu on. Is it too much? No, it's not, but it's something. Michelle enjoyed this, of course, because it's kind of an 80s reference with the Madonna-esque vibes that Michelle pointed out. I was also getting maybe a little Janet Jackson inspiration with the leather and the chains, but I didn't totally understand why she styled what was essentially a pretty tutued tulle cocktail dress with these harsher biker accessories. Like, what was the full storyline of what was happening? It kind of felt to me that she just wanted to switch it up on the runway and not just give a pretty dress, and this is where we ended up. Like, had she, for example, put some of that leather and chains and all of the, you know, butch excitement of the butchiness into the tutu, maybe this could have been a more cohesive look. Plus, I feel similarly to Jorgeous as I did about Deja tonight. It's pretty, but it's not really too much. Give me more. Give me more. This was a rat. Next up, I've been dying to taste her roast. It's Daya, Betty. You know, Daya kind of shocked me with how painfully unfunny this was, but I don't think it was just the nerves that she announced she had at the beginning of her roast when she told the judging panel that she was terrified. It really was the drum and droll of all the words that she was using and the setup that she was building and the things that she was saying and the you get my point. It just felt like there were so many layers of this onion that you had to grab onto. Okay, I'll stop and peel back before you actually found the joke. But when we finally did get to those punchlines, there were some okay zingers in there. However, for those funny jokes that there were, they were ruined for me as a viewer by hearing them in rehearsal, which I do want to say probably was an editing trick to dull the effect of her comedy roast. But as we heard it, this roast was over-marinated, overthought. It was an overwrought. On the runway, what is she wearing today? She said her too much look is made out of recycled materials, which I was a little confused by at first. Maybe she was saying that like the world's consumerism habits are too much and there's too much waste, so let's use the too much waste to create an outfit? She was also playing, I think, into the too much part by wearing those heels that brought her like 11 more inches too tall. I will say, this look was not as impactful as it maybe should have been, and I think that was mostly because of the stage lights. Some of the pinks and golds in this look really just faded away, and it wasn't until the cameras zoomed in that you could see all those really great details. For example, the hair being woven into a hem of the jacket, all those carefully placed bows, and the distressed tights. Oh, and Deja's crown from last week's runway that she, I guess, recycled into this look. There is something I'm still wanting Daya to do with proportionizing because she is such a tall, gorgeous glamazon, and that tallness and height I think requires a special attention to blowing out the proportions of the other parts of the outfits and clothes that you're wearing. But don't get me wrong, the bitch is stunningly hot. Next up, Angeria Paris. It's not that your jokes aren't funny, I'm just not laughing. VanMichaels. In the roast, I was so excited for Angeria because she gives us so many funny little confessionals, and every time the camera pans over to her throughout pretty much any episode, she is giving us some kind of reaction in her face that is hilarious. But that natural sense of humor she has wasn't necessarily harnessed into joke writing for this particular instance. I will say though, there is a lot to be said for the level of confidence that this queen has, because as hard as she was flopping in some of those moments, she never buckled under the pressure. And maybe that's her pageant world training showing through, or perhaps she was just born with a steel nerve. And extra points not only to Angeria, but really all of the queens for performing their comedy sets to essentially an empty audience. Yeah, remember back in the day, there actually used to be people sitting down there on the stage reacting to your set as you were going, so you could kind of feel the temperature of the audience and decide where to go next. Girl, in these episodes, it is to those 4 judges on the panel, that's it. Overall, I would say this roast was plated beautifully, but ultimately undercooked. It was a rat. And over on the runway, how about a little pageant tutu for your nerves? I absolutely adored the traditional yet non-traditional take on this category, using what would be like a traditional ball gown, except adding layers of tulle to create a couple different tutus throughout the length of the dress. Just giving me beautiful layered wedding cake. And if we're gonna be doing a little sisterhood of the traveling wig with Angeria's hair to Dulce, I think I will be claiming to borrow it next. And I did score this look 4 out of 5 hot flames, only because I think to get that last final 5th flame, I wanted to see something truly revolutionary like we did with a couple of the other concepts on the runway tonight. But this is a solid, gorgeous from Angeria, and I honestly expect no less at this point. Next up, Bosco. In the roast. Firstly, I love the look that she's wearing. This red plaid thing is probably one of the best things she has worn the entire competition. The hair is phenomenal. This is actually some hair that I think we saw from her Instagram back when we were reviewing the cast promo looks. And I was just sitting there thinking like, yeah, you're funny, but damn girl, where have these looks been? Why have we just been wearing the straps every week? But concerning her roast, she did take the fall and open the roast tonight, which I think is a really brave thing to do. And I overall thought that she did a great job. I honestly didn't expect her not to though, because she was so funny in the panel. However, I must bring up that while her roast was tasty, I don't think that it was very fresh. It's more like seconds. The meat of it relied on that "I'll show you versatility win" joke line that we heard all the way back in season 6 from Bianca Del Rio. Borrowed setup aside though, I do think that she had some of the best zingers and quick punchlines. Like she really did a great job of like jokes per minute. So I'll say that overall this roast was hot and tasty. And over on the runway, I guess you could say we saw this coming. We've been seeing that little Saw outfit in the corner of the workroom every time they go back in for Untucked for a few weeks now. I think conceptually speaking, this was a great take on this runway. It's a really unexpected twist, I think, to go into the horror glam arena for a category like tutu, which would traditionally rely on beauty and simple elegance. Plus her makeup is great. I love that she did the coming down the face, and the headpiece and shoulder pieces are also really great ways to finish out the top part of that look. But when you really take a gander at this look, it feels a little unfinished. I think she needed a little bit of that red stoning that she did on the top on the tights, and maybe tips of the shoes as well. Because you think if you were sawed in half, you might have blood on the top part and bottom of your garments. I think she deserves a lot of points for creativity though. This final look, I'm gonna give a 3-flame salt. Does that pun work? Hot saw. Ooh, hot saw. Seesaw. It's hot. Next up, it's lady time. Miss Camden closed our show, and I think she started off great. She showed us a strong blend of good delivery, cleverness, and keeping things simple enough for everyone to understand. However, I think she found herself tripping a bit in the end because she kept reiterating the setup of her joke, and it was kind of a long one, and when you have to repeat that same setup, and I was yelling into the deep open holes, and then the echo came back, and the echo said, it gets a little winded and tired, just like Ross Matthews' asshole. Oh God. The first time though with the echo, it was hilarious, and you know, she just needed to keep it a little more short and sweet. She wasn't the best, but she also wasn't the worst tonight, so I'm gonna say this roast was a very safe hot. And over on the runway, could we have had a better runway category for Lady Camden, the ballerina? I don't think so. This is easily Lady Camden's best look. This is the most beautiful she's looked, and I think she looks the most beautiful of any of the girls tonight. This look is just breathtakingly stunning. And while some of the girls might have maybe had more interesting concept, pretty much nobody, except Willow, who we'll talk about here in a second, had as good execution as she did. From that perfectly sculpted hair to the way the stones and the beading work on the outfit and the way she sold it on the runway with her natural ballerina movements. We simply did not deserve the elegance that she gave us in this. This look was, in ballerina terms, on point and hot. I'm thinking about when Georges said that RuPaul was in diapers, and she said it's funny because it's true. Can't stop thinking about it. But let's go on to Willow Pill. In the challenge, she went right after Georges, which was a very careful, strategic move on her part. Girl, the way she slipped that in there when Georges was talking about going second, and Willow goes, I'll go next. I'll go after Georges. Please, volunteer. Hello. Me, right after Georges, thank you. Strategy. She has been doing those little subtle strategic moves throughout the entire season and been quiet about it. The other queens are just like turning a blind eye. But strategic or not, Willow had a great set. I actually think she had some of the smartest jokes tonight. However, I don't really think that's the type of humor that RuPaul and the other judges are looking for. Dare I say her jokes were too smart? Because I kind of realized if you're not really thinking about what she's saying, you might miss some of the humor, which is really just kind of Willow's strategy in a lot of things. She's not always looking for the hardest punch. She's looking for that sucker punch. Great movie, by the way. Don't blink or you'll miss her. This roast was hot. And over on the runway, good God, this serve, this look. I remember seeing a tweet from Aquaria several weeks back, and she was like, doesn't anyone like turn looks anymore? And yeah, some of the runways this season have been a little lackluster, but Willow has, she's had the heat on high, like pretty much every single week. But for as cool as some of her other looks has been, this is like the magnum opus of Willow's runways. She said, you want too much? I will give you too much. Too much plastic surgery. The lips are too big. The cheeks are too big. The glamour, the opulence, the opera gloves and binoculars. It really is too much. Again, there is a smartness behind everything that Willow does, and this was breathtaking. This look is simply too hot. But now let's talk about what the judges thought. The winner this week is Bosco, which I think was justifiable. However, I kind of saw that coming from a mile away. Literally before the roast even started, in my reaction of this episode over on Patreon, I called it. As far as who's gonna win, I kind of think Bosco might win this. She just got what I think was a very obvious winner's edit this episode. And again, for as being as quick and funny as she was and opening the roast, I think she deserves it. But truthfully, none of the roasts blew me away. And the challenge was mostly unmemorable, except for Deja barking. Ruff. I think the only queen whose comedy set I wanted to hear more of was Willow's. And in the bottom, not 2, but 3 tonight is Deja, Daya, and Georges. So this was a fun little gag at the end of the episode. However, just because we've had all these girls in so many episodes near the end of the season and we've just been watching them basically do challenge after challenge, like this exact group of girls, it kind of just was like, okay, yeah, it's probably about time to lose 2 of them. Like, let's get them going and get this finale filmed. But despite wanting to see more than one queen go this episode, I do think that Georges, of the 3, was the most edited or produced to be in the bottom, whereas Daya and Deja pretty much flatlined. And concerning this 3-way lip sync to Olivia Rodrigo's Good For You, I did react to it over on my Patreon at patreon.com/Bussy Queen. That's my members only website where my patron family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos, access to exclusive videos, and access to the Bussy Queen Discord, and you can join by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. Honestly, this episode was so obvious. As soon as that lip sync came on, I said, oh, this is Daya's song. They're gonna keep her no matter pretty much what happens because, like, she's our punk rock girl and here's a little punky rocky song. But that doesn't mean that she didn't have to perform to stay. I'm just saying it was kind of like, okay. She gave the right facial choreography and she's got the attitude and vibe to fit the song, where as Georges felt a little out of place here, her tight choreo did not fit with what was going on, and Deja Skye was there. In one of Daya's confessionals, she said the song was about being pissed off and that she just had to tap into that emotion, and I thought, great, she just has to think about Jasmine Kennedie. So I do ultimately agree with the judge's decision here, and Daya stays, and we now have a top 5. But I think we all knows the real reason that Miss Deja Skye was in the bottom was because of Rupaul's nose. And it's time for my hottest hots. The moment you've all been waiting for. In the roast, I don't have one. Nobody reached 5 flames. I'm so sorry. But on the runway, I choose Willow Pill. I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots, and this week they've chosen Bosco in the roast, Lady Camden on the runway. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. Get in, loser. We're going to see Charlie XCX. Hi, Ugly. It's me, Bussy, and welcome back to Hot or Rat. And today we'll be reviewing episode 14 of RuPaul's Drag Race season 14. Spoiler alert, yet another non-elimination episode. But hey, we've got a top 5, so nothing to be too mad about. And the stakes are even higher. RuPaul's Drag Race just announced that the runner-up of this season is gonna get $50,000 cash prize money, which I'd say is long overdue. Let's give the queen a tucking dollar, in the words of Yara Sofia. In today's episode, our queens were challenged to write lyrics for, perform in, and learn choreography to RuPaul's new music video or live performance video, Catwalk. And the runway category was, I'm a winner, baby. So we'll be breaking all that down, checking in on how the fans have been voting for who they want to win the crown on Instagram and Twitter. Plus, at the end of today's video, we'll be taking a look at Willem's recent apology for the comments that she made on last week's episode of Purse First Impressions with Bob the Drag Queen. Now let's hit the highway and drop these queens off from raddest rat to hottest hot. First up is Bosco. Coming into this pre-finale episode with a total of 3 challenge wins across our 14 episodes so far. All comedy challenges, by the way. For the commercial her team made for that Save a Queens parody, her excellent lead on the DragCon panel about Minz's, and the roast of Ross Matthews. Bosco has, without question, been a powerhouse in this season. And it seems like the fans are receiving her being in the finale well as well. We've got almost 30,000 Instagram likes for her post on the RuPaul's Drag Race Instagram, and about 14,000 Twitter engagements. Now let's zoom over to the challenge. Firstly, the outfit that she designed for this came out really, really bad. And that's no secret. I want to say it probably is not totally her fault though. The sketch looked pretty cute, and it really wasn't up to her how the designer, I guess, that they had making these outfits actually made the outfit. So we'll say it was 50% her fault and 50% the designers. It was very much giving me Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, Can I See a Manager realness. Go, go, Bosco Rangers. Bing, 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 bing. But let's go ahead and Mighty Morph over into her lyrics, which actually opened the remix of this song. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. I did show some skin. Don't fight, shh. Give in. And on paper, I do think Bosco had some excellently written lyrics that were self-referential just enough for her little Demon Queen of Seattle persona that she carries in drag. However, in the final delivery of the song, I think the producers blended her voice in a little too much with the track, kind of leaning into that airy house music 90s vibe. And I actually, when I was originally listening, didn't even realize that we had transitioned from RuPaul's chorus into Bosco's lyrics. So her verse itself, I'm definitely gonna give a but when we factor in that outfit and how the sound of her voice ended up blending into the song just a little too much, I think I'm gonna have to give her final performance a rat. but a very soft one, very soft. And over on the runway, Bosco's got another case of a great idea with maybe not the best execution tonight. Overall, I think we have to comment on how beautiful she looks. I think that soft blue opera glove and train are absolutely gorgeous. But I really don't like how that train cuts her waist off right in that middle with that giant chunky piece. Plus, the nude illusion of the base fabric of this gown, while pretty, wasn't that much of a nude illusion. I think I would have preferred this gown overall done in that beautiful blue fabric that was used for the accessory pieces. Plus, I think it was a little bit of a missed opportunity for her not to include some horns in her final runway. This is the last chance, I think, for you to showcase to the judges who you are and why you're a winner and what your brand is. Our Demon Queen of Seattle was really just giving Dreamy Queen of Seattle. So I'm gonna have to leave this look at a 2 flame warming up. Next up, check. It's Angeria, who is entering our little pre-finale episode with 2 challenge wins across the season, getting a win in that episode 2 talent show and the Super Teasers commercial challenge. Checking in with the audience, we've got about 24,000 likes on Instagram and 13,000 Twitter engagements. In the catwalk challenge today, the outfit that she designed was serviceable. It definitely was not a flop. I just think it wasn't anything particularly exciting. As Michelle said, it's a bodysuit. Her verse, though, I think it was absolutely outstanding. Check. From the country to the silver screen, it's Angie bitch living out my dreams, and at the end of the day, I'ma always slay, never let a bitch take my shine away. Wow. I'm gonna let this brush take my shine away though. Oily Skin Crew, where you at? I think for me, it really was the delivery of her verse. She came in there like a juggernaut in the song. Like, looking back, was her choreo not totally well executed? Sure. Did she totally miss the hint / full-on suggestion from Michelle about crawling? Sure. But to be punished in such a way that landed her in the bottom, that gooped and gagged me. More on that later though. Her verse in the song was so strong that I have to give this whole performance, all things considered, a hot. But on the runway, there's been a death. Or maybe she was just mourning how she performed in the challenge. She comes out for her finale runway in all black. And don't get me wrong, I think this gown was beautiful from head to toe. But we have seen time and time again, the stage lights are not as bright, I think, as they could be. And on an all black gown with not a lot of shine, you end up losing a lot of the detail. But when you zoom in and turn up the brightness and saturation for how this show is filmed, you can see those beautiful ruffles at the top, and that skirt of the dress is gorgeous and absolutely perfectly constructed. She's been a queen who throughout the season always has her fit and gowns on point. But again, I'm a winner, baby. I will draw a comparison here to Crystal Versace's all black dress that she wore on UK3. And I do think Crystal's gown was a little more successful and worked in the realm of RuPaul's Drag Race stage lights a little bit better because of all the bling that she added with the jewelry. So maybe this look was missing a little bit of bling and shine to work on stage, but I definitely am going to give this a 3 flame safe hot. Next up, take a Willow pill. Her mind. Miss Willow Pill is coming into this pre-finale episode with just one challenge win from the entire season, from the ball in episode 3. But let's not forget how iconic her talent show was, or that she did a great job in the roast, and pretty much every other comedy challenge. And no surprise, when we check the social media engagement for hashtag Team Willow, we see 76,000 likes on Instagram and 54,000 Twitter engagements. Wow, she is blowing the other queens out of the water here. Fan favorite? Yes, she is. But let's talk about what happened in this episode. The outfit she designed for the challenge I thought was good. Amazing? Not quite, but good. Very good. But also, like, when they asked her if that was like her face silhouette on the dress and she said yes, girl, what? Like, that could be anyone's profile. Like, might as well have been mine. But whatever. Her lyrics. Take a Willow pill. Do my sick bitch looks have you feeling ill? We live in a matrix, I'm the solution. Get lost in my sauce, cause it's all an illusion. Fabulous lyric writing. I loved also that she was self-referential to RuPaul's name pronunciation. And if we were evaluating the queen's performance in this challenge solely on lyrics, I would absolutely have given the win to Willow. But the performance wasn't perfect. It was, I think, like Bosco's and Angeria's, missing a little bit of that intensity. But even with the glitches in her actual performance, this absolutely gets a hot from me. And on the runway, she starts off by saying that she loves rats. Who doesn't, right? I will say though, this was giving me a little more mouse than rat. Because when I think of rats, I think of somebody like Peter Pettigrew from the Harry Potter franchise. Dirty, crusty, disgusting. you know, like that. And Willow's look here is a little more Disney, safe, happy, pretty, elegant. But maybe that's just a stereotype about those little rodents that I have. Regardless, though, I thought this look was really great because it was different from what everyone else did. But while I think it was really fun and fresh, I do think some of the details weren't totally finessed. Like when she turns around, you can see the hot pink zipper, which really felt a little bit out of place. And I think she was maybe missing a little bit of va-va-voom in the overall silhouette. Maybe a little more sparkle and shine could have been given on like the shoulder area or something. But overall, an absolutely adorably hot look. Next up, you better be ready. It's Daya, who is also coming into this episode with one challenge win from that mid-season 60s girl group episode. She also, don't forget, was in the top 2 with Lady Camden back on that Daytona Wins episode where they lip-synced for the win. So, you know, if they hadn't been lip-syncing, she arguably could have shared a second win there. In the fan polling, though, not doing so hot. Instagram likes were sitting at about 20,000 and Twitter engagements 12,000. I was also dying when during the TikTok lunch, RuPaul told her that she saw too much Eldebarge in her, meaning that RuPaul just basically has Crystal Method's name saved as Eldebarge, and like it took him a second to be like, oh, Crystal Method. Let's get into her catwalk. The outfit that she designed was the best of the entire set of queens, hands down. It was absolute perfection. It fit her like a glove. I loved that thigh boot going all the way up. And it was also a fresh look for Daya, while I think still being very on brand. I got bangs. Her lyrics, she says, "You see me stomp the floor left to right. Walk the runway with my heels sky high. Yeah, the mug is stamped and my waist is thinner, so you better be ready cause I'm always been a winner." And she was a queen who, for me on this episode, didn't have the strongest lyrics. They were just a little too, I think, cliche with, you know, wanting to be a winner and being on top, but she easily had the best delivery, choreography, and overall performance when you look at what she did on that catwalk in the video. Daya, for me, in the challenge, definitely ended up at the tippity top of my list. And over on the I'm a Winner Baby runway, girl, she burned that up too. To bits. Singed. And cinched. Absolutely loved her take here on this runway. It was edgy, punky, unique, very true to her style, and definitely something we've never seen before on the runway. Plus, no other queen can rock yellow like Daya does. And girl, y'all know I love a big bustle. The only thing I wish that she would have done on this runway is switched up the hair a little bit. We've just seen this black choppy mullet so many times, and I also do think there's a way she could have done the black choppy mullet with a bigger hair. Because again, with all that height and Glamazonian womananess that she has, just want more up here, that's all. Overall though, of course, this look is so burned to a crisp. And finally at the top of my list tonight, Lady Camden, who's coming into this episode with 2 challenge wins and got her 3rd tonight for her performance in Daytona Wins and Moulin Rouge the Rusical. And Camden's performance throughout this season, I think, has gotten an interesting evaluation from the judges, because so many times I felt like they wanted me to believe that she was not doing as well as she was doing. Like, I just felt like they really wanted to build that character narrative of her needing to come out of her shell. And not only do I and the judges love Lady Camden, but it looks like y'all do too. On Instagram, she's got about 50,000 likes, and Twitter, 31,000 total engagements, which makes her 2nd right behind Willow. And in the challenge for this episode, I think that she designed the 2nd best outfit. It was very much true to her love of, or should I say worship, the Spice Girls. And I love seeing her adapt like a punkier, edgy style in this video. And her lyrics, gonna make you snap, gonna make you say, step, smack, and pas de bourrée. And girl, I don't know what a pas de bourrée is, but I like it. Twist, turn, levitate, act, pose, captivate. And yeah, she did it. She captivated from beginning to end in the choreo, the delivery of her lyrics, and the actual lyric writing. It was effortless, elegant, and I think just absolutely proves the undeniable star quality of this queen. All things considered in this challenge, nobody bested Lady Camden. This performance was hot. And on the runway, oh my god. Here it is. Look at the material. Look at the material, whatever side it's on. Look at the material on both sides. The color, the stoning, the absolute beauty of what she has done here. Stunning. She's giving me Waterford Crystal Fabergé egg or something. It's just absolutely stunning the way she came out on the runway like that. The one critique or question that I have is, could she have taken this runway to a different, more unexpected place? And I think the answer is yes, obviously, because we have seen elegance and beauty and grace from Camden time and time again. However, I think that you don't always need to switch it up if you are going to elevate and go beyond the same category of thing that you've given before and really take it to that next highest level. So, mama, this look is hot. So ultimately, I did agree with the judges tonight, and she deservedly so takes the win for this episode. Again, giving her 3 challenge wins across this 14 episode season. However, I do feel like the judging for this episode was kind of all over the place for the rest of the queens. Because I actually watched this episode with my good Judies, Sailor and David, over on Patreon at patreon.com/Bussy Queen. That's my members only website where you can get exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos, access to exclusive videos, and access to the Bussy Queen Discord server. And you can join by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. But we literally watched this challenge and all collectively said, damn, Willow, and Angeria killed it. But then they both ended up in the bottom. And I was like, what? However, I will say, upon watching the challenge video back several times, I did begin to see what the judges were saying about the actual choreo and performance of what Angeria and Willow did. It just wasn't up to par with, as we've talked about, what Daya and Camden did. And I think the biggest shocker of the entire set of placements tonight was actually having Bosco as safe. Because I think all things considered, the outfit that she did in the challenge, how she delivered the lyrics, the little missteps and lip syncing choreo she did in the video, and her final runway, just one ladder rung beneath the rest of the cast, and I think she should have been lip syncing next to Angeria. But, of course, let's not forget that Miss Angeria and Willow have been very vocal about becoming very good friends throughout this competition. So I think the producers knew that they were gonna go into the finale with 5 queens and took a little opportunity here to, you know, force a best friends lip syncing to the death. You know, a tale as old as Jujubee and Braven. That's just how I would have placed the queens, and, you know, I'm just one critic. Let me know what y'all thought about these placements in the comments down below. The lip sync that we did end up with, though, I thoroughly enjoyed, and I loved how they interacted with each other, and both had a great time and sold the song. If I had to pick a winner here, it would have been Willow. However, I mean, again, close, so close. So ultimately, I was thrilled that we got to see all 5 of these queens go into the finale. When it's right, it's right. And now, grab your cuppa. Don't use that tongue pop. That was not a good tongue pop. Girl, I cannot do tongue pops if the mouth is dry. What's going on? Anyways, back to the tea. This is a short clip of what Willam said on Purse First Impressions about Angeria.
Like, she's obviously going to be in the final 4 because she's the only black girl left. Is that bad to say? Can I be that honest? Because
I think that there is...
They don't want an all... Look at season 4, 5, 6, and then I think 7. It was all white girls, and then...
Well, was it? No, when?
Yes, there were no black girls. Let me say that.
There we go.
There were no black girls in the final 4, 5, 6, 7.
The top 4 were all
Kim, Naomi, you. Yeah, it was
and
great.
Chi-Chi. The top 4 was all people of color.
Which apparently was at some point actually cut out of that YouTube video, so if you go back, you won't see it. And the fans were very quick to catch these comments from Willam and called her out in places like Twitter and Reddit. And this is what Willam actually posted on one of the Reddit posts discussing this topic. My crass analysis deserves an explanation. I was looking at it from a production standpoint about never having an all-white finale again. Seasons 3 through 7 had no black girls. My reasoning for the comment without context does sound shitty and denigrating to Angeria, who I regard as a fierce queen and talent that I would tip. I've been all for Angeria from the get. Listen to my pod, I love her. I stand by my statement about production wanting a diverse finale though, and going easier/harder on judging for girls they want to place where they want. And she also addressed this again on the latest Race Chaser episode, saying this.
Can I apologize for something I did on Purse First, because I feel like I need to? We were talking about the finalist girls, and I said it's kind of obvious that production doesn't want a finale that's not diverse with like all white girls again. They want to be inclusive. So sometimes judgings go softer or harder based on where they want people to place. And I said something on Bob's thing where we were talking about the finalists, and we all knew Deja was going home. So I was like, well, they're going to keep Angeria. she's black, you know, they need a black girl. And in my head, I'm like fat girl, black girl, antagonist. Like I check boxes in my head and I think like a producer and I'm detached emotionally and I say stuff that out of line and flippant when it doesn't come with the context that's also going on in my jumbled ass head. So I'm sorry if you were offended, and I didn't mean to say it. I meant it from a technical standpoint where like Angeria is going to be in the finale. She deserves to be in the finale, but also in my head, I was saying this is locking her place up in the finale because they need diversity in it.
Concerning my thoughts here, of course, I have already said I think all of these queens deserve to be in the finale. Black, white, and gray. The competition this season has been so strong, and honestly, I don't think that there has been favoritism for anyone except maybe Bosco, who we, can't ignore, has lip-synced quite a few times and also gotten the gold bar. But on the other hand, she also has 3 wins, so I think it all kind of balances out there. But as always, I'd love to know what y'all are thinking about all this down in the comments below, so leave me a comment and let me know what you're thinking. And as for my hottest hats, on the runway, it's gonna go to Lady Camden, and in the main catwalk challenge, Lady Camden. I'm a stan. I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hats, and this week on the runway, they've chosen Lady Camden, and in the main challenge performance, Daya. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. I don't remember eating popcorn. Hi, ugly. It's me, Bussy, and welcome back to Hot or Hot. And today we'll be covering a lot. We've got reunion looks, red carpet finale looks, and tons of drama to break down both from that reunion and post-reunion drama that wrapped up what happened there, and also some other stuff that is completely unrelated. There's the final chapter of Daya versus Jasmine, Orion Story's real thoughts about her time on Rupaul's Drag Race and what she thought about her edit, Kerri Colby's wig gate from her Thanos look, Out.com reporting that Kornbread is quitting drag, 2 relationships that the franchise is wanting us to ship. Something starting to feel a little bit too forced. And, bet you never saw this one coming, RuPaul versus Pablo Vittar. And since we've got so many little tasty morsels to snack on today, we'll be covering the little drama pieces as we go through each queen's 2 looks. Of course, ranking them from raddest rat to hottest hot. First up and at the bottom of my list today, she's looking good and feeling gorgeous. In the reunion, she was one of the focal points for these relationships that the franchise, I feel like, is just continually trying to push on the fan base for no good reason. They have been looking for another Brangie moment since season 11. For example, we even saw the RuPaul's Drag Race Twitter tweet this out after the reunion aired. Okay, but what's Jorgeous and Orion Story's ship name? Hashtag Drag Race. Even when Jorgeous was talking about it, she was like, yeah, well, there was no lips that touched, but we held hands in the bus and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, did they really? I don't know. I'm not buying this one. Concerning what she was wearing, she is giving us an all black sort of combat military Western style dance outfit. It's kind of understated, but at the same time, very much on brand for Jorgeous. Y'all know she doesn't like to put a lot of clothes on because, she likes to keep everything very performable, and I respect that. I think she looks really pretty. I'm gonna give this look a warming up. It was nice to see her gain tons of confidence though. She was talking about how she doesn't need anyone's validation anymore. I love that. And over on the pink carpet, a great look on Jorgeous again, but not necessarily anything that I'm gagging and choking over. It's giving me Cher, it's giving me Showgirls. I mean, it is very in the theme of what is happening in the evening, but I wish she could have taken this, I think, beyond pretty, because we know she's pretty, we know she can serve a gorgeous look and show off that beautiful body. However, I think I was just looking for a little bit more personalization and creativity here, but I'm gonna give this look a 3 flame hot. And look to the sky. It's Deja. Okay, first off, let me preface this by saying I think she got a lot of flack throughout this season for the looks she was presenting. And I think she did take in some of what the fans said for these 2 looks to apply a little bit more polish. She's wearing this baby blue satin, almost kind of Grecian warrior look. She kind of has a crown element happening on her updo hair, which is beautiful. It's polished, put together, proportionized, and I'm gonna give this look a hot. Over on the pink carpet, she is giving us a movie reference like so many of the girls did tonight. This is from Miss Congeniality 2. I have some mixed feelings about Deja's interpretation of this. The headpiece is beautiful. The colors I think are great. I think something is going on with the fit of the top, and I maybe would have liked a different necklace there because it sort of looks strange with the way that top is cut. But for the creativity, for the reference, the colors, the mug, I'm gonna go ahead and give her a warming up. Next up, June Jambalaya. The perfect complement to popcorn, I suppose. Her time on season 14 was quite short and full of chocolate, but I guess the good thing about her being the first one to open the chocolate bar was of course the meme that they brought up in the reunion. It's chocolate. Wow, wow. Her reunion look is this beautiful orange satin gown with crusted diamond, silver, sparkly mirror pieces along the trim of the hem around those little shoulder capes. Absolutely stunning, and she's got, matching earrings and everything. Absolutely giving that rich Beverly Hills housewife kind of drag fantasy. This look is not chocolate, it's gold bar hot. And her pink carpet look is literally gold, but is it a gold bar? It's giving me kind of like one of those twirling ballerinas in the music box type of fantasies. I know that she has some little nude illusion mesh there at the top to give a little bit of contrast to the look. It's also very similar to her signature show-stopping drag look. I maybe would have liked to have seen an updo on this look because the rest of it is so long and so flowy and so much fabric that sometimes having that hair coming down on top of all of it just is kind of a lot for the eye to try to focus on up here. I'm gonna give this a very soft rat. Next up, open a book. It's Orion's story. As I hinted at, Miss Orion has a lot to tell us. She went on Instagram Live the night the reunion was airing, and here are some short clips of what she said.
There was, a lot that they cut out. I had said a lot of things. Apparently didn't make the cut. I can't even say I'm shocked, really.
I can definitely understand her hurt there because she did go home so early and the judges really weren't giving her very much positive critique. It was a lot of change this, do this differently. So to see her feel this way also about her reunion edit is really sad. She said they cut out tons of what she said and basically left her with one memorable reunion moment, which is kind of iconically and tragically funny, when she was trying to read Kornbread and said that she was the only queen to ever out pizza the Hut. For as confusing as that was, her look was beautiful. At least from like the top of the coat up. The polish on this makeup, she is wearing more of it, just enough extra contrast in that eye to really make everything pop. The orange yellow hair, chef's kiss. However, I hate baggy business pants with a white little pump. Half hot, half rot. But over on the pink carpet, she proves the rest is still unwritten with Orion's never-ending story. This was one of my favorite movies as a child, and it is so amazing to see her take it to that place, use this reference, but then remix it and twist it up with this crazy like mix of colors that is absolutely breathtaking. Orion, I want the sequel. This look is hot. And next up, is she the drama? It's Jasmine Kennedie. The season 14 reunion kept featuring this segment called Clash of the Queens. They might as well have just called the entire episode Clash of Daya and Jasmine because it was heavily focused on those two. All that comes to a head here at the reunion, and they have a little bit of an explosive moment where Jasmine is like, I don't even talk to Daya. I don't know anything about you. And so she tried to call Daya. She didn't answer. Daya returns fire, also saying that Jasmine didn't answer a text or a call, and she tried to apologize. There kind of was a resolution to all of this during the reunion, but the bigger resolution actually came on Twitter from both of these queens, with Jasmine tweeting out, I love my sis, Daya Betty, and y'all should too. No hate, only love, with the following message attached. Okay, y'all, real shit. Do not send any hate to my sister Daya. I first want to preface by saying that Daya and I talked immediately after filming to resolve the issues on the reunion. Me and Daya have moved past this situation. Y'all should too. And remember that the situations we brought up on the reunion happened almost a year ago. I think it's really great that Jasmine took to Twitter to defend her sister Daya and explain the situation in better detail for the fans, because I do think a lot of people watching this TV show don't realize it's a reality TV show. All this stuff happened so long ago. Anyways, I'm thrilled they made up. Concerning Jasmine's two looks at the reunion, oh my god. This is Jasmine's final Pokemon evolution. She looks so freaking gorgeous. The little hair with the twisties and the crystals in it. Orange is a great color for her hair. I love the pink tulle cocktail with that giant princess train. I was so stunned just watching her. This look is absolutely hot. Over on the pink carpet though, this look didn't really do it for me. I will say I love the hair. She said on Twitter it was inspired by this Cardi B interview cover page. I just don't like the dress. Something about like the shoulder pad and the sleeve combined with like that feather at the hem of the skirt where it's cut just feels very like too old for her. All of that up there, gonna give a hot, but that dress is a rat. Next up, take a Willow pill. We didn't hear a lot from Miss Willow in the reunion, but it was like every time Rue asked her something, she just had a little piece of misdirect comedy to spit back, and she was a good tension breaker for some of those moments. Her reunion look was very silly. The dress, according to her Instagram, is a reference to Elaine from Seinfeld, and I think the dress is a good recreation. I do very much enjoy the dress component of what she has on. It really just is the non-matchingness of the like satin opera gloves, that neon red hair that's not matching the red tone on the dress, and the pumps. But I've got to give the look a soft. I can't believe I just said that. Can we just have a moment of silence for what she did on the pink carpet? Because this, I don't know what the hell I'm looking at. Whatever Willow is doing on this pink carpet is one of my favorite drag looks I think that I have ever seen. The way that that cutout is on the waist, having a little sexy moment. That cutout on the hips showing just the right amount of skin. It is insanely, insanely gorgeous. This look is hot. Next up, she got paid for eating a dragonfly on her season, and she tried to eat a fly. It's diabetic. Her reunion look, wow, no chocolate bar here, gold bar. Excuse me, Gaga McQueen, but like catsuit with a cape. I feel like a lot of her silhouettes just didn't quite match the proportions of how tall she is, and I know that's a really hard thing to do, but this silhouette is great for her. Everything about it, she's like crushed gold velvet pieces and sequins. Love that short little pixie bob. Daya, this look is hot. And over on the pink carpet, she's giving me Vegas showgirl Mad Hatter realness. I would love to see her do a full burlesque number in this. I love that black hair contrasting all of the pink, and I think the proportions on this are great too. Those huge feathers, the actual like feather train behind her. Beautiful, beautiful look for her. Thank God we've got some hair that is not a choppy mullet bang. I love that she switched it up for these last two huge moments right before the finale. This look is absolutely hot. And we covered Jasmine's part of the resolution of the Daya versus Jasmine saga, so let's talk about Daya's. At around the same time Jasmine tweeted out the message about her sister Daya, she tweeted this out. Me and Jasmine Kennedie are true sisters. We fight and make up. Put together like a pun. I see you, girl. We are learning and growing together. No hate, only love. After taping the reunion episode, both of us decided to sit down and have an adult conversation discussing our differences. The personal details within the conversation do not need to be fully explained, but what we do want you to know is that we have reconciled and have a deeper understanding of one another. We know you may have your thoughts and opinions about our relationship, but we want you to understand where we were then and where we are now is vastly different. We are in a much more positive place. She basically reiterates a lot of what Jasmine said. Again, I think it's great that they both on the show kind of had a little apology extension moment. Daya especially there at the end of the reunion when she apologized to both Jasmine and Georgia, and she said, hey, my phone is always on. I'm ready to take your call and talk. And to see that they did talk and have this resolution, I think is really great. Season 14 has been so good about that. I think it really does take an entire cast and people online, y'all in comment sections watching this video, people making videos to combat the toxicity that can exist in the fan base. When you see it, squash it. And let's take a look at what Miss Camden was wearing. At the reunion, it was really hard to tell what was going on with her outfit because it was all black. As we've talked about, the lights on this show are just not meant for all black outfits. They just completely wash everything out. But it's a gorgeous silhouette. It's like Lady of the Night, sneaking into your window, climbing the castle walls. She's maybe a thief, an assassin, but she's also sexy. And it's such a simple look, but what really makes it for me is that peplum around the waist of this gorgeous satin coat. This look is hot. On the pink carpet, she gave us pure, 100% unadulterated camp. She gave us a circus show pony, wild interpretation of Vegas. Like actually, when you look a little closer into it, she is like the circus, she's the carousel, she is the horse on the carousel. She's also a bike because why not take her for a ride? Lady Camden looking camp straight in the eye. This look is hot. Next up, let's go ahead and have a little Madeline Morphosis moment together. Her reunion look was so damn good. I loved the hair. She looked very punk rock, that denim jumpsuit fantasy going on, tapping into this style that I think she's really leaning into that is, I don't know how else to say, but like trailer park chic. And I think it's just another testament to who Maddy is as a drag queen, that she didn't have to wait for All Stars for a glow up. She got it right after the season ended. Props to you, mama. This look is hot. And on the pink carpet, like I said, this girl got her glow up. She looks so good, especially considering what she was wearing during the season. We don't need to rag too hard on those looks, but she did get the golden boot from La La Ree for that patchwork dress she created. On the pink carpet, she's giving us a little Evel Knievel or maybe Elvis fantasy, actually, I think, considering everyone is very Vegas, very Hollywood type of inspiration for all of their looks on the pink carpet. That panty cut that she did on the bodysuit, I think, is also very difficult to pull off in drag. She has proportionized just enough to not make it look granny panty-y, I think. Kaboom! This look is hot. Next up, her gauntlet glove is finally full. It's Kerri Colby. We've got to talk about her pink carpet look first. This is insane! She is referencing Thanos from like one of those superhero movies or whatever. I don't know, I don't watch them, but I have seen the memes of Thanos from the past year. Apparently he's got this glove and he's collecting crystals, which are like on his knuckles. And when he snaps his fingers and he has all the crystals, people die. Can't believe I was living for this look while people were dying. But then the fan base turned Kerri into the Thanos meme with the crystals on the glove being the several different girls that came out as trans both during the season, before the season, and after, including Kornbread, Willow, Jasmine, and Bosco. She wrote on Twitter, "Everyone please meet Kerri Tranos Colby." I wonder what happened when Kerri snaps her fingers. This look is absolutely hot. But this look did also come with a little bit of controversy. Let's look at the wig. Let's zoom in there. It certainly is stunning. And several days before this, a wig artist named Christoph Mecca put on his Instagram story, "I work hard to create my art. I make money as I can, and I can say to all of you, it's not much." And on his Instagram profile, we see a wig that is basically exactly like the wig that Kerri was wearing. The problem, of course, coming in here when we see that the person who made Kerri's wig was not Christoph Mecca. The person who made Kerri's wig put on their Instagram story, "May I have your attention? I would like to address something regarding the wig that I just created, inspired by, or quote, copy as you say, Christoph Mecca and Cam Hugh. I understand 100 where they are coming from. I didn't mean to offend them or their creation. I was really in love with it and I recreated in different colors, same concept. Let me say in this industry, everyone get inspired by other and copy it, and that happens to me, although I tag the stylist, and still I'm not happy with the outcome. And at the end, let's celebrate drag and be inspired by each other. God bless, I have nothing else to say." The happy resolution of all of this was that Kerri did ultimately tag the original creator of the blue version of this wig in her Instagram post. And hairstyles do get copied, these things happen, and it's always, always best, I think, to just make sure to go out of your way to give credit where you can. Kerri's reunion look was also gorgeous. It's a very understated but flawlessly executed sequins dress, to reference Miss Roxy Andrews. And I don't need to tell y'all how beautiful Kerri is, I think everybody knows, but wow, this look is hot. Next up, it's hunting season. Alyssa Hunter. In the reunion, she gave us this little monochromatic baby blue or lavender, I don't know, I'm kind of colorblind, like Tudor Victorian era type of thing. And every time I say one of those eras, y'all drag me and read me through the mud, whatever this is. I love it. With shorts and stockings that have got a peplum belt thing happening on the waist, it is strange, but also gorgeous and unique as well. This look is absolutely hot. And on the red carpet, she is literally on fire. She's giving me Rita Repulsa mixed with some sort of version, I guess, of like a phoenix or firebird. The like flame applique on the calf going down into the heels. She said she's not gonna give up her title of Queen of On Air looks, and wow, this look is hot. Next up, we've got Angeria, and let's go ahead and talk about Camgeria, if you will. This is another relationship that the franchise was trying to encourage us to support. And this one we actually did get to see from Angeria and Camden throughout the season talk about how they had this deep love and friendship for each other. They basically confirmed on the reunion, though, that there is no actual like relationship going on, but they of course played to the fans and the show and the drama, and we're talking about that they're open to the idea. Both of Angeria's looks here are complete 100% serves. She is giving us beautiful pageantry perfection. I am in love with that hair she's got. It's like a bunch of little buns all stuffed together and then plopped right on top of her head. It's very strange, but also very much matches the faux, I'm sure, oversized shawl that she is carrying with this gorgeous sequins dress. This look is hot. And her pink carpet look kind of matches it, except taking it like 10 more levels further. Hello, pause, look down at that giant skirt blossom at the bottom of this dress. The huge feather plume. the wings. This must weigh like 50 pounds. I am obsessed with how perfect Angeria looks here. Angeria, this look is hot. And Miss Bosco. Pointy hair and horns and chains excite me. What she was bringing at the reunion is a really fun, campy take, I think, on the Bosco character that we got to know and love throughout the season. This is also a very polished interpretation of everything we saw from her. And girl, head to toe, this is silly, but also like dark and demony. Bosco, this is absolutely hot. And she's even got a little bone to chew on for a snack. Her pink finale look is giving me anime character, video game, fantasy, like customizing your avatar to look really crazy while you're like slaying goblins and demons and stuff, but like make it showgirl in Vegas. I love, love, love that for these last couple of looks that we are seeing from our Demon Queen of Seattle, the horns, because those we saw in our very first introduction to Bosco during this season. This look is absolutely hot. Next up, my fingers aflutter, I reach for the butter. It's cornbread. Oh my God. To take something as stupid as that Mall Brats entrance look that Willow did and to turn it into a joke. She's making a joke on a joke of a joke, and it's just so great. Instead of angel, or angle, I should say, respecting what Miss Willow put on her original look, she put ankle, referencing her rolled ankle, and every little element of this is like leveled up to the next level. Cornbread looks so damn good. This look is totally hot. And on the pink carpet, she is giving us Beauty and the Beast all in one. On Instagram and Twitter, she wrote about this look. We often tell people what to look like as trans, quote, passable and what's not passable, but there's no one way to do it. This face shows there's beauty in the quote beast as well as beauty in Belle. The proportions and silhouette of this ball gown, absolutely stunning. The crystals are perfectly placed, the horns, and like the actual prosthetics that she is wearing molded into the makeup of her face. This is an iconic look. It is going down in Drag Race history. This look is hot. Considering what I said in the intro of this video, Out Magazine is reporting that Cornbread is quote quitting drag. I looked into this and it doesn't seem that Cornbread has announced anything new since what we covered a couple of weeks ago on a Hot or Right episode. She basically is taking time for herself to focus on her transition, gender journey, and also other Hollywood work. That article is basically just reporting on those old tweets, so I'm not really sure what they were doing besides trying to get views and clicks with clickbait. Guilty, but hey. Let's go ahead and take care of our hottest hots across all of these 28 looks tonight. In the reunion, it's gonna go to, I'm gonna split it up, Cornbread for the campiness and references, and then Jasmine for the beauty and glow up. It's my show. I get to split my hottest hots if I want. I do make my patrons choose just one look though, over on patreon.com/Bussy Queen, where they get exclusive member benefits like early access to my videos, access to exclusive videos, access to the Bussy Queen Discord server, and of course, the ability to vote on hottest hots. And this week in the reunion, they've chosen Cornbread. And concerning my thoughts on the pink carpet, I'm gonna give my hottest hot to Kerri Colby, with honorable mentions to Willow Pill and Orion Story. My patrons voted again for Cornbread, with Kerri being right behind her and Angeria placing third for them. There were so many looks. I think the girls deserve the extra shout outs and praise and love. But we've got one last piece of drama to cover. Rupaul on the 20th tweeted out from the official Rupaul Twitter, I love and support Pablo Vittar, and shame on you catty Twitter trolls for trying to create a rivalry. And the reason for this drama was, you guessed it, messy fans. Fans have apparently been putting like fan cams of Pablo Vittar and RuPaul's Twitter mentions, asking RuPaul to, I guess, publicly congratulate or send some sort of acknowledgement to Pablo for their recent performance in Coachella. And funnily enough, this apparently has been going on for a while. Out Magazine actually reported that Pablo tweeted on this back in 2020, writing, "Stop pitting us against each other as rivals. This is ugly as hell. The fact of following someone or not doesn't take away the respect I have for Mother Ru. I'm a drag queen today. It was because her show showed me that it was possible. I love and respect and hope to meet her one day. But also, hey, maybe all this drama and feud will actually get RuPaul's attention and we'll get a Drag Race Brazil. Who knows?" I also know this beef wasn't real because RuPaul definitely does not spend any time in like Twitter comment sections, forum threads, or anything, and would not have any idea if fans were pitting some sort of rivalry of her against Pablo. And the tweet was from TweetDeck, not from RuPaul herself. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. I love Easter. If only I could remember where I hid those eggs. Oh. Hi, Ugly. It's me, Bussy, and welcome back to Hot or Rat. And today we'll be reviewing the finale of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 14! We'll be covering each of the queens' lip syncs and then of course the final lip sync battle, while also taking a look at some of the looks the other queens from previous seasons brought to either perform in or pass off awards in. A quick moment of silence is also in order for the loss of Earth Day, previously held every April 22nd of many previous years. It is now officially replaced by RuPaul Day, as dubbed by the city of Vegas. Can't believe RuPaul was living while the Earth was dying. Actually, I can. Shh. But without further ado, let's go ahead and get started with Miss Congeniality, which was awarded to Miss Kornbread as voted by her sisters. I kind of figured it would go to either Kornbread or Kerri. Both of them played role model type figures to the other girls in this season. Kerri literally collecting a gauntlet glove full of trans sisters, and Kornbread, I think, giving lots of love to her castmates, both tough, like when considering Jasmine, and sweet, like with Willow. And with this title, she also won $10,000, which if I did my math correctly is just enough for her to PayPal Diabetes to eat 10 more dragonflies. Now let's talk performances, which for this finale were finally switched up from the classic lip sync battle that we have seen for so many years in a row now. And honestly, I was really happy for this because it would have been kind of tedious, I think, to have a second lip sync battle of this season. Plus, with each queen doing their own thing, we get to see their unique perspective and vision for what they want the world to remember one final time, instead of, you know, lip syncing to some random top 40 number. First up, in the order they performed, alphabetically, Angeria. Check. I think her song's lyrics were nicely personalized to the little things that she did on the season, like her talent show number, where she sort of coined check, and the other catchphrase that she was able to coin this season, you ugly bitch. Hi, ugly. And while those little Easter eggs were very fun to hear, I do think that the chorus of her track didn't make a whole lot of sense because, yeah, check her track record. There's a reason she's there. There's a reason she should win. There is also, I think, a reason for other queens to win. Look at all their track records. I just feel like this wasn't a unique enough thing to truly set her performance apart. But performance-wise, let's give a round of Easter egg snaps to Miss Angeria for upping the, I think, commitment to dancing an intense choreo and really giving it to us on that stage. There was an intensity and fire in her eyes, I think more so than any other time that she performed throughout this season, and I was so proud to see it. But she also didn't take any risks in this performance. It was very clean, safe, and tight. So maybe a risk could have helped her land in that finale position, but the performance I'm gonna give a hot. She also could have taken a risk with her look. This felt very safe for me, very classic, I look really beautiful. It's a dance bodysuit so I can bust out these numbers, but at the end of the day, not super memorable. The look portion of her performance, I'm gonna give a 3 flame hot. I think if there's one thing that I'm going to remember about Angeria from this season is the level of professionalism that she brought every time that she was on camera. And it's like she said in her little interview segment before the performance, confidence is key. Next up, Bosco. Bosco. Performing to Devil. Now this one was a little bit of a slow burn, and honestly I think it's criminally underrated. There is a lack of discussion about the looks that Bosco served in this performance online, and I'm here to hold you accountable about it. Her whole performance starts off very burlesque. The backup dancers are actually the ones holding the feathers behind this beautiful angel look that she's wearing, and then set by set they take them away in a burlesque fashion and eventually reveal this absolutely insane, like, demon has eaten her entire body and she has become one with that demon creature. This is one of my favorite things I have ever seen. I love this outfit so much because it is so perfectly in tune with who I imagine Bosco is at her highest form. Stop relying on those sickening looks now that you've got money. It gets 5 hot flames for me. However, I will say the performance itself was maybe too much of a slow burn, because whereas other queens found places to take risks in both the look and the performance, Bosco let the look do all the talking, and then when everything was finally revealed, she kind of just walked to the end of the stage and said, bitch, look how great I look. Which, like, yeah, she did, but I think she needed a little 1-2 step, little TikTok dance. Put that one on TikTok. Challenge. I dare you. So while the look of it all took me to hell and back, the performance itself left me down there rotting. Next up, Diabetica. And firstly, shout out to her for throwing Crystal's photo in the fountain behind her in her little interview segment. So I've got to say, I did not fully enjoy this performance the first time I saw it because I didn't realize that she was being a dragonfly. Like, my dumbass thought she was being a spider. But on second watch, I realized I was wrong. And hey, I often am. Last week I thought Fran Dresser was Elaine from Seinfeld, which y'all read me to filth for. Or maybe I was in on the joke the whole time. Shh. Anyways, Daya is dressed as a dragonfly because she ate a dragonfly earlier this season, and it has inside of her grown from a little baby dragonfly into a fully grown drag queen adult dragonfly. And truthfully, she gave a beautiful performance. Her song was called Fighter and sort of represented her journey of clawing her way to the top and feeling like I think she has to prove herself over and over again, not only to the contestants around her, but also to the judges. She went home first. She was one of the few queens throughout this entire season, I think, to consistently kill it on the runway. And yeah, of course I had some small notes here and there. It's kind of like my job to be a little critical, but she killed it overall. And the look she wore in this performance is no exception to that rule. In fact, I think it's even better and more elevated than what she was able to showcase on the season, and it gets a big ol' from me. The performance itself, though, like I said, was beautiful to watch. However, it took me a few times to really come around to it because I was kind of sitting there waiting for that zinger. Where's the laugh besides her being the dragonfly? And maybe that is, you know, just RuPaul's Drag Race kind of training my brain to always expect comedy. And the thing is, not all art and not all drag has to be funny at the end. But on RuPaul's Drag Race, you know RuPaul was looking to laugh, and you know she did not laugh at that. So yeah, this whole performance across the board for me is gonna be like 3 to 4 flame hats. I will say though, her being able to demonstrate her performance capabilities like this on this stage, again, definitely gonna be upping her booking fee because she has proven throughout the season, anytime there was an acting, dancing, or performance challenge, she picks that up quick and nails it every single time. And next up, it's Lady time. Lady Camden is performing to I Fell Down, in parentheses, I Got Up. The title of her little performance, of course, referencing her Freddie Mercury trip and fall reveal into losing the wig, getting the mustache, etc., etc. And the song itself was actually themed and produced to sound like a Queen song, which I thought was really special and nice that they were able to do that for her. She starts off this performance in her little ballerina fantasy, this giant, beautiful tutu dress on and a stunning hair. And she too has an element of the backup dancers helping her change into a reveal. Camden unravels around her as she spins, and then all of a sudden she's in a more danceable costume, referencing again her Freddie Mercury thing that she did on the runway. The theme of her performance is really about winning, 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 which is a bold move to do in your finale performance, because if you don't win, then it's kind of like, oh shucks. The last time I remember that happening was when Eureka ripped off her dress thing, and it was like the big girl wins, and then she didn't win, and I was like, oh. Her looks here, hot. The actual performance was superb. I think she is an excellently skilled dancer. The thing is, though, she's already proven that time and time again throughout the season. It wasn't anything new from her tonight in this performance. In fact, it was a lot of reiteration and bringing back references that were honestly still maybe a little too fresh for us as fans. I was looking for her to push the envelope just a little bit further and give us another iconic moment. So because she was missing that last little spark, 4 flame hot here. And finally, Winner Pill. Wait, spoiler alert, we're not there yet. Okay, her solo number is called I Hate People. And I said, yes, girl, I vibe with that. Haven't left my house in 3 weeks. I feel you. Her solo number from start to finish was fresh, unique, different, and pushing the envelope at every turn. She starts off by, yes, giving us those smart references from her season that everyone will remember her for. The toaster in the bathtub situation, I'm still gagged that there were people that didn't understand the dark humor there, but moving on, she doesn't linger. She moves into the new, the chorus, I hate people. That is the type of thing that is iconic. Drag Race fans are going to be quoting for probably eternity. And the thing is, Willow is not the best dancer of the cast. In fact, she's probably about middle of the pack of this top 5. There's some good ones in there, as we've discussed. But she knew how to work with that weakness. She has this overly extravagant look built by Utica, by the way, which is made out of this like satin beige fabric. It's so beautiful, weird, and freaky. And you can tell like it is taking everything in her to keep it all balanced, and she still is doing the choreography of her dance. And then she rips off the front part of that face covering, beige rosebud, should I say, and reveals 2 more faces, 2 more people in a song about I hate people. And this again is weird, hilarious, smart, and is also, I think, an intentional reference to her drag sister slash mother, whatever the relationship is there, Evie Oddly's finale look where she was reflecting her faces with the mirror pieces. But the bitch isn't done yet. Before the performance ends, she pulls up the skirt and reveals yet another face. Another one. DJ Khaled! Her creative mind here, I think, proves why she is the winner of this season, why she is the future of drag. And truth be told, just looking at the 5 solo performances, Willow was the only one to give us multiple memorable moments and something quotable. Hello, she knows how to play the game. Nicki Minaj's next song is gonna be like, no one gets more heads than a willow pill. Lift up the skirt, give them the thrill. Both the performance and incredible look here get 5 hot flames from me. So yeah, Willow completely dominates this solo challenge, and then RuPaul picks 2 winners of the group, Willow, of course, and Lady Camden. But before we see the final 2 lip sync for the crown, we get a performance called Losing is the New Winning, referencing the remix from Jada's season, which I think maybe was confusing for some if you didn't remember the reference. I saw people tweeting, RuPaul does remember that Jada won, right? And yeah, of course, but like it's her song, her season's song, so it made sense to me to see her in that, and I thought she killed it. In addition to looking stunning on that pink carpet, that hair is fabulous. Absolutely hot. We also saw a few of our other Las Vegas favorites in this cast, Derek, Cameron, and Naomi, who was wearing not a stitch of makeup. But hey, what do I know? They're in Vegas and I'm in my bedroom. It was a fun number. And next we see Simone come out in what was a little bit, apparently, of a controversial look. Can't believe I was living while there were other Twitter fans dying over this in a bad way. I'm like, do y'all not have any taste? Look at what she's wearing. The t-shirt that she has on is literally molded to look wet, like a wet t-shirt. And then the pants that she's wearing, it's like pants, but then upside down pants, and then right side up pants, and sideways pants. Bedazzled, stoned, so fashion, so gorgeous. And there is something really interesting about the 2 looks Simone brought to the finale I want to have a little commentary discussion on. The pink carpet look, also fabulous by the way, is actually way more formal. Essentially what you would traditionally see the previous winner come back to pass the crown off in. And the one she actually wore on stage, jeans and a t-shirt. Elevated, high fashion version, of course. But I think that is a really interesting way for her to approach this. Kind of putting a middle finger up to what has been done in the past and switching it up. But let me know what y'all thought. Which of these 2 looks did you prefer, and what did you think about the controversial jeans and t-shirt? If you say you didn't like it, you have no taste. I'm so sorry, sweeties. And finally, we have the Camden and Willow lip sync that determines the fate of the season. They lip sync to Gimme Gimme Gimme, the Cher version. And the thing with these lip sync battles, when they do end up as battles, is we had the crazy reveal moments, and we have had them many times. And so we are always kind of looking for what is the reveal going to be? How are the queens going to switch it up and keep these performances dynamic? Because honestly, just lip syncing in one outfit is not going to get you a crown now. There's levels there that you have to achieve, I think, to continue to impress people. Willow Pill does that the best tonight. Here's why. Explained first through the lens of what Lady Camden did in this performance. It was very similar to what she did in her solo performance. She kept it in that same zone, the reference to Freddie Mercury. She even recreated the fall into the reveal look, which I think was her mistake. Because again, we saw that already on the season. And we love that you referenced it in your solo performance, but then to actually see her recreate it. And for that recreation, ultimately to not be better than the original, it just falls a little flat. And I will say the editing was really nice on her. She actually got kind of tangled in her wig, which you can see in 2 frames as the camera pans out, but it then cuts from there. Willow Pill, on the other hand, again, does something fresh, pushes that envelope. Willow's outfit itself, this pink and black, extremely oversized striped tux. This was apparently a take on David Byrne's oversized suits, and the oversized suit thing has been done in various different ways in pop culture. Kanye West did it in his music video. Deja Skye did it on RuPaul's Drag Race season 14. 14. And underneath Willow's blazer is a giant pair of pants. And then underneath that giant pair of pants is a dance costume. And the way in which she revealed those pieces and had those layered was fresh. It was new. It wasn't something we had seen before. Seeing these two lip sync for the crown was, I think, a very sweet, nice little bookend on this season. It was emotional between them, and you could tell they were both having a great time, performing their little hearts out, and I would, of course, give hats to both of them. And Willow Pill is ultimately crowned the winner of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 14. When it's right, it's right. Willow's drag throughout the season, both in the main challenges and on the runway, showed us something new and different that we had never seen before on RuPaul's Drag Race. Willow is truly a unique character, and again, this TV show consistently looks to crown unique artists. And yes, I did unapologetically stan Willow throughout the season on Hot or Rot, as one of you pointed out in the comments when you said that my standing of Willow is ruining the channel. I mean, she won, didn't she? Why are we mad about it? Now, I have pulled up here a video filmed of her actually receiving the crown, because they did tape this finale like last week, I believe, and they would have filmed both Camden and Willow winning, but she found out live at this little viewing party that she was the one indeed taking the crown. Let's check it out. And it is so crazy for her to take the win with only one challenge win, but it has been done before. You know, I mean, her drag family member, mother, daughter, sister, whatever you want to call her, did take the win on season 11 with only one win.
I just really have to say. Means so much to me, and I don't even know what to process right now. I'm in the middle of a blackout. And I can't wait to just reign over the world. I couldn't do it without many girls on my side. I love you so much. Thank you.
And Evie did tweet out the night of her crowning. Apparently, Denver births iconically weird and chronically ill queens who didn't win challenges. We win seasons. Congrats, Willow Pill Queen, and welcome to your new head. It's my Evie laugh. And I love that even in her crowning moment, she is not taking herself too seriously. That is the hallmark of Willow Pill, and well, that's a pill I need to take and not take myself so seriously. Here I am on YouTube, calling myself Bussy. Clearly I don't. And now it's time for Hottest Hots. Of course, from the 5 solo performances, I'm going to pick Miss Willow Pill, but that's just the performance. The actual look that's my hottest hot, garment alone, goes to Miss Bosco. The whole reveal situation. I also asked my patrons what they thought, and here are the percentage of votes based on which performance they thought was their favorite from the solo 5, with Willow Pill in the lead, then Camden, then Daya. So it looks like the fans, or at least my fans, were behind the decision that the show made to put Camden and Willow in the top 2. But let me know what y'all are thinking down in the comments below. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye.